Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
No, we gotta get up. it was you like I was gonna do it, but then you said, yeah.
I would be like, yeah, please. Please, Dvoretsky, one more time. You ready?
Let's put that away.
That's what I said. I told you.
Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say, though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's
That's
exactly.
not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good. The World Championship on Chess.com. Let's do this.
That was perfect. I think we got it.
Let's chug that whole beer.
That was impressive.
Whew.
You can hear it go.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round two. Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like I thought it was a one-time
I want
thing.
to be like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad-lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
It's over.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The faster card and unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
Not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that. Stupid I've ever seen in my life.
If you can get like a 2-shot of them.
Yeah.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're going to be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
You can't do it. It's so funny. Okay. Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're going to say? Because we all see things in the same way and the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
Doesn't it? And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi,
Yeah, Danny?
my throat's still dry.
What was
You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time? My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water. And you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say
Let's
that
do
if we
that
start
again.
the bit.
If Black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I've been Fabi.
Fabi.
Do that one more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night, Dad.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it?
I heard both of you say it.
I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's all I'm saying.
Hello and welcome to round 9 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, we're going to jump straight into the playing hall as the round is about to get underway, but how are you today?
I am feeling great, Fiona. Good afternoon to you. This is an absolutely huge round. There's no going around it. This is round 9. We have the face-off between the 2 leaders. And we're obviously going to spend a lot of time on that game, Magnus Carlsen against Mamadiro. I can't wait for that game. And of course, the others as well.
I am so excited. I saw that in the chat. The prediction is, will that game end decisively or not? I made the same prediction, funnily enough, the same poll earlier on my Instagram. People are very torn, actually. I don't know about the prediction here, but I had more people predicting a decisive result, which is, of course, what the fans are hoping for. This is another exciting... Sorry, Daniel, did you see the handshake fail between Pragnananda and Karyakin?
That was hilarious.
It was very funny. For Pragnananda, I saw that earlier his second and coach, Ramesh, has tweeted that he finally tested negative, so he is out of isolation, which is fantastic news both for himself and for Prague. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's another matchup we just saw earlier, which I'm also excited about, Jorden van Foreest against Dubov, 2 players of Team Magnus, and who both are so creative. Exactly.
Explosive. But I just wanted to say that, you know, is there a possibility that Carlson Mamadiro ends in a draw? Yes, and I think fans should not exclude that possibility. Magnus is not going to be playing 1h4. Nor is he going to be sacrificing a queen within 6 moves. I think he's going to be taking calculated risks. And we know that Magnus plays the position, but I am cautiously hopeful that we're going to see something amazing on the board today.
Yeah, I'm curious if the game will jump to life after the middle game, or if we'll get something crazy from the get-go.
Yeah, it's hard to say. In the other games, we have Giri Shanklin, we have Darda Esipenko. It's not like the other players are going to produce boring chess, and we will definitely look at all of the games. It's just that Carlson Mamadiro, definitely the most impactful game for the tournament standings, as they are leading the tournament, both of them, with 5.5 out of 8. Indeed.
And, well, maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view for a second. I'm curious, have moves been made anywhere?
Moves have been made.
Moves have been made. Magnus Carlsen always takes some time. He usually
he's late.
Has...
Yeah, he's late. He's fashionably
He's late, and then he adjusts all the pieces, writes down everything on his score sheet, and then he makes a move. But what do we have going on elsewhere?
Well, we see another French in Grandelius Caruana. We see Ray Lopez and Van Foreest Duba. That's not surprising. Okay, Carlson has finally made a move. I suppose we can stay on the Carlson game and see what opening
Let's
we
go
have.
Back there.
Except Mamadiro is thinking on the first move. I'm sorry about that. Didn't expect that little wrinkle.
He's gone knight f6, so we'll soon get an answer as to what kind of direction we go in here.
Well, first question is, will Magnus play c4? The answer to that is no. He plays knight f3, the more conservative move. That doesn't mean anything, though. Obviously, knight f3 has tremendous transpositional potential. We could basically see any opening other than a Nimzo Indian. This is the key moment for Mamadirov. Will he play g6 or will he play d5?
What do you expect?
d5. I think we might see a Ragozin. But
Called it.
What do I know? There it is. Yes. That's correct. I feel vindicated.
And here comes c4.
And now another moment of decision. Mamadirov can take on c4. We could see a Slav with c6, but he has been resorting to the Ragozin when Mamadirov is looking to play something very solid. That, of course, is e6, knight c3, bishop b4. No, not knight c2, c3, bishop b4.
Yeah, I mean, it could, of course, be that Shahriar, that he just wants to take the game into more solid territory. I think that would make sense. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Mamadirov is playing black. He is obviously a very combative player, and he's beaten Magnus before. In fact, not just once. With that being said, he's not going to force anything. And if the position demands solid play, and if he has the capacity to make, a relatively easy draw, he's going to do that. And nope, we don't have knight c3, we have a Catalan.
Once again, I mean, Magnus, he's been playing the Catalan pretty consistently here as white, if I'm not mistaken. And well, we'll see which direction. So Shahriar, he takes on c4.
Yes, he does. He takes on c4. The Catalan is among the most theoretical openings in existence. Both sides, but especially black, has a very vast choice of different systems. And d takes c4 is one of so many possible moves.
So here, what do we expect? Some big theoretical battle, or do you think one of the players is going to try and spring a first surprise in the near future?
Well, Magnus rarely goes down the absolute main path. What he likes doing is he likes playing a very mainstream opening. There's two approaches to playing offbeat. People think about playing 1b4. That's not Magnus' style. Magnus likes playing mainstream openings and then finding rare ideas early in those openings. Mamadirov, though, going for not the most common system, dc4 and now bishop b4 check. Now, generally, if I remember correctly, this leads to the line. I mean, white usually plays bishop d2 here. And then black's main move is to support the bishop on b4 with the move a5. And this leads to an interesting struggle where, like many lines of the Catalan, white doesn't rush to recover the c4 pawn. White's top priority is to control the center and get active development. So you get a very, very complex struggle. Castles, and here I see that white's main move is to reposition this bishop to g5. We'll see if they go down this line or something else, but many, many possibilities here. Yeah, we do have bishop d2 a5, by the way.
Okay, so we'll see what Magnus is still busy playing with his face mask, which now goes into the side pocket. And actually, well, kudos to our team working behind the team, because we're going to quickly show you the rewind of the handshake fail between Prague and Karyakin, which was another exciting, very funny to start today with. Sorry, Dania,
I think that's something everybody can relate to in these times and days. Everybody, am I supposed to put my hand out? Is it a fist bump? You never know.
For sure. And well, as Magnus takes his first think of the game, maybe we can quickly bring up the bird's eye view.
Let's do it. Okay. Well, we have actually report Vidit is still on the second move as Richard playing g3 on move 2. Not the most common response to d4 knight f6. And another rarity in Duda against Esipenko. Shall we have a quick look at that one? Even though it's only 3 moves in. Okay. So, well, what else? What is there to say? Jan Krzysztof Duda, we've seen quite a bit of innovation in this position in this tournament. We saw g4 by Mr. Mamadirov. And now we see bishop f4 by Duda, which is a little bit less uncommon, but you don't see this move very often in a Nimzo structure. And I wonder if Jan will follow this up with the move knight d2. Because if he goes knight c3, then we've transposed into a Nimzo Indian with bishop f4. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm expecting knight d2.
And then what could be the idea behind having developed this way? We see we're already on almost new territory here.
And I only see one game in the database, castles, and now I see the move knight gf3 as being played. But something tells me that Darda might be going for early a3. I mean, it seems like the point of knight d2 is to force black to trade the bishop for the knight, as black often does in the Nimzo. But in the Nimzo, white has to recapture with a pawn. And obviously that's a problem. Here, white preserves the integrity of his pawn structure. So we might see a situation like this.
Very curious to me that here there are, at least in our database, no games in what looks like not such a strange position.
No, I would imagine that bishop f4, I mean, is something that somebody might play if they're, I don't know, a London player who's accidentally played c4. Obviously, Darda does not belong to that category. And knight d2 has indeed been played. But Andre responding with knight c6. Now that's interesting. Now that is interesting because that blocks the c-pawn.
Yeah, knight c6. In general, quite rare that we see the knight develop there. Attacking the pawn on d4, I guess the most natural response is to develop the knight to f3.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to see e3. That walks right into the very nasty move knight e4. So knight gf3 is to be expected. And something tells me that the point of knight c6 is to orient, black is orienting himself toward e5. I think Andre is going to go d6. And for instance, we might see a3, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2. And the point of putting the knight on c6 is to prepare the e5 pawn break as early as possible. And that makes sense given that white has positioned the bishop on f4, because now e5 is going to come with tempo. I wonder if Andre has analyzed this before. He took about 5 minutes, which is not as long as I would have expected him to take if this was completely new to him.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also surprised to see him play quite quickly. And, well, I'm also curious to see how he's recovered on the rest day from what was really quite a painful loss against Anish Giri 2 days ago. He seemed to be taking it well. I saw he posted a picture of the game the same evening on his social media channel saying, first loss of 2022, but didn't seem too phased. Daniel, let's have a quick look at the pairings that we have today going on elsewhere. This one, Anish Giri, he's won 3 on the trot. He's playing Sam Shankland. That will be for sure an interesting game as Anish tries to make his way back to the top. Jorden van Foreest against Dubov. I highlighted that one before. Niels Grandelius, he's been struggling. Can Fabiano do something with the black pieces? A rapport against Vidit, we saw that got off to a slow start, but all in all, some very, very exciting matchups once again.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Fabiano Caruana trying to do something with the black pieces, Fiona. That is particularly important. He's on 50%. And what's exciting about this part of the tournament is that the players who form the peloton, 50%, even +1, they now have to take pretty serious risk with both colors. And I think we see that reflected in in Fabiano's choice of opening. I feel like Robert Hess might have something to say about that.
I was literally just gonna ask you that.
He has played a French. What's funny is I played the French 3 times in my chess career. I have a record of 0 and 3, and one of those losses actually came against Fabi in the 2017 U.S. Championship. Never again.
That's very funny. Do you remember Fabiano playing the French in recent memory?
I do not. I honestly, I mean, I might look this up during the break, but I don't know if he's ever played the French. I mean, something tells me that he has, just because he's played so many games, but it probably has been a while.
Yeah, so for sure, Fabiano, he is out for a fight today, and Niels choosing the advanced variation.
Just like in Karyakin Report, by the way.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, 2 Frenches and 2 advances. Bishop b2. Okay, this is one of the viable. Bishop d7 is not the most popular. We were discussing this in the Karyakin game. Queen b6 here is the most popular theoretically, and knight h6 was previously played in this tournament. Okay, so bishop b2, knight g7 this time. The knight swinging to g6. Less common than positioning the knight on f5, but obviously I'm sure Fabi has studied this very, very carefully. Bishop b3, bishop b7, and white completes his development and then plays rook e1. And Fabi begins queenside expansion of the move a5. Fiona, that's pretty typical. In the French, you often see these kinds of moves. Black definitely wants to play a4, and if allowed, Black wants to push this pawn all the way to a3.
Let me ask you here, Dania, because I have no experience in the advanced French on either side. And I always wonder, when I look at this position, I kind of like the look of it for white, but then I take a second look and I think, okay, if it were me playing, what do I do next? And very often, it isn't so clear to me what the plan is for white. So can you maybe try and help me out and give some explanations?
Welcome to the club. And that's one of the tough things about this position. The computer always says white's better, partially because of the space advantage. White does have a space advantage. White has a pawn on e5. Now, Black's plan is generally pretty clear-cut. Black wants to play on the queen, say a4, queen a5. Black has a lot of improving moves. One of the things to pay attention to is who releases the central tension first. Will it be Black playing c takes d4, or will it be White playing d takes e5? That also happens sometimes. Now, in terms of a plan, I've generally seen White play on the king side, as we see Grandelius playing a3, taking the b4 square under control. And this maneuver, knight f1, knight g3, and perhaps even knight h5, Fiona, can serve to bring this very important attacker onto the king side. I've often seen games where White sacrifices on g7. You sometimes see White pushing this h-pawn up the board, even sacrificing it. And this bishop from e2, I think Niels is actually preparing to reposition it to d3. So White is definitely thinking violent thoughts on the king side.
I like that. I'm a lot more excited, and we've gotten some information, Dania, that Fabiano has played the French actually last year against Ariantari here in Wijk.
Played it against Ariantari. I wonder what variation that was. Yeah, probably Arian didn't play the advance, because the advance has not been, that popular at the top for many years now. And it's fascinating to see that both players who face the French have defaulted to the advance, because there is no way that Niels expected the French from Fabi.
It was an exchange variation.
Oh, God.
Do I
regret having asked you that? I kind of regret having asked you that.
And that game ended in a draw.
Wait. Are you saying that an exchange French ended in a draw? No. I find that hard to believe, Fiona. Stop spreading false news. All right.
Well, here, at least today, we've got plenty more action. In fact, not a single pawn has been exchanged here yet.
Nope. And my guess is that either c takes d4 is going to happen as our first exchange, or we're going to see Black playing f6.
Yeah, so very often, right, Black is going to try and open, try and get this f6 break in. And how does White react to that?
Yeah, generally White has to take on f6. And, if Black plays it here, then Black is going to lose. Well, he takes f6, bishop f6. You don't always want to take this pawn on c5, even if it's free, because it gives White a big pawn. It gives Black a big pawn center. But this is a double-edged sword, because the e5 square is now very weak. And the bishop on e7, it used to control the c5 square. So White now has this move knight b3, and the knight is heading over to c5. The other knight might go to e5. So I would say it's premature right now, but at a later stage, anybody who plays the French knows that f6 is an idea virtually in every variation.
Yeah, so would you say this is quite a concrete position where at every turn, again, the players are going to have to think, okay, is f6 now? Do I continue on the queen side? Or do you think this is still familiar territory here?
No, I think somewhere around here, he's probably familiar with the general ideas, but not this specific position, which is as evidenced by the fact that he's taking his time. This is what I think a complex position is. This is what I think it means for a position to be complex. There's a lot of ideas, and you have to consider those ideas on every move. Do I play c takes d4? Do I play c4? Do I play a4? When do I play f6? And White has to ask himself the same questions from the other side. Do I want to allow c takes d4 in this particular version? But now that I'm looking at this position for a couple of minutes, White's position is beginning to grow on me. I like this idea of maneuvering the bishop to d3 and then heading to h5 with the knight. Fabi is going to have to prove something on the queen side.
Yeah, it's also an interesting matchup from the tournament situation because Fabiano, I think, as confirmed by his opening choice, he is looking here to fight for the full point with the black pieces. But Niels, he's not had a good tournament. He's on 2 out of 8, and he is almost in a spot where he has nothing to lose at this stage.
Nope.
Like he might as well go all out. From that point of view, I think it's a very exciting matchup.
And that's what makes Niels great. That's what makes that's what raises everyone's eyebrows in a good way. He plays uncompromising chess every game, and it doesn't matter where he is in the tournament standings. He's like a renaissance man. He would fit right in at the Café de la Régence in the 1800s, and the 1700s with Philidor. And I love that about him. He's got that spirit.
By the way, Dania, and then we'll move on from here. We're getting some more information that Fabiano played the French against MVL as well in the Speed Chess Championship. That was so the match, their most recent match from November 2021. And that went down this same line until move 10, where Fabiano didn't choose A5, but Rook C8 instead.
Fascinating. So they're following an SEC game.
Yeah.
Rook C8 makes sense. No, and I mean that in a good way. It just tells you that these players take the SEC very seriously. They play their main lines against it.
I'm curious if Niels is familiar with that as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was.
I guess Rook C8 commits very early to the C file. And after A3, the issue for black is that, and the computer confirms this, after CD, man, you would love to play knight B4 here. And there's a small problem with that move. And if you're not playing knight B4, then one could ask, what is the rook really doing on C8? So A5 is definitely some home cooking. And it's almost certainly an improvement, a conscious improvement over Rook C8.
Very interesting. We'll come back here for sure. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view. I noticed at first sight an unusual, very unusual pawn structure in Pragnananda against Karyakin.
Yes.
What else?
And an unusual piece imbalance, 2 bishops against 2 knights this early. Well, we have something pretty crazy going on in report Vidit as well. It's some sort of souped up Catalan weird pawn box line that I think Vidit is intensely unfamiliar with. I'll give you the choice, Fiona. Well, we also have a pretty conventional Rai Lopez in Van Foreest against Dubov, so we could get to that game a little bit later when it diverges from theory. What catches your eye more, Pragnananda or report?
Pragnananda, just because more has happened. Although maybe we start with reports since so little actually has happened, so we can people talk through that, and then we'll go from report to Pragnananda.
Indeed, that's in the upper left of your screen. Let's switch to that game. And we only have 4 moves played, and yet Vidit has already burned 17 minutes. How did this all happen? Well, after knight f6, Richard playing g3. The reason traditionally this move has never been recommended as a testing theoretical move is that black can play d5, and now black can kind of play a London setup with bishop f5, Fiona, followed by e6 and h6. You basically get a reverse London system, which is not that appealing. But this line has been revived in recent years. And just really, really quickly, let me show one of the reasons why. A lot of players have started playing this new-ish setup where white plays c4. And then, white goes knight c3, black puts together the kind of London setup. And then later on in this type of position, white brings the knight back to d2 and then essentially goes for the e4 pawn break. And this idea has really enlivened this line. And that's why Vidit, I think, deciding against d5, maybe fearing preparation. And so he goes, refraining from bishop f5. And in this position, he goes c5, to which Richard responds c4. And this is the position on the board.
I mean, can we have a quick look at, has this been seen before? I guess maybe yes, but...
It has.
Not
it has.
Often? I don't know.
Well, actually, we've transposed into a position with over 100 games, and most of those continue e6. And here's the hilarious thing. This is potentially a transposition to a semi-Tarrasch. So if white plays knight f3 here, I mean, this
Suddenly
is a
there are
core
thousands of
Catalan.
games again.
Yeah, there's literally 2,000 games now. So this is either a semi-Tarrasch or a Catalan. It's a Catalan if black takes on c4 and white castles, and then it's a semi-Tarrasch if black goes knight c6 and then if you have CD, ED, knight C3, this is the mainline semi-Tarrasch. So a lot of transpositional potential in this ridiculous variation.
Very funny. So maybe Vidit taking quite a bit of time to figure out what he wants to retranspose. So I guess he could also play a move that would lead us to new territory. Can we maybe quickly look at either capture in the center? Is any of them terrible? Is any of them any good? What do you think?
Well, the engine likes D takes D4. We'll look at that in a second. C takes D4 is also a distinct possibility. And now I see that most of the time White plays knight F3. I don't understand anything about this position. I mean, DC4, I guess, wow, DC4, queen takes D4 is the main line. So White essentially gives up a pawn and goes for this end game. This is a common occurrence, though. The pawn on C4 is a weakness. White can recover it by going knight A3. And this bishop on G2 causes a lot of problems in Black's position. It makes it hard to develop. Okay, so I would say that's a little bit less appealing. D takes D4 is really interesting. And here, again, most people have gone knight F3. And once again, we've transposed to a line of the Catalan that normally occurs via the move order. I don't even want to attempt to show what move order it transposes to. I think everyone's head is hurting anyway. Suffice it to say, this is the mainline Catalan. E6 castles, knight C6, and I think many people have seen this position before. Queen A4 is a move here. Knight E5. Welcome to modern chess.
And Vidit, he has captured, I think, on D4.
Okay, so he waited for me to say that, and now he makes me, look like a fool, right? And will we see knight F3?
He did seem I mean, he did spend a long time, though, and didn't seem too convinced. I'll say that to make you feel better, Daniel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It does. Now, I do want to point one thing out, which is that queen takes D4 is a no-go because it walks right into knight C6, and that's not in the spirit of the variation. I felt like C takes D5 is interesting here, but in any case, Rihard goes knight F3. And so we are probably going to see D takes D4 in this position. And then I wonder if Rihard is in fact going to play queen takes D4.
Yeah, well, Vidit, we saw some excellent preparation by him 2 days ago in his game against Niels Grandelius. If you missed that, you can check out our rapid recap video on the Chess.com main YouTube channel. But today, clearly, he's the one that's been taken by surprise. We will let him ponder his next move. For now, shall we move on to Pragnananda?
Absolutely. Let's move on to Mr. Prague. And that is the position with two knights against two bishops. And this kind of structure can only really occur in the London system, and that is indeed what we saw. Let's quickly run through the moves. So we had what started off as a traditional London-Prague going E3, knight C6. This is all very standard fare. And Karyakin going knight H5, which is a relatively new move. It is the engine's recommendation, I believe, at a pretty high depth. So we've seen this move played quite a few times by decent players recently. Yeah, decent players like Sergei Karyakin. Prague responds by taking on C5. Sergei chops off the bishop. And so we get the structure where White is up a pawn, but obviously White has serious weaknesses all across the board. And through the move A6, Karyakin essentially forces Prague into trading the knight on C6. Takes, queen D2, castles, and now to make matters even more interesting, H4 by Prague. Just going for H5, going for the kingside attack. What a position.
Okay, so I have a few questions here.
Absolutely.
First of all, how do you feel about white extra pawn? I guess here it's not a matter of black winning it back. For now, it seems like White can hold on to the extra pawn on well, both of those weird pawns on C5 and F4.
And I think people need to understand that Black isn't playing this line in order to, just like in the Catalan, this is a sacrifice. Black has sacrificed the pawn for long run compensation, two bishops and an initiative. Black could try the move bishop H6, but the point of this move was not to win the pawn because White simply has the move G3. The engine was initially recommending this crazy follow-up E5, another sacrifice. And if knight takes C5, Black actually wins with the move rook E8. This is a funny position. Black threatens rook takes C5 because of the pin. And if you move the queen, then obviously you run into f6. So that's something Sergey could consider. After e5, Prague doesn't have to take. In fact, you can go h5 with a very chaotic position. But the second option I was contemplating here is just going bishop g4 and sticking this bishop onto this weak square. But here Prague will play most probably knight bd4, and the knights support each other. This other knight has access to the e5 square potentially. So if black isn't precise here, yeah, for sure he can slip into a situation where, you know, he doesn't have full compensation for the pawn.
And well, I guess if I were Sergei Karyakin, for now the time situation indicates that, like, I don't think that Karyakin is in any prep here, at least nothing that he has seen recently. I don't know what the chances are that he's seen this position before. But bishop h6 is a move, I guess, that you, especially if you follow it up with the pawn sacrifice with e5, that you're less likely to make if you feel your opponent is still in prep, or would you disagree?
For sure. No, I think Karyakin probably sees this idea. I just want to go back through this line, because when you're calculating and you're out of prep and you see this move h5, and imagine going down this line, allowing h takes g6. And according to the engine, the ridiculous f takes g6 leads to an advantage for black. The idea being you just give away this bishop like you normally do in chess, and then play f takes g3. The point is that the knight is hanging. This pawn on g3 is incredibly dangerous. And after knight bd4, black gets this last piece out with bishop g4, and all of a sudden, white's position collapses. I mean, the attack is coming from all sides. The knight is hanging. The king is caught in the crossfire, and black is better. But, you know, when you're analyzing with an engine, all of this looks relatively logical. Yeah, I mean, f takes g3 makes sense, but it's impossible to put yourself in the shoes of someone who's never seen this position before. And it's so easy to abandon this line when you see the move h takes g6, because it does look like it wins the game for white.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And well, still quite early doors here, but we see Karyakin there. I think he's going to take a little bit of time. h4 once again appearing on the board, and I like Prague's play, very enterprising. We are going to take our first quick break of the day for now, and then we'll be back here with all the action from round 9, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to round 9 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, we just said it there towards the end of our break. I think we were both looking in one direction, and that's the top left. But before we jump into the Magnus Carlsen game, what catches your eye elsewhere? What do we need to maybe very quickly update on?
Sure. Well, I'll just do a very quick recap of all the positions, and then we'll get to Magnus. Starting in your top left corner with Report Vidit, we have that unconventional Catalan type situation, and Report is indeed taken on d4 with the queen, so we might get that endgame. We'll revisit that a little later. Giri Shanklin we haven't looked at, but it's a very symmetrical endgame. Not much to say there, although we'll stop by in a little while. You can see JKD castling queenside against Esipenko. That's crazy as well. And that's that semi-Nimzo Indian with the bishop on f4. And then we have a Rui Lopez in Van Foreest against Dubov. Still a pretty conventional position. We have that crazy London in Prague Karyakin, where Sergey is still contemplating his response to h4, Fiona, and the French between Grandelius and Caruana, where we see, in fact, Niels, according to the instructions of the great French expert Naroditsky, has indeed played bishop d3. Applause.
Good stuff. Yeah, so some of those games shaping up nicely, but of course, we are going to take a deep dive on Carlsen versus Mamadiro because, well, we left this off a short while ago, but it has really come to life already.
Oh, it absolutely has. The full Catalan vibes here, where Black has done everything in his power to cling to that pawn on c6, and White is trying to reap the benefits and establish full compensation. Let's have a quick run through. So we saw Mamadiro grab on c4, then we saw bishop b4 check and a5. This is one of the, not the most popular line, but probably second tier in terms of popularity. Okay, Magnus castling. Now we were discussing the move bishop g5 here, but Magnus playing e3, which is rare. And see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what Magnus loves to do. He'll take a common opening, and then he'll find very uncommon sidelines on moves 7 through 10, generally. Shakra responding with a rook a6, which is not as bizarre of a move as it appears. What is the idea of this move? Well, in order to answer that question, Fiona, we have to understand the idea of e3. And the idea of e3, let's make a random move, is to prepare knight e5. Now the d4 pawn isn't hanging, and Black has no way of defending c4 because you can't play b5, you lose the rook. Now you should be able to see why Shakra goes rook a6 so that he can respond.
Prophylactically unpinning.
And the second aspect of the prophylaxis, you might say, well, why didn't you go rook a7 then? Well, if you go rook a7, then after knight e5, b5, a4, you're not going to be able to go c6 because White has two attackers on that square. So the rook on a6 fulfills two purposes. It unpins itself, and it defends the c6 square, which will help Shakra go c6. In fact, in the current position in the game, Shakra has just gone c6, and Magnus has responded by developing his knight to c3 and hitting Shakra's pawn on b5. The question now is whether Shakra will defend it by going rook b6. Will he go queen b6, or will he make some different move? Will he give up the pawn on b5? The engine likes bishop b7, for example.
What's the idea, bishop b7? So if White now captures on b5?
So takes. And now simply rook b6, according to the computer. Interesting. So basically, Black's opened up the diagonal for his bishop. And now Black is the one, after knight a3, who sacrifices a pawn with bishop e4 and goes for the initiative. If White starts grabbing, well, if White grabs on c4, he loses a piece. If you look at this bishop on d2, it's protected only by the knight. And after bishop takes f3, bishop takes b4, Black can recapture with the rook and hit the queen on c4. So that's an interesting approach. Not something that occurs to me intuitively. It doesn't. Mamadiro has done so much to defend the pawn on c4, and now to all of a sudden give up a pawn on b5 seems counterintuitive.
Although, if anyone could be tempted by that, it would be him, of course. I'm sure if he saw those positions we got to in the end with the initiative. But yeah, I'm very curious. And if we defend the pawn on b5, which option do you prefer, rook b6 or queen b6?
I prefer rook b6 because, queen b6 is a little inconsistent. You've already played rook a6. You made that investment. You might at least squeeze the most out of that rook. That's like buying a bike and then commuting to work by car every day. You already played rook a6. Go rook b6. And what worries me, though, is that Magnus will redirect his attention to the center and play the move e4. And these pawns are pretty intimidating, Fiona. I mean, White can go not pawn f2 to d1, but rook f1 to d1. This bishop from d2 can migrate over to e3. And then, there's going to be the possibility of a central breakthrough with d5. So Mamadirov has to very soberly evaluate, these various options. This is a critical moment. And I will be very impressed if he goes bishop b7 here.
Impressed, yes. Would you be surprised?
Nothing Shakur does really surprises me anymore. I mean, he's so capable of finding these kinds of moves that I think it's totally within his possibility. I don't think rook b6 is a mistake, but I feel like bishop b7 might be the practically best option, and it might be the one that Magnus finds most annoying.
And well, I think Shahriar, as you said, I think he also understands this is probably one of the first critical moments of the game. So very likely he will invest a little bit of time here. So that gives us time to go back to the bird's eye view. And maybe we can check in with Jorden van Foreest against Daniel Dubov, that Ruy Lopez, which we haven't seen yet.
Let's do it. Absolutely. That's our only Ruy Lopez game of the round. And Jorden has by now established himself as a specialist in various Ruy Lopez systems. Let's have a look at which line they ended up going down. It started off as a main line, Fiona, bishop b7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castles. Now Van Foreest playing d3, which is one of several anti-Marshall setups. The main move here is c3, and then d5 leads to the Marshall gambit. So Jorden going d3, to which Dubov responds d6. This transposes back into the sort of d3 system, which is considered the main sideline for White. That sounds like an oxymoron, but I mean the most popular sideline. Knight b2, knight c6. These are all very normal Ruy Lopez moves. Nothing much to say here. a4, b4. White carves out the c4 square for his knight. a5 and bishop b3, repositioning the bishop back onto b3, where it's perfectly safe because Black doesn't have the move knight a5 anymore. And Dubov playing rook b8. This is the position currently on the board, Fiona. And one option that jumps out at me straight away here is the move d4. Move d4. What if White tries to blast open the center? Okay. And what could happen here is bc, bc, cd, cd, and White could take on d4. Black can't capture back. But White can try a further breakthrough with e5. I don't know. Just an interesting idea.
And let's just show why we cannot capture on d4. Because that bishop on b3.
Whoops. Yep, that bishop on b3 is hanging. But this is common in the Ruy Lopez. I mean, you often play d4 with the intention of recapturing later or not recapturing at all. And this certainly looks scary, after takes, that pressure on f7 grows immense. And there's a fork on c6. So probably Black shouldn't take on e5. Black should move this knight to d5. But this has to be calculated very carefully by both players.
For sure. And if we go back to the moment where you put, after d4, does Black have to initiate all these exchanges at all?
Probably not. I mean, Black, I guess, has the move queen c7 here. Mm-hmm. Black, I guess, has the move queen c7 here. But that allows White to play d5 and shove this pawn forward. And then the knight doesn't have any good squares. I mean, knight d8. Oh, knight d8, there's a really cool tactic, actually. So a takes b4 should probably be thrown in. And then White can play knight f takes e5. And if d takes e5, White pushes the pawn through to d6. And you can see how unpleasant this becomes. I mean, Black is just really passive. So I find d4 to be very attractive. And I think that Van Foreest is, you can sense the wheel spinning in his head. I mean, he's thinking about it.
For sure, because I think just when we joined that game, we saw Jorden, we saw the jacket come off.
a
and
sign.
very often that's a sign. The players
That means
understand the game is
rolling
heating
up
up.
the sleeves.
Exactly.
That's the proverbial rolling up of sleeves. I'm about to take 25 minutes and calculate something complex.
Exactly, and I agree with you. D4 must be what Jorden is looking at. Do you think there is at the back of the player's mind like a battle ongoing of, well, our boss Magnus is here. Let's try and impress him by taking out our colleague.
Oh, absolutely. There's some competition going on. No question about it. And both of these players, I'm sure they're on very good terms, but the spirit of friendly competition definitely prevails among 2 seconds. No question about that.
Okay, well, we'll leave Jorden to it. Bring back the bird's eye view. We haven't seen the Anish Giri against Shankland game yet. That's, on my part at least, completely deliberate. I'm finding nothing to get excited there at the moment. But look at Pragnananda.
H4, bishop g4, and he still played h5.
Incredible.
He says, hey, bishop on g4. Do I look like I care? I absolutely do not care. And I will say that in the Giri-Shankland game, the end game looks completely symmetrical. I think Sam does have a couple problems to solve. So, Fiona, I'll give you the choice. We can go straight to the Prague game, or we can stop at the Anish Giri hotel and have a quick look at that end game.
Let's get the hotel out of the way first. Let's go
right.
to Anish. And maybe just as we pull up the game, we'll also very quickly, before we dive in here, bring up the standings to have a look. After 8 rounds, at the top, we see Magnus Carlsen tied with Fabiano Mamadirov. Of course, this is huge because they are facing off against each other today. But then a couple of players in close pursuit, Anish Giri and Vidit Gujarati. And, well, we'll see Anish's game right now. He has the white pieces, and he'll be eager to make the most out of them.
Indeed. We have a very tightly packed field, 2 very big rounds. I mean, this round is huge. And someone in the chat says, in Anish hotel, only draws are served. Indeed, in the hotel restaurant, you have draw soup and filet mignon of draw.
It's actually incredible, no? How long this reputation has
it is crazy. And you know what? It's perpetuated by these commentators who are constantly harping on it, even though Anish has changed himself in the last couple of months and has put together several performances that have nothing to do with his old self, and yet these terrible commentators just keep on harping on it. It's
you said
so
couple of months. I don't know. Did you mean couple of years, or did you mean
couple of years?
Yeah.
No, I mean there was a last year's Tata Steel. I think last year's Tata Steel was the turning point. If you remember, I think we were talking about it then. He won a couple of games there that, in a style that he hadn't played for many years. And I think Max Warmerdam, who, don't quote me on this, but I think he was the second during the tournament, was talking about...
No, Marx was the second of Jorden, and Erwin Lamy was the second of Anish.
Or somebody was talking. I think Warmerdam was still talking about Anish and sort of his change in style. So that's what I would date it back to, almost exactly a year.
Yeah, and I think really Anish got this drawing rep at what candidates tournament was it? 2016, when he drew all his games.
That's where
that
it really comes from. Oh, the meme of the maid with the queen and king.
I also love the Fabi picture in that meme. Cracks me up.
You know what I love the most? You know what I love the most about this photo, Fiona? It's something perhaps that isn't immediately obvious. It's the smile on the gleeful, like Queen G6. It's like that expression. Fabi's and Hikar are just business, like, all right, mate. Anish is smiling gleefully.
Well, today he isn't smiling gleefully, at least just yet. We'll see if he has more reason to do so at the end of the game. But Danya, you were saying that this position maybe isn't as dry as it looks.
Magnus would love to have this with white. No, white is definitely slightly better, no question about it. This comes from a reverse King's Indian or King's Indian attack let's have a look at how an endgame was reached so quickly. Sam, now Anish actually allowing a reverse perk. Generally, white plays d4 in this position or c4. Anish allowing e5, and this one could say transposes into a perk with colors reversed, where Sam has played g6. Now, by the way, this is a viable system from the white side as well. If we just pretend that black had played the perk, the system with g3 in this position, in these types of positions, is very common. So knight f6 and now g3, and this is considered to be a pretty foolproof way of getting nice position with white. Now with colors reversed, things are a little bit different because white is an extra tempo. But anyways, e5, d3, knight c6, e4, and Sam accepting Anish's offer to get the game into an endgame. Takes, bishop g4, c3 covering the d4 square, knight f6 and bd2, castles threatening knight takes e4, so Anish moves his rook away. Sam activates his bishop. We have a trade. And in this position, Anish is threatening knight takes e5 as well as the nasty move knight g5. So Sam deciding to trade another pair of minor pieces. And the reason I say that white is slightly better, well, there's a couple of things. First of all, white's bishop is not that bad. It can drop down to g4 if it wants to. And if you look at these light squares, it can also move down to e2 and later to c4. The knight on c4 I really like as well. And I like the possibility of migrating it over to d5 potentially. So I think white is a tiny bit better. But if Sam is careful, he definitely should hold this position and make a draw.
I mean, you've mentioned it so many times before. Sam, he's a calculating beast. I think one of the players, it's always interesting to follow him. If you aren't doing so yet, do it. Go follow him on Twitter and other social media, because I think he's very open about his work and how he approaches things, and a really interesting guy and so hardworking. And yeah, we've seen him defend perfectly against Magnus Carlsen 2 days ago. And today, I've got faith, I have to say, in Sam here.
Yeah, he's one of the most hardworking players that I know, maybe the most hardworking. He's written 2 books now, which have been very well received. And this is on top of maintaining a punishing tournament schedule. And I'm very happy for Sam. He worked so hard to cross 2,700. He was in the sort of 2,600 swamp for a very long time, but he kept at it. And he's trained very intensively with Jacob Aagaard, which is a collaboration that he's written about and talked about a lot. And that really sharpened up his play. Obviously, I think what he's known for the most is his opening preparation, which really is second to none.
Yeah, and no wonder Magnus got him on his team a few years ago. For now, we'll leave Anish to it. Anish doesn't look too impressed right now. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Anish is probably saying to himself, oh, I have to grind out, this long end game, which is very likely to end in a draw. But he's also not risking.
Yeah, so we'll come back here in a bit. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa and Karyakin now, where
absolutely
it looks like Sergey is still thinking. And look at Prag's clock times. Could it be that this is still his prep?
It absolutely could be. I don't rule that out. He's got an hour 38. He spent 2 minutes. In fact, I think that's the likeliest scenario. And I'll tell you more. After bishop takes h5, the engine suggests something absolutely crazy, which is just to play rook takes h5. And the point is not that there's checkmate immediately. The point is you're going for a long-term attack. You're going to castle long. On the next move, you're going to play rook h1. That pawn is going to be essentially indefensible. And the long-term attack down the h-file, combined with the excellently placed knights, the first knight can come to d4, the other knight can come out to e5, and white has essentially both positional and tactical compensation for the exchange. I think it's very likely that this type of position is what Pragg is shooting for. Now, objectively, I don't think black is worse here, but if you dilly-dally around for a couple of moves, you could get put under tremendous pressure. I mean, for example, if black pushes this pawn to a4, that only helps white go where he wants to go anyway. Knight bd4, e6, rook takes, and now even f5 already looks pretty overwhelming. And rook takes h5, knight g5. White's got very serious play on the king side. If this is in fact prep, Fiona, this is very impressive work by Pragg and his team.
Not just very impressive, also very worrisome for Karyakin when you are in this situation. And Karyakin, he knows that Pragg is still familiar with this, and this can get scary very, very quickly. I guess taking on f3, I guess some people might be tempted to inflict those
Irish
tripled
pawns.
f-pawns. But here, I guess White is going to make use of the G file. Or
Yeah, I mean, look, White still has an extra pawn. Let's not forget that. And you're absolutely on the money. White can use the G file. White can use those tripled pawns as battering rams. White has the move f5 in the future. If you think about it, I mean, if Black plays a move like e5, I would very seriously contemplate playing f5. Maybe not in this exact position, but the point, as you indicated, is that the G file opens up. And I mean, this position is already lost for Black. King h8, and now there's rook takes g7. And the classic zigzag, queen g5, queen f6, followed by the lobster pincer mate with h6. So that's totally going to happen. That's how the game is going to end. But this is just an illustration of White's attacking potential. When you're attacking, you care a lot less about the pawn structure and a lot more about what open files you have and what pathways you have for your pieces. And also the potential that you have to use your pawns, as I said, as battering rams to shatter your opponent's king position. That's what Pragg is trying to do here.
And well, we've looked at both captures, and I have to say none of them look super tempting to me. So what are the other options for Black?
Well, I think between the two captures, bishop takes h5 is far likelier. I mean, g takes h5 is a possibility that I wouldn't rule out necessarily, but it just doesn't look appealing. Pragg is going to centralize his knight, and this bishop is anchored to the pawn, but it's also tied down to it. And White has ideas like knight h2 later on, not appealing. If Black doesn't touch the h pawn, well, I guess a move like a5 can be considered, you know, starting the queenside play. And the funny thing is the engine likes the move h6 here. The engine just proposes closing down the king side and essentially claiming that White is up a pawn, and perhaps even castling king side. That's what makes this scary for Black. It's like Black doesn't even have material to show for getting attacked. Black is down a pawn, and White seems to have his own compensation.
I am loving this for Pragg here so far. I have to say I'm rooting for him a little bit, not in this game in particular, but in the tournament. He's towards the bottom of the standings, but he has one win against Niels already. He's been showing some really interesting chess, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. And go Pragg overall, not just today, but I'm a fan. And
I'm a fan too.
Yeah, he's such a sweet kid, such a nice kid. So wishing him wishing him all the best. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, Daniel.
Indeed, and I have met him virtually, and I can confirm, you know, very mature, very sweet, and players like that are so easy to root for, and he's got so many years of promising chess ahead of him. Okay, well, let's have a look at that bird's eye view. We see developments in quite a few of the games. We can see in the Carlson Mamadirov game over on your top left, Shakhriyar has decided on Rook B6, and you know, as we were discussing, Carlson did indeed play E4 and grab control of the center. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But it's been a while since we checked in on two games, Duda Esipenko, which has really gone in a very interesting direction, as well as Grandelius against Caruana. Which of those games catches your eye, Fiona?
Let's maybe start with Duda Esipenko there in the top right corner, and then we can go from there to Grandelius Caruana. But yeah, this one, ever since White canceled queenside, I've gotten a lot more excited here.
Yep, knight d2, knight c6. We saw this moment, a3. We had a trade, and Andre indeed orienting himself toward e5. But yeah, Duda, this is not a mistake in the transmission. He has castled queenside this early in a Nimzo Indian. You don't see that every day. Queen e7, e3, e5, and the bishop repositions to g5. Both players very likely, well, yeah, definitely out of preparation. If you look at the timestamps, Well, the most tempting thing for Andre here is probably to go h6 and then meet bishop h4 with either g5 or Fiona. There's an interesting idea here, knight e4. Quite a typical little shot in Nimzo-Indian positions. This forces a transition into an endgame. Now, the bishop on f1 is under fire, so white has to take and black takes, and this endgame seems a lot closer to equality really than to anything else.
And Yesipenko has
as I
just
say
gone.
that,
Yeah.
he's gone h6. Now we'll do the take on f6. Nope, he's gone bishop h4. And now I really wonder if Andre, it seems in his style to play knight e4, very solid move, but definitely he can also throw in g5, which is a more ambitious approach. g5, bishop g3, and now go knight e4. It really depends on how he's feeling today, I think.
And well, let's have a quick look actually at this position after g5,
Sure.
bishop g3, knight e4. The queen will have to move. Where will it go to?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, queen c2, bishop f5. There is bishop d3. So, but the engine is suggesting that black can start with e takes d4.
I mean,
This
that's
looks
very
bad.
brave opening up that e file like that.
Extremely. But the point is that now bishop d3 is not a move because you give up the d4 square, the d4 pawn. So concretely, it works out for black, and for that reason, it might be more circumspect for white to drop the queen back to e1.
Okay, queen
Yeah, I
e1,
don't
and
know
now the question
what's
is,
going on
as
here.
black, I guess we don't have to take on g3 immediately because that bishop is going nowhere. So I wonder, do we just develop the bishop from c8, or can we try and push h5 and see what white does?
Yeah, h5 is interesting. It essentially forces white to play f3. That's the only way not to get your bishop trapped. Then we'll have a trade, and white's got a lot of pressure down the h file. Black's king doesn't have any safe squares, so it's probably high time in this position for black to go for the queen trade. So we'll have a queen trade, and this is another interesting type of endgame where both sides have their pros and cons. White has pressure down the h file, and black has slightly flimsy kingside pawns. But on the other hand, white has this pawn on d4, which is a concern. And if you defend it with your rook, then you leave the e file wide open, and black is immediately going to occupy it with his rook. Once again, I think the closest this endgame is very close to being dynamically equal. So a big decision here for Mr. Yesipenko.
For sure, he will also, I think, be investing some time here, as the two main options we just showed, g5 or knight e4, lead to very different types of positions. Shall we move on to Niels Grandelius and Fabiano Caruana?
Yes. Particularly because some interesting stuff is happening there. We have a positional pawn sacrifice by Fabi. Now look at the time situation. Niels with an hour and a half. Fabi has 58 minutes after only 14 moves. That's interesting.
Wow, Fabiano is spending a lot of time. Do we know where that time is? Starting from a4, he invested quite a bit into every move, or?
I think he took a lot on a4, and then he took even more on. So here we go. He decided to be the first to release the tension with c takes d4. And now he's gone h6, which is a bit of a cryptic move. I think what he's doing is preventing Niels from ever really putting a knight on g5, because this idea can get very, very scary.
But I have a couple of questions about h6. First of all, are we not scared? Are we not scared of creating that hook? And second of all, is it not going to also, of course, impede with our plans of playing f6?
Yeah, no, it's extremely committal. There's no question about that. Now, to answer your first question, we have to understand under what circumstances white would be able to exploit that hook. And to me, the only thing white could possibly do is go, for example, knight f1. Now, let's say black goes rook c8, and white would have to play the move queen d2. Otherwise, the sacrifice wouldn't make sense. But in response to queen d2, black can go either queen a5 or even knight a5. And the point of knight a5 is to meet bishop takes h6 with a fork on b3. So either queen a5, or knight a5, bishop takes h6, and now knight b3. And black will simply not touch this bishop. Instead, black will go after the rook. So I think that's the consideration Fabi had in mind, but it took him a long time, I'm sure, to figure these things out. In any case, Niels going queen e2, coordinating his rooks that way, and b5. That's another very interesting move. What happens if white takes? I think Fabi's idea is to create b-file pressure with a move like queen b6 followed by rook b. I don't think Niels is going to take that pawn.
No, I would also, I mean, at first sight, and it's easy to say that sitting here, my eyes, it's like, I'm worried, of course, a bit about getting tunnel vision, but my eyes are so firmly on the king side here, and I'm just wondering what's the best way. I would love to at some point get h4, and I would love to arrange my bishop on c2 and the queen on d3 and just get it over.
I think that's the best. I think that's what you got to do. I think you have to beat g3 and h4. I think that's what Niels is going to do.
And this position, I mean, you liked it already last time we checked in, but the attack seems to be somewhat dangerous, at least.
I don't like this for Fabi, and this is right up Niels' alley. He loves these positions in which he has the initiative. He has all these tactical ideas, and Black's queenside play kind of dries up here. I'm just not seeing the appeal for Fabi, whereas White, has this incredibly long-term kingside play.
Yeah, for sure. Looking very promising for Niels. We will come back here and to all the other games after a short break. Don't go anywhere, and during the break we'll check in with the challengers section with our producer Big, bringing you some highlights. So we'll see you soon. Enjoy.
Yes, welcome everyone to the Challengers Check-In. My name is Wouter Big. I am the esports producer for Chess.com, also the producer here in Wijk aan Zee. So if anything goes wrong, you still know who to blame. And today, the blame is going to be that we're going to have a fantastic miniature to look at. Each day, next to the Master section, we also have the Challenger section. And in the Challenger section, the winner will be playing in the Master section next year, which will be 2023. So there's a lot to play for, and we're going to have a look at a beautiful game again from Paulina Chuvalova against Daniel Darda. We actually viewed a game of him yesterday. He also had like a small miniature, and today is something else. Let's have a quick look about what happened. Funny enough, Paulina played the Tarrasch, which also happened in the Magnus game. In the Magnus game, we're taking on d4. After that, with queen a4 check first, bishop d7, queen takes, pawn takes, and I believe queen takes d5. But here comes the first blunder of the game that Paulina didn't follow Magnus' game. If you see Magnus taking on d4, you're going to do it back. No, she took on d5, which is obviously a good theoretical move, obviously, but it's just making some fun. If I sit next to the no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go down that road. We will go down the road of this move, bishop to g5, bishop to e6. And after this move, we're already having a nice structure. This is a glorified pawn for now, but it is looking at the queen side. And this white bishop is just staring at the pawn. Just like when I took my first apartment when I was 21. There was this big tree. I was so happy when they took down that puppy because it was just blocking my view, just like this pawn is blocking the view of white's bishop. And after knight e5, queen a5 check. That's not a check, I apologize. And after take, we went back c6, and after g3. Now here's a very interesting position. This is actually very fun. The best move for black right now is bishop to a3. You're like, well, why is that a good move? I can just ignore it. Obviously you cannot take. If you take, we'll take on c3 with a check. We're attacking the king, the rook, the pawn, so you cannot play queen d2. Queen d2, you lose that rook there, so we're not going to do that. You have to play somewhere like knight d2, and you take here on a3. I wouldn't recommend playing king e2 either, because then we'll get big queen b2 check, and then it's just going to get all nastiness. You cannot castle anymore, so that's not a good move. Queen d2 is the best move here. You're protecting the pawn, you're protecting here. Then you go back to d6, and after, let's say, a simple bishop to g2, you play b5, and you start barreling down this road. And as you can see, you cannot play a3. If you play a3, we have b4, and this rook is unprotected. The queen is no longer on d1. The king hasn't castled yet. This rook is unprotected, so you cannot take, or we will get this rook again. So that is very interesting. Why am I saying that? Why can't you just play bishop d6 instantly. Why did he go a3 and then d6? Well, the big difference after bishop g2, b5, I actually can play a3. This doesn't work anymore for the simple reason that the queen is no longer on d2 as in the previous one. It's still on d1, protecting the rook. So that quick bishop a3 is actually a brilliant move. Very fun to look at. Unfortunately didn't play. Bishop f5 was the move here. And a3 immediately played. We do not want the bishop on a3 or b4. And after a few moves, we're going to get through this quite fast and rapidly. We had b4. This knight can jump to f4, which is a very strong spot. And you can see all the attention is here on the queen side. Well, I wouldn't do this en passant. I know this chat is screaming already. I know my audience. You guys are screaming en passant. That's a bad move. Don't do it. Because you have to get something like rook d7. You got to start defending that. Play rook c8. And suddenly all the attention is on the queen side when black actually wants to make some push on the king side. So that's not a good move. What did happen was b4, queen to c7. The rook starts lining up. This is so cool. Queen a4. And this is where you think like, well, could it get any worse for black? We already have a beautiful attack ongoing. The rooks are going to line up. Well, it is getting worse. It's like you're driving in a car into a pool of lava and you don't know how to get the seatbelt off. The damn thing gets stuck. Knight to b8, which is a huge blunder. There's just no way to put it in softly. This is just a huge blunder, unfortunately. Knight b8, missing the beautiful move, knight to b5. And what happened in the game, she did play it out, which is fantastic. I love to see mate on the board. Queen b6. Queen takes a7 check. Queen takes a7 and checkmate on c7. A beautiful miniature, a beautiful smarter mate. Well played by Daniel Darda. Very interesting opening. The middle game with the bishop a3 as well. Just a beautiful game altogether and a beautiful game to look at. So this was just before the rest day. Now we're after the rest day. We're on round 9 now. Only 4 more rounds in the master section and the challenger section. Things are heating up. Let me quickly take a look at the standings. And we can still see that Arjun is in the lead with 7 points. Are there still games ongoing? Actually, no. Arjun is an absolute beast. He is going really, really well. He's probably going to win this, but can someone catch up? We'll find out tomorrow when we come checking again. But for now, let's bring it back to Daniel Naroditsky and Fiona Steil-Antoni.
Welcome back to round 9 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, things are starting to heat up all over the place. I think we'll go back to Magnus. Is there any other game that you want to say something about for now?
Just a couple of things real quickly. Over on the top right-hand side, you see Duda Esipenko. They're following one of the lines we analyzed with G594 and Queen E1. So we'll keep an eye on that one as it unfolds. And Niels Grandelius has indeed opted for the plan with G3, followed by H4 and H5. So he's got a great position and, concerning turn of events here for Fabiano. We'll be updating you on that as well. But the stars of the show, Carlson, Mamadiro have a very interesting position. Let us revisit that and see where they're at. Wow, that even rhymes.
Not bad. Let's do it.
See where they're at. Yeah.
I'm a little
right, my
bit.
second career as a rapper is about to start.
Stay tuned for some new drops coming out soon. Yeah, so I was a little bit disappointed. Well, I guess both moves. Rook B6 wasn't much, whereas Bishop B7 would have maybe led to some even sharper lines. But Schach deciding on Rook B6, and this is where we had left it off.
And now I'm zoning out and thinking of rhymes because Magnus playing the Catalan. He's really battling.
I like there's a suggestion for your rep name in the chat from Captain Wicked, Lil Narrow.
Yeah, no, I feel like Narrow lends itself to that. Jorden controlling the center just like his menor. Shocker activating the rook just like you read in a book. Okay, anyways, let's continue to actually analyze the game. Now I'm embarrassing myself. So we were discussing the c4 move, and what's interesting is that Magnus drove that pawn down to e5.
Lil Ditsky is so good.
I mean, I think that somebody in high school proposed dinero, because that means money in Spanish, like D-Nero.
That's good, actually.
That was my nickname. That was my nickname in high school, actually.
I like that. That's very clever. That's good. I like that.
It is clever. Now, I need to understand something, which I'm having a hard time understanding, which is that in this position, okay, so A takes B5 has been played, and most likely we're going to see knight B4 intermezzo, get the queen away, and then take on B5. But what I didn't understand initially, Magnus could have taken that knight. And the point is that if you take with the queen, you lose the game. Knight G5 wins the queen. It threatens checkmate. But after C takes D5, you drop A5 with a pin. And this actually is not a blunder, but a very deep concept by Shakhriyar. What would he have done here? Well, he would have gone B4. And if you actually look at this position, it becomes clear that Black has fantastic compensation for the exchange. Maybe not sufficient objectively speaking, but a hard position to play for White. Why do I say that? Well, first of all, if you look at this D4 pawn, that's a very weak pawn. And not only can Black attack it with the knight, but later on, Black can drop the queen back to A7 and then reroute this bishop to B6. And if the D4 pawn falls, well, the rest of White's position is going to collapse along with it. And then if you look at these pawns, C4 and B4, those are two very impressive pawns, very mobile. And the light squared bishop could come out to A6 potentially and X-ray the rook. So a lot of tactical and positional potential here. And for that reason, Magnus deciding to refrain from accepting the exchange sacrifice, and he plays A takes B5. Now, if Shakhriyar plays C takes B5 here, then I think Magnus is going to go for that position. Although even here, Fiona, I'm not sure that I'm so convinced in White's position. I think it's kind of a similar type of compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I always struggle with these positions where you give up material, the compensation. I think so many of us, myself included, if I saw knight takes d5 and I saw you can't capture with the queen because that just loses on the spot, and if you take with the pawn, I'll win the exchange, I would just go for it immediately. But of course, Schach, he has seen this coming, and surely he must think that the compensation here is sufficient. If Magnus doesn't go for it here in this line, if he still doesn't want to take the exchange, what are his options?
Well, the only other thing I saw was knight e4, but I don't like this. I think Black goes knight b4, and here Black is doing great. I mean, the queen has to drop back, and then the other knight comes out. And the thing is, White can make one mate threat. And Black doesn't even have to go g6 and weaken his kingside. Black can stick a knight on d3 and intercept the queen. And this is just really, really bad. White's position collapses here. So I don't see Magnus doing anything other than taking in case Shakhriyar takes on b5. I think the decision Shakhriyar is trying to make is whether or not to go for this position or to play knight b4 in this position. And this leads to queen e4, c takes b5, and now Magnus can take this pawn with a rook, which also, I mean, leads to a tremendously complex situation. But here I think the queen jumps out to g4, and I like this actually less than the exchange sacrifice. So my vote is c takes b5.
Well, another crucial, last time we left it off, we said it's maybe one crucial moment already to decide between rook b6 and bishop b7. But here, definitely another critical moment, and from Schach's demeanor at the board, he senses this as well.
Yeah, he really does. Both players are down to a little bit over an hour, so plenty of time remaining on the clock. And it's interesting, we got word that they were following a game between two very strong computers, I think, up until, I want to say, the 10th move.
Yeah,
but
which
by
is,
now they're definitely novel territory.
It's very interesting because Magnus, he said in his pre-Wijk interview that he has people on his team who work a lot more with computers than he does, but of course his main coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, who's also here in Wijk and Zee with him, I think he is very interested in following very closely what's happening in this world of the engines and AI and neural networks and you name it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he at least was familiar with that game and passed on that knowledge to Magnus, of course.
And it's the next generation of preparation. You know, initially when strong engines appeared, one of the first matches that I think of where engines played a huge role was Kramnik-Leko in 2004. And already in that match, there were several games that were simply decided by one of the two players spending longer plugging in a certain position to the computer. And everybody used kind of the same engine. Now, it's unthinkable to use the same engine. You have to use, you know, at the very least 3 different engines because they all have different approaches to the same position. And the top guys, they have a dedicated person tasked with, you know, plugging different positions across many different engines, not just 3. I mean, there's a lot more engines out there that people don't know about, and they're incredibly strong. It's just that, you know, Stockfish and Leela have overshadowed them, but that doesn't mean they don't have their unique perspectives on certain positions.
For sure. Danny, I have a funny story. I was going for a walk with Niels on the rest day, and he was telling me a story that earlier this year he was talking to a colleague, a former #1 player in the world who shall remain unnamed, who just last year he was still using Stockfish 7 for his preparation. Wow. And Niels was like, what are you doing? And he said, well, I tried Stockfish 8 and 9, didn't like them, and then I gave up. I'm happy with Stockfish 7. Now we are at what, Stockfish 14, yeah?
Stockfish 14, yeah. Hey, was that Jose Raul Capablanca by any chance?
Exactly.
Right. No, I don't.
So not everyone is willing to move with the times, but I think the players who want to compete at the very top these days, they basically have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for using an old school engine, although talking about Stockfish 8
Fritz.
as old school is a little weird. Fritz, though, yeah, it's like using a hand grinder, you know, to grind your coffee up. There's a certain charm to it. But it's just that when you realize how good Stockfish is, you cannot imagine. It's the same thing with flip phones and smartphones. You know, you used to text. I used to send long texts on flip phones. You know, I did it. Yeah. Now, I tried texting on a flip phone like a year ago, and I couldn't type out a single word. So it's all about what you get used to, and you cannot revert back to the old once you're in with the new.
Yeah, it's I think not a bad comparison at all, and also the engines, it's all moving so fast, but these two guys for sure, they are up to date, I'm sure, with the latest developments. And well, Shahia, he's still thinking we'll come back here. Let's go to the bird's eye view. I saw a couple of requests in the chat to check in with Vidit. We haven't seen that in a little while. What else is going on?
Yeah, we can take a look at Vidit. I like that what Jorden is doing. He's got a very nice position. He's got centralized pieces. I think he's got for sure an advantage out of the opening against Daniel. But we can have a look at the Vidit game and then we can migrate on over to the Van Foreest game and Fabi game. So not much has happened in the Vidit game. And the reason is that both players have been taking oodles of time. Vidit with 52 minutes, and he hasn't even made 10 moves yet. That is extremely concerning. We can remember that against Jorden, of course, Jorden played a very nice game, but it was exacerbated by Vidit's severe time pressure. Now, they actually did go down the line that we had discussed, queen takes d4, and Vidit deciding against trading queens. There was something about that endgame that he didn't like. I can't really blame him. He went bishop d7, Richard castling. There's no hurry to recapture this pawn. That pawn's not going anywhere. Black is not going b5 in a position like this, and that's unthinkable. So Vidit instead focusing on developing his kingside, knight c3. And this is the position on the board, and it's an unpleasant one for Vidit, no question about it. Why do I say that? Well, there's two main reasons. The first is that White's fianchettoed bishop is so much better than its counter. I mean, look at that bishop on d7. It's not a bad defensive piece, but it's incomparable to the Catalan bishop on g2. And the second thing is file control. White's going to put one rook on d1. He's going to put the other rook on c1. And he's going to have basically total domination in the center. Fiona, this is very concerning for Vidit. He's gotten himself into a super nasty position. And he's already getting low on the clock. He needs something favorable to happen here.
Yeah, he's just gone knight c6, but as you've just shown, Rapport, I think, will just pretty quickly take
yes
on c4. And yeah, I'm very concerned. You mentioned the time situation. He blundered under time pressure against Jorden near the end, and today it looks like Richard Rapport's offbeat play straight from the get-go. Literally on move 2, he played the unusual g3. In that spot is definitely paying off as it looks like Vidit maybe got slightly confused and couldn't quite figure out which of the transpositions he wanted to go for, and now this just seems like a very favorable version for
I think I think you put that perfectly. Part of the appeal of this line for it is precisely the number of transpositions, which makes it confusing. It wasn't just confusing for us, it's just objectively very confusing. And Vidit doesn't play everything, so he has to keep in mind the fact that it's possible to get, as they say, move ordered into a line that you don't play. So all of that mush in your head, and he ended up mixing up the lines. And okay, he's gone rook c8. I think Richard is probably going to go rook d1. I was making these moves beforehand. There's nothing really to fear along the c-file. Black has no clearly dangerous discoveries. Yeah, no, this is Black is not losing. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's very unpleasant.
For sure. So we'll come back here, but great outcome of the opening for Richard Rapport. And let's go to that Jorden against Daniil game.
Yeah. Well, we were checking in around this moment where Jorden positioned the knight on c4 and the bishop on b3, the weak light squares, quite concerning for Black. And in these types of positions, bishop b6 can always be met with knight g5, so it's not so easy to take control of the light squares. Dubov going rook b8, and Jorden still maneuvering his knight to d5. That's a very, very nasty knight. h6, bishop c4, the bishop potentially coming to b5. And now the move knight h2, swinging the knight around to g4. And Daniil going knight e7, trying everything he can to get rid of this knight on d5. But what Jorden has done, he's done just in time. Because I think he can now go knight g to e3, support the other knight. And if you have a trade, well, you can't take on d5 with the knight because your bishop gets trapped. And if you take with the bishop, well, then you basically permanently forfeit control over the light squares. I think this is highly unappealing as well. White is better. No question about it. White is better.
So we've seen a couple of, in that position, if knight e3 happens, none of the captures on d4 look appealing. Can Black ignore that knight on d5 for now, or does white have threats?
Well, I was thinking about this move, knight b6, but something fascinating happens if black does this. White transforms the advantage. If white actually trades on b6, looks positionally bad. You know, why would you? And now you've given up control over the d5 square, right? But this is one of the most important things to be able to do, is to say, okay, I had one type of advantage, but now I'm going to realize that my opponent is not prepared to meet the opening up of the position. So you get this knight to c4. And then after rook c6, all of a sudden the queen comes out to g4. Boom. And then you're attacking e6 and h6. And black can't defend both at the same time. I mean, black can play king f7, but then in comes the rook. This is already basically losing. So, man, oh man, this is... If Jorden plays knight g3, I think he's going to be in phenomenal shape here.
Very nice position for Jorden, who's handled the position great. You had highlighted earlier not a tempting plan to go for d4. He's found another plan which also seems to have given him a position with a slight edge. So good on Jorden. And let's go back to the bird's eye view while he ponders his next move. And what do we have in Niels Grandelius against Fabiano? Fabiano has just gone queen b6. Maybe we can jump there for a second.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Fabiano's attempts to orchestrate.
And we came just in time, because the second our camera zoomed in on this, and Niels went h4.
All right. Well, we pointed that plan out. That is what one could say the sort of absolutely classic canonical way of dealing with that knight on g6. And what I think Fabi is going to do, in fact, I could bet a silver dollar he's going to do this. He's probably going to move the rook on f8. The reason why is if you play b4, guess where your knight is going to have to go? I don't know about this square, Fiona. I don't know if Fabi is entirely on board with that. So he might take this opportunity to go either rook b8. Sorry, that was a mouse slip, but rook b8 is also a candidate move. Or rook c8. And meet h5 with knight f8.
And he's
gone
rook c8.
Rook c8. But what if Niels just goes g4? What if he says, I'm going to checkmate you? I'm going to go g5. This queen is going to go around to g2. And black's king is not entirely unsafe. I mean, it's surrounded by pieces. But in the long run, if black doesn't create something on the queen side, really in the next 3-4 moves, this could end up being just a checkmate.
I mean, I completely understand why you would move the rook to free up that f8 square, but somehow the last couple of moves, queen b6, rook c8, all those pieces are going to the queen side. I'm a little bit concerned for black. There's not so many pieces left defending the king, and I love your idea to just go for the throat.
The engine suggests another move, which is king h1. Also very powerful, and the point is very clear. You want to play h5, g4, and then you want to be able to go rook g1 and blast through with g5, and it's giving a very clear advantage to white. And if anything, the engine often underestimates these positions because it's myopic in the sense that it doesn't always see how the attack is going to unfold and how strong the attack is going to be. So I am very concerned for Fabi, and I feel like Niels is so confident in these types of positions. And as you said, he's really got nothing to lose. He's playing to win. And unless we see a big turnaround here, I feel like Niels has great chances to win this game.
Yeah, Niels, he is still looking for his first win in the tournament. And what a boost it could give him with 4 rounds still to come to take out Fabiano Caruana. Let's see, does he go king h1? Does he go h5? We'll keep an eye on it. And let's go back again, I think, to the bird's eye view. My eye is drawn a little bit to Duda Yesipenko, where something is happening. Maybe we just go there. And I look, sorry, just before we go that, look at the second, well, the middle board on the bottom row, Praggnanandhaa against Karyakin. That exchange is gone, and we're in for a treat there as well, I think.
We absolutely are. That's actually what I was going to point out. And Carl, another exchange sacrifice in Carlson Mamadirov. Mamadirov has indeed gone down that path. So 2 separate exchange sacrifices. What a round already unfolding. But yes, let's have a look at Duda Esipenko in the meantime, because they've gone down a pretty interesting path. Okay, so what's happened here? Esipenko has decided not to go knight e4. He went g5, knight e4, and indeed queen e1. And now we've had a trade on d4. This is the position on the board, Fiona. A lot of tension in the center.
A lot of tension in the center. As black, how do you resolve it? My first question is going to be, what if black captures the bishop on g3? Is that something you want to do or not?
Yeah, it's a viable move, but I think there's no hurry. So black should probably wait until white plays the move f3. And the reason is that white now has the f3 square potentially for his knight. Now, if you go straight into the endgame after king f8, yeah, I think the presence of knight f3 gives white a pretty stable advantage. And the point is that g4, which looks like it wins a pawn, can be met with the intermittent, not really an intermezzo, but the counter blow d5. And if you calculate this out, white doesn't lose a pawn here because fg, bishop g2 defends c6. After bcgf, white is definitely better. I mean, black has the worst pawn structure on the king side. And this is just not the kind of position Esipenko would want to have. If he wanted an endgame, he would have played knight e4. For that reason, I think black is best advised to play a move like bishop f5, just develop his last remaining minor. Duda might push the pawn to d5. And this is a very hard position to evaluate knight e5. I really don't know what's going on here. It's very unclear.
Very messy. One question: the black king, I guess, will go queenside in this line at least.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Maybe it will even stand. Maybe it'll even go to f8. And sometimes you want to go to f8 because you want to make sure the queen on e7 has a defender. Otherwise, bad stuff might happen down the e-file. So a lot of intuitive decisions have to be made by both players, particularly Andre, who's down to 46 minutes. That's not a lot of time to have after 13 moves.
No, we'll see what he comes. He's looking quite tired today. We just saw him yawning there, leaning back, now staring us down again. Let's move on here. I am intimidated. I think we should check in with the two games where we have exchanged sacrifices on the board.
For sure. Let's start with our world champion. And as I flip to that game, I would just add that sometimes during the rest day, what can happen is you're so pumped that it's a rest day and you can finally sleep in that you stay up until 4 a.m. watching the new season of Ozark or watching whatever football match, I guess in Esipenko's case. And before you know it, you wake up and it turns out you haven't gotten great sleep because you don't really want to wake up past 11 a.m. You want to make the hotel breakfast. So that's often happened to me where I'm actually in a weird way less rested after the rest day than after a normal day, because then you're kind of disciplined because you have to be.
Also, let's not forget, it might have been, we don't know how Andre dealt with the loss against Anish, but of course that will have occupied at least some of his thoughts on the rest day.
For sure, especially the fact that he had a forced draw. I'm sure that was something that ate away at him throughout the day. Now, the exchange sacrifice by Shakir Mamadirov, this is a slightly different version of the sacrifice than we originally discussed, but I think it's still quite effective for black. What does black's compensation actually consist of here? Well, there is two main things. The first is that the pawn on d4 is a very serious weakness. It's currently being attacked. And if it's defended in the wrong way, then black can pile on the pressure with bishop g4, threatening to take the knight and then take the pawn, and white has to delegate some of his heavy pieces, in particular the queen, to defending the pawn on d4. That brings me to the second factor, which is the fact that black has a pawn majority on the queen side, which he can use playing b4, maybe rook c8, and later on in the near future, creating a pass pawn with c3. So, the engine does give a small advantage to white. I wouldn't put much stock in that. I think Shakir has played in a very practical manner. But Carlson, he goes rook a8 and he says, I don't care about the d4 pawn. I care more about not letting you develop your bishop. I guess if knight takes d4, Magnus's point is that he's going to take, and then he's going to swing the rook to d1 and win the d5 pawn. I don't like this option for black at all. I think Shakhriyar should still move the bishop out of c8, even if that means allowing a trade of rooks.
He's just played a quiet move, h6.
h6, preparing bishop e6, but he's allowed a really interesting option, which really reminds me of Carlson's game against Giri in the second round, Fiona. Guess what? Magnus can sack the exchange back with rook takes c8. And I think this option has been missed by Shakhriyar. Rook takes c8. And the point now is queen f5. The queen jumps out to f5. Why is this good? The reason this is good is that e6 is coming on the next move, and black's position starts to crumble just a little bit. For example, rook d8, e6, and black's king is in trouble, just like Giri's king in that second game, if people remember that.
If I go to f8 instead of d8, does that help my cause at all?
Let's see. So you mean
with the rook?
Oh, with the
sorry.
rook. Yeah, I was thinking about the king after f takes c6. Okay, so instead of rook d8, you're proposing rook f8. Yeah, maybe that's better. And then after e6, the thing is that this pawn on f7 is now defended, so you're able to go knight b4. But let's say I just take on f7, and after queen g4, the engine still gives a big advantage to white, because if you look at these light squares, as well as the e5 square, as well as the e-file, black's king is just going to end up in a long-term, having long-term problems.
What an exciting moment here. We'll see if Magnus goes for the counter-exchange sacrifice. We'll find out after a short break. All the games really coming to life here. You don't want to miss it.
Super exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. We'll see you in a few minutes.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize final. It all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, on Saturday, February 12th, right here on chess.com. For more information, head on over to go.chess.com/RCC. Rapid Chess Championship, very exciting new venture. You will not want to miss it. And your weekends will never be boring again. Fiona, we hope that your week is not boring. And how can it be boring with a round as exciting as this? You're watching Tata Steel round 9, and things are heating up.
Indeed, the players are certainly trying their best here. We saw during the break, the camera was on it, Magnus not going for the counter exchange sacrifice on c8, but after Rook A1, which he has played, the position still looks like it is a little bit better for him. I suggest we go back there a little bit later. For now, where would you like to start?
All right. Well, having a look at our bird's eye view here, definitely the Prague game would be something to look at. We have Van Foreest continuing to nurse that advantage. We have Anish and Sam still in that kind of insipid endgame, so we could save that one for later. Niels still contemplating his move after Rook F8. Let's go to the Prague game. Let's go to the Prague game and delve a little bit deeper into that position.
Let's do it. So we left it off here, I think, after H5.
Yep. So Sergey did go for A5, which we mentioned. Prague heading over to D4, and they kind of transpose into this exchange sack. Prague going Queen E3. Now that move is a little bit strange to me. I guess he's trying to meet or discourage E5. I mean, that must be the idea.
Do you think there was something more concrete, like castling queenside and bringing the rook?
Yeah, I thought castling was the most natural. I mean, and I didn't think E5 is anything to worry about. I mean, F takes E5, and if bishop takes E5, I mean, White just has Queen G5 and then Knight F5, and this just looks completely winning. So
it's not made just yet. Actually, just how do we after F6?
Yeah, just Queen takes H5, I think, and Rook H1. Yeah.
That looks convincing.
So not sure what exactly he was worried about, but in any case, he went Queen E3, and Sergey continuing to expand on the queen side with a A4 Lone Pine, Geller style, or A4. And after, what is the idea of A4? Well, he's clamping down on the B2 pawn. So after Prague castles, first of all, he does have the option of going A3 and trying to induce further weaknesses, or he can put a rook on B8 and make it harder for Prague to defend the B2 pawn in the long run. Of course, after Rook H1, I still feel like White's attack has to be a lot stronger than Black. So I don't think Sergey is out of the woods.
But we saw that it's not maybe completely reminiscent of Prague's game against Magnus, but there as well, like he had this shot with Knight G5, which we talked about plenty, a chance he didn't take. So maybe, I mean, his position probably is still good, but do you think sometimes there's just this, I don't even know what word I should use, but this undecisive like this failure to take immediate action, shall we say?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Prague, this tournament, he has had, his share of very promising positions, most notably against Magnus. I mean, not to keep reminding everyone of that, but that moment when he could have played Knight G5, that was a very serious chance to put the world champion under big fire. And in this game, it's going to be very important for him to act decisively, and I think to keep a good amount of time on his clock for the moment when the game heats up. And that's exactly what he's doing as he castles long. I like the speed with which he played that move. He didn't overthink it. And White has to go down this path of castling, going Rook H1 and attacking down the H file. Sergey now with 34 minutes. Will the Minister of Defense step it up And one way that black can try to do that is go queen b7 and pile up the pressure on that b2 pawn, try to force white to deal with it, and thereby stopping, any immediate attack. So something like this would force the queen to drop back and defend the pawn. Not sure if that's the best that black can do, but Sergey will have to act decisively and quickly.
Yeah, having said what I said about Praggnanandhaa, like you, I still like his position. I think that Karyakin is already under quite a lot of pressure on the clock here. Let's remind everyone, it's only move 18. Karyakin still has 23 moves to make before he gets an extra 50 minutes. There you see the time control, the longest, I think, on the tour. So on move 40, the players get an extra 50 minutes. Then on move 60, an extra 15 minutes. And they also get their 30-second increment from move 1. And, well, we'll leave Sergey to it for now. But Pragg definitely putting the squeeze on here today.
Absolutely. He's played very well, great preparation. And if he can win this game, that'll really erase all of the regrets that I'm sure he must be feeling about his previous games.
And let's go back once again to the bird's eye view, because today it feels like you never know where the next strike is going to happen.
Yeah.
I see on the top left corner, Shahriar has now made the move we talked about earlier, bishop e6. We see that the bar is creeping up and up, really liking Magnus's position. Do you want to quickly update that?
Yeah, I think we should talk about why that is, because at least visually, it looks like black's position is pretty watertight. And I do think that in this case, the bar might be slightly overvaluing white's advantage. Now, there's no question that white is better, probably even much better. But, parroting the computer eval here doesn't tell the full story of the position. It really doesn't, because the d4 pawn is still a weakness. And Black's position, at least visually, remains very, very solid. So if you put yourself in Magnus's shoes here, I'm sure he's not thinking that, oh, I'm totally winning in this position and anything wins. Probably he has to drop the queen back here and defend the pawn on d4. I just don't see an alternative. I mean, at first I was tempted by the move rook a6, but that doesn't actually stop knight takes d4 because that hits the queen. So probably he should go queen d1. I mean, at least that's the engine recommendation here. And then Shahriar could keep the tension and play a move like b4, just expanding on the queen side. And I'm really not convinced that white is totally winning here or anything like that.
And then from here on out, if you're black, once again, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. What's the plan? Do you just sit tight and wait for white to make a move, or do you have a follow-up in mind about maybe pushing one of these queenside pawns even further?
Yeah, I mean, I think both can be true at the same time. It really depends on what white does. Black has this idea of going b3 and then c3, trying to break through like that, or going c3 immediately. So if we make a random move, in fact, I think b3 is the better option. It's more flexible because it opens up a pathway for the knight to drop to this outpost on d3. So I think that's the likeliest follow-up. And that is why the engine was recommending starting with rook a6 and chasing the queen away. And then when the queen moves back, you play b3, freezing black's pawns. And you do allow c3, but now the knight can drop back to e1 and blockade the pawn from c2. So if white can fully deal with black's pawn majority, yeah, then the compensation is going to start fizzling out. But, we're still a long way away from that.
For sure. Well, this one, very interesting struggle here between the world champion and Shahriar. I think Magnus, he understands these positions so well, but Shah, he is also happy to have the active position here. I think he will not be as uncomfortable as the bar seems to indicate. I think a lot of people will get excited by seeing this plus 1.8, it says, which is a huge advantage. But yeah, very doubtful Shah feels anywhere near as bad. We will come back to this one. What is going on? Niels is still thinking, a long think after rook c8 at the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
Anish Giri against Sam Shankland. Maybe we can quickly update that endgame.
Let's have a look at that endgame and see who has benefited from all of these transformations. Now, we last checked the position around this moment, Sam maneuvering his knight to d6, which makes a lot of sense. And I was a little bit surprised that Anish did not go with his initial idea of knight e3 followed by knight d5. I'm actually very surprised. He decided to, well, he gave a check and then he traded on d6. And I guess his point is that the pawn on d6, yeah, it's a backward pawn. It's, one could say, a weakness, but it can be easily defended by the king from c7. Anish following up with a nice move, rook e3, getting this rook active and then moving it to f3, forcing the knight back to d8 and expanding now on the king side with h4. I still think that White's position is very, very pleasant. Make no mistake. And in fact, the longer I look at it, the more I realize something, which is that Black's king would love to be on e7. If it could get to e7, it would take the burden off of the knight. Guess what? I keep trying to play king d7. It won't let me. Is that I probably need to refresh. Oh, wait a second. That's illegal. And not only is it illegal, but the bishop isn't going anywhere. It's just going to stick to this diagonal. And White could follow up by going to rook f6, tightening the screws even further. So I was dismissive initially, but the more I look at it, the more I begin to appreciate how Giri has handled this. This is quite unpleasant for Sam.
Yeah, all this time you were talking, I was trying to figure out how can I untangle, like, can I somehow defend the f7 pawn with the rook, then move the knight, then bring the king via d8 to e7. But it all doesn't look so easy to actually achieve in practice.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice concept. And you could go rook e8, rook e7. But you're right. I mean, White's going to stick the rook on f6. Okay, Black can throw in h5 at some point. But let's say Black goes rook e7. Now Anish probably will play h5. And even though you've succeeded in moving your knight out of the way, I mean, knight e6 doesn't work because after hg, bishop e6, Black loses one of the pawns. But Sam has made a move. He has made a move, and that move is d5. So he's actually, he senses the trouble.
d5.
And he breaks through. That's
okay,
a pawn
d5.
sacrifice.
Yeah, my first question is, what happens if I just take that?
Anish will take. This will happen, and Sam wants to play f5. That's his idea. He wants to play f5, and guess what? He's not recovering the pawn. This is a genuine sacrifice, and after king d6, c4, Black is down a pawn, but at least Black gets very, very active. And now Sam can go e4, and this knight can come to e5 via f7. So a very interesting practical decision by Shankland. I really like that decision. I think he senses the danger, and this is not a desperation move. This is a very well-calculated, well thought out sacrifice that is made for piece activity.
And Anish, he is thinking, I think we both agree, will take the pawn on d5, but he's already going to be thinking then after that, how do I meet? I think even before he takes, he wants to be sure that there is he can't get into trouble after f5 and the knight jumping out. Yeah, I'm very curious how this pawn sacrifice is going to work out. I would always be terrified to make a move like this as Black and allow White a passed pawn, an extra pawn as well. But yeah, the alternatives didn't seem too tempting to just sit and defend passively. So good on Sam. We'll come back and see how this works out for him. Yeah, with the rook landing on f6, as you're just pointing out. Let's go. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say very, very quickly that the reason he had to play this now is if the rook had landed on f6, then d5 would be meaningless because Black wouldn't be able to go f5. So Sam seizing the opportunity while he still has it. Good on him. Sorry about that. Now we can go back to the bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's go back to the bird's eye view again. Maybe this time we can take a little longer. Maybe, Danny, I know we're not before a break, but I'll just ask you anyway. I'll to give us maybe a very quick tour of what's going on in every game.
Absolutely. Let's start up on the top left with the world champion who has just played the move Queen D1. Shakira has sacrificed in exchange. He's got definite compensation, but according to the engine, it's not nearly enough compensation. I think the evaluation, whether it's +2 or +3, according to the higher depth computer, I think that's an overestimation. The game is not over, and Magnus is still going to have to prove that he can contain Black's queenside initiative. But there's anybody equipped to do that, it's the world champion. Over on second from the left, we have Report against Vidit, a unfortunate opening for Vidit, who has dug himself into a bit of a hole here, both on the clock and on the position. He's just very passive. Rihard has the kind of classic Catalan advantage here, as he's probably going to put a rook on d1. We just saw Sam Shanklin sacrificing a pawn in the endgame to avoid getting into a passive and unpleasant position. Love that decision. I think that move is going to serve him well. In Duda Esipenko, we have a potential queen trade on the cards as both sides jockey to prepare themselves for what seems to be an inevitable endgame. We can see that queen on e1 and queen on e7. The endgame is probably going to be quite balanced. Over on the bottom left, we have Van Foreest against Dubov, a game that really was in Jordan's favor from the get-go. Currently, he's got the 2 bishops. He's got that big hole on d5, and his bishop on c6 is doing yeoman's work and always drop back to b5. He's better, but Daniel, of course, very resilient. He's going to try to contain White's advantage. Pragnananda against Karyakin, moving to the right. Prag has sacrificed the exchange. Fascinating play, and he's got big compensation for it. Sergey low on time. He's in trouble, but the Minister of Defense is known to step up in these kinds of situations. And finally, bottom right corner, we have Niels Grandelius against Fabi. Fabi playing the French, clearly going for the win and taking a serious risk. That risk right now, Fiona, doesn't seem to be paying off. Niels building up massive kingside pressure, and right now he's been taking probably over almost 30 minutes at this point, trying to figure out what the most effective and efficient way of kicking off the kingside attack is, whether it's h5 or whether it's a preliminary king h1 or king h2 to vacate the g1 square for the rook. In either case, very dangerous situation for Mr. Caruana.
Yeah, I think for Niels, it's a case of him having a couple of tempting options here. Of course, he needs to be careful that the time doesn't drop too low. Sometimes you can get just lost in all these calculations and considerations. I think we're not going to go back there until he's made a move. Where would you like to take a closer dive?
Well, I'll just point out, we don't have to go there, that Shakur has indeed gone pawn b4, which was understandable. It's really the only way to follow up. And Magnus, we see over on the bottom left, deep in thought. So we'll keep a very close eye on that game. We can go to the, I think Niels is going to make a move very soon. So let's go to the Niels move after he makes a decision. For now, let's go to the Van Foreest Dubov game, because we've had a transformation in that game. The last time we looked, White still had a knight.
Let's go there. So we saw this mass trade on d5 happen. Let's go back to where we left it off. Jordan did indeed play knight g3 as we expected.
Yeah, Daniel taking on d5 with the bishop, so he accepts the long-term weakness of the light squares, but at least he eliminates that incredibly pesky knight. And then he chases the bishop with knight b6, bishop c6, rook e6. This is the position on the board, and Jordan going rook b1, adding pressure down the b file. And the point is that if Black attacks the bishop with queen c7, he does have this outpost on b5 for the bishop. And again, it's very clear that White is better. Is White much better or just clearly better? It's hard to say. And Daniel could consider changing the structure by playing the move d5. That's very risky to do that because you're potentially walking into bishop c4 ideas. This is very unpleasant for Black, but again, I guess the next few moves will determine to what extent, how big White's advantage actually is.
And also, I think, once again, if we look at the camera of Dubov, he's a player I feel that you can kind of tell when he's not too happy, just doesn't have that same zest, it feels.
Yeah, that's a good word. And you remember when he was beating Magnus in those online tournaments, he was pumped. And here he just seems kind of nonplussed as he twirls that pawn around. I think that's a pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that is
I was funnily enough, my eye went there as well. It's quite impressive twirling technique.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I never really mastered it. I know Gelfand does the thing where he just like throws a piece up in the air, as I'm doing right now, and then catches it. But the thing is, I'm focusing all my attention on it. He literally does that as he's thinking about a move. And he even does that in Blitz, which is crazy.
That is crazy indeed. But yeah, Daniil here, considering his options, and none of the moves we've seen so far looked particularly tempting. And Jorden,
Indeed. Look at that camera work. Elaborate gyrations and acrobatics being performed with that pawn there.
But yeah, no, I'm. It's maybe it's trying to hypnotize Jorden.
Yeah,
With, or impress him.
This is something. If this had happened in the Karpov Korchnoi match from the 70s, there would be accusations of hypnosis.
Maybe Jorden will soon get out his sunglasses.
Oh yeah, bring it all out, make it El Tall style.
Okay, well, we'll come back here, but Jorden looks like he is in great shape so far.
Yeah.
And I think we'll just go once again to the bird's eye view. My eye keeps going to Niels Grandelius, but he's yet to make a move.
Yeah, he's got to be careful actually, because we don't have to go there. I'm just going to update people on how much time he has left. He has 37 minutes left on his clock, Fiona. He has been thinking for half an hour.
Or more even.
More.
Over 35 minutes already.
Wow. That might backfire, because let's say he takes another 15 minutes. All of a sudden, you've got 20 minutes for 24 moves. What Niels is essentially thinking, I think, is, okay, if I find the correct move here, this basically might be checkmate. So he's investing this time in the hopes that he's going to be able to play fast and he's going to be able to carve out the proper strategy for the next couple of moves. That's a very risky approach to take against someone like Fabi, who knows how to complicate things at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like we've gone there with the camera now. It doesn't look like he's ready just yet. Of course, a move could come at any moment, but we don't. Oh, well, way to prove me wrong, Niels.
Yep, there it is. Just, I mean, they wait for us to say it, I swear. And he goes knight F1. Okay, the engine did not like that move at all. But as I said, I wouldn't trust the engine in these closed positions because, again, the engine is short-sighted in terms of evaluating the attack properly. Now, what is the idea of knight F1? The idea is to swing this knight around through H2 to G4. And you called it, Fiona, a long time ago. When Fabi played H6, that opened up the long-term possibility of a sacrifice on H6. And I think that is what Niels is orienting himself toward. But let me be honest, I'm very surprised he didn't go King H1. I felt that this idea is so appealing, H5, G4, and then get this rook. I mean, when you get a rook to G1 and the G file opens, juicy.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much Niels' decision is affected by his result in the tournament. I think in general, Niels is someone who copes quite well with setbacks like these, and he doesn't let it get him down too much. But I think it's difficult for such a result not to let it affect your confidence at all. And yeah, I don't know if knight F1, if it was round one, would he have played King H1? How much does the tournament situation have to do with it? But yeah, the position still all to play for. The attack is still there, but I also liked your suggestion of going for it straight away in the most direct fashion.
It remains to be seen whether knight F1 pays. I mean, for Fabi, knight A5 is probably the most obvious move, along with B4, and then trying to get this knight to C4. Make no mistake, I would still prefer to be white, and the game could still end in checkmate. So the other move here is B4. This is what Fabi has to decide. Which of these moves offers more promise on the queen side? So it's possible that Fabi will take a pretty long think in return. He doesn't have that much time either, but I can confirm from firsthand experience, the moment that you begin to think, I'm actually pretty darn close to getting a winning position against Fabi or Mamadirov or one of these guys, you feel such a level of anxiety. You feel that the butterflies in your stomach. And sometimes it takes a couple of minutes just to calm yourself down and just say, okay, I got to stay objective. And because you know that if you make a single inaccuracy, this golden opportunity to score the win of a lifetime could be taken away from you.
Yeah, for sure. And well, we'll come back to this game. I think let's go to the bird's eye view and maybe pick one last game. And after that, we'll go on a short break.
Absolutely. That sounds good. You see Magnus still thinking after B4. We have Sergey bringing the rook to B8 as we had expected. Let's take a look at the Duda-Yasipenko game because, that still has not reached an end game. And Yasipenko does have the possibility now of declining the end game altogether.
Let's go there, yeah.
Let's have a brief look at what's happening here. In fact, I think it's quite likely that Andre at this point will refrain from trading queens at all. He has gone, so there was
Yeah, he did just play knight e5, so indeed the queens are going to stay on the board, but let's catch up.
Wow. Yeah, the queens are going to stay on the board. That's quite surprising. Knight f3. Yeah, and I mean, he didn't want to take on e1 and allow the rook to recapture with check, so he ends up castling long. Jan going d5, and now again, trading queens would give white full control over the e file, not desirable. And so he goes knight e5. Will Duda take that knight? I don't think so. And there's a very interesting idea, c5, undermining the knight on e5. And white actually threatens to push this pawn all the way down to c6 and tear apart the king position. So yeah, I really don't like this for Andre.
And look at that bishop on f1. It is yet to make a move in this game, but if c6 lands on the board, that bishop is ready to join the game with some potentially decisive action via a6.
Absolutely, and the engine is suggesting this idea g4, knight takes knight, and now the intermezzo queen g5 check, and white can cover with the rook. White can also cover with the queen. After d takes e5, we have another potential queen trade or another standoff. But if you look at white's pawn structure, that is a very, very nice pawn center the white has going. Definitely a positive turn of developments for Duda, and coupled with that, the fact that Andre, again, is down below 30 minutes. Will he lose the second game in a row? He's definitely in quite a bit of danger here, especially if Jan follows up with c5.
Indeed, I think a lot of players today putting on the squeeze from the white side. So we'll come back to this game and all the others. Everything is still going on. We're 2.5 hours into the game almost. So you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus, tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk.
Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Welcome back to round 9 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And well, this time, without going to the bird's eye view, Dania, we've just dived into the Richard Report game against Vidit Gujrati because things are heating up there.
They definitely are, and you can see that the time situation has essentially flipped, which is quite shocking. Now, it all started in the position after Rook C8, Queen F4, and H6. To be honest, I was expecting Richard to quickly go Rook D1. But maybe he didn't feel that this gives him enough of an advantage, and after something like Bishop C5, Black is very much in the game. But after a very long think, Richard has gone Knight B5, and I simply think that he missed Vidit's response, which came very quickly, and it's incredibly strong, and that's the move Knight B4. Well, that opens up an attack on the knight. And originally, I'm pretty confident that Richard was relying on Knight D6 check, right? But what actually happens here, Black takes on D6, gets this knight to C2, and then if you look at the standoff between the queens, Black can use that to play Bishop B5, creating an attack against the E2 pawn. And if Black captures that pawn, he also traps the rook on F1. So White has to drop the queen back to E5. That looks pretty strong. It defends the pawn and attacks the bishop, but in comes Black's queen to D5. And this is a very awkward situation for White, because if you trade the queens, you're going to have a hard time defending E2. If you look at how active Black is, that bishop, the light squared bishop, which was so passive, is now the strongest piece on the board. And I think Richard is calculating that. And it might be the case that the best option for White is just to bring the knight back to C3. It's not ideal. It's not what he wants to do, I'm sure. But I think Knight C3 does preserve a pleasant position for White, but he's down to 27 minutes after 11 moves.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's absolutely insane that we're 2.5 hours into the game. Only 11 moves have been made. I think Knight C3 is a move that's so difficult to make from a psychological point of view, because you've literally just gone 2b5, and I think it is a good skill to have to just make a retreating move and admit that maybe your move wasn't the best, but it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, my old coach Gregory Kaidanov, he called that saying sorry. You know, Knight C3, I'm sorry, and saying sorry at the chessboard, it's embarrassing, and you got to swallow you really have to swallow your pride. Now, none of these players have a problem with that. So it's less that he's thinking, oh, Knight C3 is going to make me look a certain way, and more that he's just reticent to lose a bunch of tempi. The funny, and what I think he's reluctant to allow is Vidit's knight from swinging to D5, because this is pretty serious progress for Black. Now you have a nice knight on D5, but I don't think that it's a problem. White goes Queen E5. That's a nasty move because it stops the bishop from coming out. And White is definitely still not risking here and is still for choice.
Yeah, can we put that position on the board one more time there that we just, so after Knight D5, I have been inspired here, Dania, by people giving up material everywhere. So after the capture in Queen E5, I was wondering, can I give up a pawn here as Black? After Queen E5, can I go something like Bishop E7, or is that just silly? Will you just take that pawn and say thank you very much?
I will, but it's definitely not silly. It has to be considered. And the line goes bishop f6. Fortunately, for white, the queen still has a square on g4. And now black could continue tossing the queen around with the move h5. But my guess is that after queen e4, there isn't objectively enough compensation.
And the king is maybe just a little too unsafe.
Yeah, and the knight is coming to e5. Now, a move has been made, and it's actually not knight c3, not knight d6. It's rook d1, which was on my radar. It pins the bishop, but I was concerned about queen b6 in this position. I think this is what Vidit is going to do.
Queen b6 unpinning and hitting the knight on b5.
And now again, there's a choice between playing knight d6 check and then going back to c3 in this position, which has the appeal of preparing knight e5, but still black can go knight bd5. And you get kind of a similar type of line. Knight takes d5 and queen e5 is still very possible here. So it's hard to make heads or tails of this position. It's very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a messy position, and if I had to predict something here, I wouldn't predict a result per se, but I would predict that this is gonna be decided very likely by some mistake as time ticks down. Because these players Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna that's a good prediction.
Because it's just incredible, like 28 moves Rapport has to make. We did 29, and they already Rapport down to 25 minutes, with it to 36. Just incredible. So there will be some big time trouble looming here. But now let's bring back the bird's eye view. I was thinking actually during the break, in every single game, unless things have changed, white is pressing in every single one of them.
Absolutely. I mean, and by the way, we see that Duda has gone c5. So white's pressing there. Van Foreest is better. You're right there. Pragnananda has been pressing the whole game as well. And of course, Niels with an incredibly promising position as he has gotten his knight to g4, completing the maneuver that he started with the move knight f1. Now, wait a second, Fiona. I'm looking at the Shankland game, and I'm not understanding what's happening. Let's
go there?
Yeah, let's have a look, because something terrible just happened. Shankland made a huge blunder. Sam made a huge mistake. Now, remember this position?
Mm-hmm.
He had to go e4. You have to go e4 immediately. And here's the point. If white brings the rook up to f4, now you can go knight f7, as Shankland did a little bit later. And the point is that if white tries to play g4, and g4 is a very nasty move because it breaks through the pawn chain. If white can get rid of the pawn chain, black's not going to have anything to show for the pawn. But here there's the move king e5, and the rook is trapped, and white can resign. For that reason, it was very important to go e4. But Sam didn't sense the moment, and he played b6, thinking that he's going to prevent all sorts of c5 ideas. I think he completely forgot about g4. That's a devastating positional move. It might not look that bad. Now, if you play e4 in this position, then white has the move rook a3. The pawn on a7 is hanging, and black cannot defend both f5 and a7 at the same time. And obviously, this is a tremendous concession, because now black is left with a very weak pawn on e4, and there's just no compensation for the pawn. If black goes f4 here, then in similar vein, white can go rook a3 and then drop the bishop back to g2. And this is a very undesirable pawn structure for black. Black is never going to be able to go e4 as long as the bishop controls that square. Sam deciding on knight f7, which I don't understand at all, simply giving up another pawn. And he follows up with g5. That was his idea. But what if Anish just goes rook a3 and gets the rook away from the knight's line of fire? I think black is just losing. I think Sam has completely lost it here.
I mean, this has happened so fast, and it shows you once again how quickly you can lose the thread of the position. We were actually praising Sam's decision to give up a pawn to get active play, and then just one moment, you play b6, you think, okay, I can always play e4 and bring the knight to e5 later, and then g4, and suddenly you realize you're in huge trouble, if not just lost. And then very often I think those mistakes, they just come as a chain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Fiona, I keep interrupting.
No, not at all.
I was just gonna say, I saw in the chat people taking issue with me calling this a blunder. I stick by what it is, a blunder. All right, and what's important to understand is that not all blunders involve, leaving a piece hanging. At this level, allowing something like G4, which takes the position from perhaps slightly better to completely winning, or not completely winning, but just winning, that still is a blunder, and Sam would be the first to admit that. And labels don't matter. You can call it a huge mistake, but I think blunder really signals the fact that it completely changes the tenor of the position. It totally changes the evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that in general, especially you have so much experience as a commentator, as a streamer, I don't think you use the term blunder lightly, and
No.
I guess that in general, most of the times you have a better understanding of what is a blunder than chat, so I'll have no choice but to side with you here. Big thought I was going to say you have so much experience in blundering. No, not at all.
Yeah, in
Not
fact,
at all.
I'm generally very conservative about calling stuff a blunder because I'm sympathetic to the players, and I don't like just looking at the engine eval. And really, this isn't about the engine eval. It's just clear to the naked eye that the wheels have completely come off, as Shanklin is now down 2 pawns. He has some chances because he still has control over the c5 and the d6 squares, but Anish has plenty of time here, and he's going to use it wisely. The next couple of moves are pretty important.
And maybe now is a good moment to bring up the standings very briefly once again, because most people know that we have 2 players in the joint lead, and we'll go back there in a second because they are playing each other. That's Magnus Carlsen and Mamadiro. But if that game were to end in a draw, who is looming there, lurking in 3rd place? Well, it is Anish Giri and Vidit Gujrati. And both of them today, Anish already has a probably technically winning position. Vidit has great chances as black in a position where anything can happen, which is surely what he would want. So we could see a shake-up there at the top of the standings today.
We absolutely could. And speaking of a shake-up, for Magnus, that makes it even more important to try to win this game and extend his lead, just because these hungry 3rd and 4th place people, they're trying to win their games. How dare they?
I mean, Anish also, let's remind everyone, Anish has won 3 games in a row. Of course, one of them was against Dubov, which wasn't played, but still, even 2 games won on the board, and potentially, looking very much like he will make it a 3rd today. That's hugely impressive, of course.
Absolutely. And let's return to the Magnus game, because I was looking at this more deeply during the break, and I have concluded they actually went down the line we were discussing earlier. And I've concluded that Mamadirov is, in fact, in very serious trouble because his worst nightmare has come true. White has completely frozen the queenside pawn. So what happened, Shakhriyar did indeed go b4. And Magnus went b3. That is the crucial move, not allowing black to shove this pawn down to b3 and create the potential of putting a knight on d3. Shakhriyar has no choice but to play c3, and Magnus dropping the rook back to a6. And I can bet that once the queen moves back, he's going to follow up with knight e1, followed by knight c2, and perhaps even knight e3. And in a funny turn of events, it might be black's center pawn that becomes the serious weakness, whereas the c pawn is going absolutely nowhere. It is totally blockaded. White is on the cusp of being technically winning here. And to add insult to injury, Shakhriyar are very low on time.
Yeah, this one isn't fun against anyone, but especially not against Magnus Carlsen. I think a few people, I don't know what your feeling is, Danny. I've seen a few people think, opine that Magnus hasn't been quite as ruthless as of late as he used to be. I mean, he used to be known to be so clinical. What's your take on that?
Man, he barely won the world championship, Fiona. I mean, it really came down to the last game. Just made all draws against Jan. Then he had a terrible rapid blitz. I mean, is Magnus even capable of winning a tournament anymore? I think, you know, to chessify Mark Twain, rumors of Magnus's decline have been greatly exaggerated. And I think, you know, people tend to take his wins for granted, but if you think about Magnus's round 2, for example, who can beat Giri like that? Can you name a player who can do that to Anish Giri? Because I can't. And one could argue that there are very specific instances where Magnus perhaps isn't quite as accurate at converting advantages. He gives maybe marginally more chances to his opponent in the last couple of months, but I strongly disagree with the idea that, you know, and I know it's floating around, but, you know, he's leading this tournament. He's very likely to win this game. What more can you ask of him? You know, like the expectations on him are so insanely high that anytime there's even the slightest deviation from them, I think people tend to kind of go to extremes very often.
I agree, and I think today will actually be an interesting indicator, not an indicator, but today is a day where Magnus has the chance to, from here on out, I think this is a position that suits him well. He has a chance to beat his co-leader with the white pieces, take the sole lead here, and I think he is so eager to win an 8th title here in Wijk, which is incredible. He's got 7 under his belt already. Last year, Jorden won 2 years ago, Fabi, and I think Magnus, he thinks it is time. And here we see, well, what's at stake this year? The goal towards 2,900, that isn't actually going so great at the moment because Magnus is just too high rated. He needs too big a score to win rating.
Yeah, he needs to farm these guys. And an interesting point by somebody under the screen named GM Hess. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The opening changes we've seen from, I don't even know why I'm reading this off. The opening changes we've seen from Magnus in 2018, Sveshnikov in 2021-22, Catalan have been awesome for him in particular and chess as a whole. Indeed, Magnus has never really been known as someone who puts, you know, his main emphasis on openings, and yet his opening choices have been incredibly wise. He seems to always choose a repertoire. I mean, his repertoire obviously has changed from year to year, and it's incredibly vast. But it just seems like he's able to funnel the position in the right direction and get exactly the kinds of positions that he thrives in the most. The Catalan fits him like a glove in particular.
Yeah, and I think we've seen him have quite a lot of fun with those opening games. I wonder if, in a way, Magnus at the World Championship was even disappointed in a way at just how easy it was in the end. But I think here, yeah, he's very eager to win this tournament. I think he doesn't just want to win it, but he wants to make a statement. He wants to get a big score, and he wants to take a first step towards 2,900. We will come back here, but Shahriar looking like he is in quite a bit of trouble. Let's bring back the bird's eye view. We see that Anish has gone, Rook A3 indeed, and maybe Dania, we can go back to Niels Grandelius against Caruana at the bottom right corner there because things are heating up.
Absolutely. Let's go to that game. And it does seem to me that Niels is, his strategy is backfired. First of all, again, down to 22 minutes now, Fabi has responded so well to Niels's move knight f1. What has Fabi done? Well, Fabi immediately went b4, no more time to waste. Niels continuing the maneuver, Fabi getting his other rook to b8, h5, knight f8, knight g4. And Fabi, I think he strikes at exactly the right moment. One more tempo for Niels, one more tempo, and the plane would take off. You know, this reminds me of the scenes where, you know, they're like shooting at the airplane and the airplane is taking off. And Fabi right on time takes, and queen b2. And this forces White to respond. Now, an endgame is unthinkable here for Niels, so he has to decline the queen trade. But if he does, if he plays queen f1, then that queen is not going to join the attack anytime soon. It's sort of excommunicated. And maybe it can go around through h3, but that's slow. And Fabi can use this opportunity to get the rook into the game with rook b3. the position, Fiona, is incredibly complicated, but it's very clear that Fabi has gotten clear-cut counterplay for the first time on the queen side, and White still has a lot to prove on the other side of the board. I really think that Niels made a very serious mistake in not pushing the g-pawn.
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult spot for Niels to find himself in, because he invested so much time, if we go back to that moment where he ended up playing knight f1. Maybe you can show once again, we were a big fan of the move king h1 to simply immediately vacate the g file, getting ready to just throw everything at the black king. Niels here spent almost 40 minutes and then played knight f1. I don't know if he considered this. I'd be surprised if in 40 minutes he didn't consider this or what he didn't like. But even if he didn't know, these players sense, of course, that they are doing well, that there should be something. And then suddenly you make a few moves and that feeling has evaporated. Queen b2 is on the board. You have to either retreat the queen, you don't want to exchange it, and I think it's just such a tough spot to find yourself in, also psychologically. And well, to come back to this position, queen f1 we don't really like. We don't like taking. Can we drop something between the queens?
Yeah, we can try. The problem is that there's tactics against everything. Bishop c2. I mean, there knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. Oh, that's very, very strong. Yeah, because the bishop on c2 hangs. So that's out of the question. If you play bishop d2, then, well, at the very least, black could take on d4. But the engine also indicates that rook b3 is very strong, just keeping this move in reserve. And if you play knight d2, then here definitely black takes on d4. So essentially queen f1 is, I wouldn't say forced, because the only other move is queen d1. And in fact, maybe queen d1 is better, because at least that keeps open a pathway potentially to g4. But after rook b3, once again, white has a lot to prove here. And I should just point out that rook b1 never traps the queen, because the queen will always be able to take the pawn on e3. And so there isn't even a hypothetical way to trap the queen. And after rook e2, there's a brilliant idea by black. Black can even sacrifice the queen for the rook and the piece. And the pawn on a3 is going to be lost. And you can just see how active black is on the queen side. So even something like this is highly unpleasant to deal with for white.
Yeah, and Niels now in a very unenviable situation with under 19 minutes on the clock for as many moves, 19 moves still to make. And once again, we are in this situation. We talked about Prague earlier, the mischance with knight g5, of what happens, especially when you're playing against a player like Magnus, like Fabiano. These are the best players in the world. You get a chance, you just have to grab it immediately. And once again, I know that's a lot easier for me to say here, but we've just seen it happen over and over again. When you don't grab the chance immediately, look what happens. These players, they don't give you another chance.
No, they don't. They really don't. And that's not just a cliche. In the hands of these players, you have this one shot and you better use it. And Niels, you can kind of sense the exasperation as his clock keeps ticking on down. And, at the end of the day, Fabi has to be complimented on what is a very gutsy strategy. I mean, playing the French against Niels is scary. Playing the French against a very strong attacking player. And it's way too early to call this game. I mean, there's plenty of fight left. But it's quite clear that, in spite of the danger, Fabi's strategy has been vindicated.
Yeah, and I think the reason that we sound so maybe pessimistic about Niels' chances is very often when the momentum starts shifting like that, it's so tough to reverse it.
Yeah.
Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and see, let's go back to Anish against Sam, because those black pawns are just dropping like flies.
They really are. And let us indeed go to that game. Well, I think this one might be our first decisive result and our first result in general. Mamadirov, by the way, also is just, his position is tumbling down the drain. Now, what's going on here? Well, Sam, in response to rook a3, he decided to take on h4 and at least try to go for some counterplay with the combination of the knight and the pawn. Anish bringing his king up to defend the bishop. And I think the point is that after rook g8, the simple truth of the matter is that black has no threats. There is just no discovery. And so white can take this opportunity to push the f-pawn down the board, f6. And if you come around and take that pawn, then, you know, black relinquishes whatever grip he has on white's position. Knight takes f6, and white can go after the last remaining queenside pawn.
King
You know, it's like George Washington's last tooth. King c5, rook c7 check, and you have an unenviable choice. Either come back to d6 and allow rook c6 check, or walk forward to d4 and allow the d6 pawn essentially to promote. I mean, after d7, the bishop and the rook both support that pawn. And then you could send the other pawns down the board with b4, c5. This is losing, and Giri just needs a couple more accurate moves to finish this game off.
Wow, let's bring back the bird's eye view. I see someone in the chat saying Niels has blundered. I was wondering, I never know, are we being told, but he has played knight e2, which I think we were saying is no good.
I mean, I wasn't even thinking about this move because of knight takes d4, but he's found a really amazing tactic. So if black plays knight takes d4, white has knight takes h6 check, opening up the king. Now you have to take the knight, otherwise knight takes f7, and now queen g4 check. And the point is that after king h8, white doesn't even take on d4. White actually takes on h6, and it's very, very difficult to. It's actually impossible to stop mate without giving up a bunch of pieces. So, so knight takes d4 is, as it turns out, bad. But black can prepare it. Black can basically say, okay, this pawn is hanging, so let me make a prophylactic move. Let me move my own king over to h8 so that knight takes h6 doesn't come with check. And now it's very, very difficult for white to stop knight takes d4. White can play queen f3, attacking the f pawn, but black just brings the bishop back to e8. And once again, knight takes d4 is essentially unstoppable, since queen f4 runs into bishop g5, and the queen has to go back.
That's an incredible move, king h8. To have that foresight to think there is a pawn hanging, let's not take it immediately. What should I do? Get my king out of trouble. I am so curious to see if Fabiano finds the move here. We'll see. Let's once again, I think you were saying that Shahiar's position is also crumbling. That is, of course, our main game of the day. So let's go there.
Yeah. Let's go there. And I think Fabi will find that move, by the way, because, I mean, he will see that knight takes d4 runs into knight takes h6. And if you sort of think logically, it's possible to jump from that thought to finding king h8. But yes, let's get to the Magnus game, because Shakhriyar, out of desperation, has just played the move pawn f6. He's trying everything he can to open up the center and get his pieces breathing again. But it feels like Magnus is just a couple of accurate moves away from winning this game. Now, e takes f6 here would play right into black's hands, and Magnus is not going to do that. That gets the bishop out, and now the d4 pawn is once again in trouble. It seems that the correct move after f6 is not knight c2 as originally planned, but actually knight out to d3. And the reason you diverge from the path is in order to reinforce the e5 pawn. If black plays f takes e5 now, you have a very, very simple tactic. Now, if you notice the fact that the rook is x-raying the bishop on e6 and the bishop is undefended, so you can play knight takes e5, knight takes e5, rook takes e6, and the game is over. The pawn on c3 is a paper tiger. It can advance to c2, but no further than that. Whereas the rest of black's position crumbles to dust. I mean, white's bishop is going to take on d5. Black is already down in exchange, and more material losses are imminent. If Magnus finds knight d3, Fiona, the game will be very, very close to simply being over. Yeah.
So
absolutely.
After knight d3, my question is, what is if black doesn't take on e5, okay, if he doesn't take on f5, of course, the question is, why did he play f6 then? But if that doesn't work, what else?
Well, there's knight takes d4, but now another simple tactic, rook takes e6, this time sacking the exchange back for decisive pin on the knight. And if you defend it, White can attack it in several different ways, actually, the simplest being knight f4. Shakir is not going to go for this. Really, the key for Magnus is to find knight d3. And this move can be hard because, well, you have to see that the d4 pawn is untouchable, and you have to realize that the c3 pawn is nothing to fear, even if it's not blockaded by a knight.
We will see Magnus. I think he is in that position where he senses there is something. I mean, it's insane that the bar is telling us +5. I don't know how much of an exaggeration that is. Probably not so much, I think,
Not
as you've
much,
just
no,
shown.
it's true. No, and this is true. I mean, these lines are very calculable, but this is not just engine, some engine stuff. It's completely understandable. Black's position is collapsing. The bishop on e6 is undefended. And by the way, the knight is also threatening to swing to f4. I mean, if Magnus plays this move, the game is over. Let's be blunt.
So, well, we have our top two players here in a big moment. We're expecting knight d3 from Magnus and king h8 from Fabi. Let's bring back the bird's eye view quickly. Dania, if you can give us an update on the main games, what is happening, and we'll take a quick break.
Sure. Well, we've got Anish Giri on his path to victory. He's just a couple of moves out, as is the world champion. Two massive results if, in fact, the games don't take a miraculous turn. We can see Jan-Krzysztof Duda putting on the heat. I mean, that he's got that pawn on c6. Andre is in big trouble. Things have taken a turn for the worse in his game. Van Foreest, Dubov, neither of those players in contention right now for first place, but Jorden continuing to nurture a clear advantage. Prague, well, his game we haven't looked at in a while. Shall we have a quick look at his game before we go on break, or do you think we should do that afterward?
I think we'll have a look after the break. Then we'll have a time to take a deeper dive.
Absolutely. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to round 9 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, we see on camera there, oh, a result just popped up as we were talking, a draw between Jorden van Foreest and Daniil Dubov.
Indeed, let's have a look, because Jorden has been better all game, but it seems like his advantage evaporated in the last couple of moves. Let's debrief everyone on what happened. A pretty serious mistake somewhere in there, because he was in great shape. So we looked at this moment, Dubov trying to whip up counterplay on the king side, king h2, and now striking in the center with d5. Bishop d2, developing the bishop. This seems normal. And after d4, c4, somewhere around here, Dubov started getting life again. That bishop coming back out to c5. Jorden playing queen e2, bishop c5, rook d1, queen c7. I think this move, bishop e3, I actually think, Fiona, this might have been a misjudgment by Van Foreest, because what ends up happening is he's stuck with this bishop. And, you know, I like to compare this bishop to being banished on an island, right? The island is nice. It's like paradise, but you can't escape, right? You're basically imprisoned. And White's king is not entirely out of the woods. This rook is exerting pressure. You can see that the eval bar is showing equality here. And if you take on d8, then black gets control of the d file. You can't play rook d1. So my guess is that White could have preserved an advantage by refraining from bishop e3, perhaps going bishop e1 and opening up the d file, and later maybe even redeploying the bishop with f3, bishop g3. In any case, I'm sure this will be analyzed more deeply. Jorden, he's going to be disappointed. He's been better all game, but good stuff by Dubov. Now 2 games in a row on top defensively, neutralizing 2 nasty positions, that pawn down endgame against Duda, and now a clearly worse position against Van Foreest. Our first result of the day is a draw.
It's interesting. He always senses these moments as soon as he's back in the game. Those draw offers are always well timed. We saw it today. It was literally the first moment where he was not under pressure. He sensed that offer to draw, which was accepted. We saw the same, of course, in that infamous game against Schach. But for now, yeah, let's go back to the bird's eye view, because I think there are 2 other games which are on the verge of ending, and I think we'll have to start with Magnus Carlsen, who found knight d3, and that knight is already on e5, and then, yeah, this looks like it's game over.
We might see a resignation really any second, and they're following the line we showed first. I mean, if knight takes e5, rook takes e6, I don't see any alternatives for Shakhriyar at this point. His knight is hanging on c6. I mean, I guess he could play knight d8, but in this case, the simplest one, you could probably go rook takes c6 here. You could also go rook a7, and White is, I mean, there's domination all over the board. Black doesn't have even a sliver of counterplay. That pawn on c3, once again, is totally useless. So I'm expecting Shakhriyar to resign either here or on the next move. He's also got 10 minutes really to add insult to injury for 15 moves. And Magnus managed his time so well.
What a game today by Magnus. It was I don't know where exactly did it go wrong for Schach, because at first we were saying this exchange sacrifice is interesting, you know, the long-term compensation. And it feels like Magnus made a few moves and Schach didn't make an obvious blunder, and suddenly it was close to being over.
Exactly. And I think that's another reason why, you know, people who say that Magnus is in a slump, you know, don't factor in a lot of things. And one of those things is the fact that Magnus wins not only more games, he wins so many more games like this than anybody else, where it just seems like his opponent has a fine position and Shakhriyar was playing creatively. And then 2 moves later, he's completely lost. And you look back and you say, well, he didn't make any obvious blunders. You know, that exchange sacrifice looked justified. I think if we reason objectively, h6 might have been the biggest mistake of the game, although I'd have to take a closer look with an engine to tell you for certain. But it seems to me that in this position, he had to get that bishop out while he had a chance, not letting White coordinate. What he was afraid of here is rook takes f8, bishop f8, and perhaps knight g5, and that is indeed quite scary. And so Shakhriyar saying, hey, let me take a tempo and go h6. that one tempo allowed White to bring the rook into a1, and queen d1 was such a nice move, and then b3 is just phenomenal. You know, the presence of mind to realize that the pawn on c3 is totally innocuous, and then rook a6, knight e1, all of this played with filigree precision. This is a classic Magnus game, vintage technique, a great opening idea, and everything in between.
And I have to say, I'm looking forward to hearing from Magnus, because we heard from him the last time in an interview after his win against Prague, where he didn't seem completely satisfied. He seemed exhausted as well. But today, I think he has all reason to be happy with his effort, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him.
Yeah, he really seemed fresh today. He seemed well rested. Just you can tell by his play. There was just a certain intensity to it that we're used to seeing when Magnus is at his best. 8 minutes now for Shakhriyar, who is searching in vain for a single way to complicate the game. You can just tell by his facial expression, he ain't finding anything. And as his time ticks down, resignation becomes the likeliest option.
I agree with you. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we might just not have another move here. The other game, which seems to be almost over. Oh, and Daniel, look at the bottom right corner. Fabiano finding king h8. That's
King
so
h8,
impressive.
What a guy. What a guy. He plays king h8. He took a while on it. He sensed the importance of the moment. And Niels now digging himself further into trouble. If he loses this game, that'll be intensely frustrating. And Fabi, he takes a sip of water. You know what that means, Fiona? That means he's satisfied with this position.
Yeah.
That water came out only after he played queen b2.
Before he was, what's the word, like starving? Is there an equivalent to starving for when you don't drink? No.
Unfortunately not. Let's go to the Shankland game, though. He's about to resign. I can tell that he's about to resign.
Let's go there.
There should be an equivalent of starving for water. Oh, and that game has already ended?
Wow.
Yes.
It has ended. Let's see the last few moves. I think they didn't put the kings on the board immediately, so we missed it. But you had already called it the last time we were here, and indeed, there was nothing Sam could do.
No, this is just over. And rook c6, a very pretty final move, using the fact that the pass pawns are too far advanced. If you take the rook, it's a classic case of trousers, 2 pass pawns, unstoppable by the king. And if you move your rook away, after b takes c4, White has 833 pass pawns, and all of them are promoting. So,
by the way, thank you, chat. Yeah, indeed, there is a word, parched.
Parched. That's a good word.
Yeah. So thank you to everyone educating us or reminding us. I think we both knew it, but didn't come to the forefront of our minds. So our first decisive result, Anish 4 on the trot. Currently, he has overtaken Magnus in the live standings, but that's not gonna last for long, as Shach has actually made a move, c2. No. Well, he took.
Yeah,
let's quickly go back there.
He has gone c2, but Magnus has instantly responded with the correct square for the queen, queen e1, and there's just a couple of lines here that are easy to calculate. If knight d3, that looks dangerous at first, but White responds with rook takes e7, and both queens are hanging, and if knight takes c1 after rook takes c7, it's all over. Probably bishop g5 is the best bet for black. And now White could even just play d takes c5, allow promotion, and respond with rook takes c1, bishop takes c1, bishop takes d5, and White is 2 pawns up. But on top of that, White wins a 3rd pawn and perhaps even a piece with rook c6. So that's one way the game could unfold. A good chance by Shach. I mean, c2 is the best practical chance that he has, but it's obviously not going to help.
No, and we see the time drop down here, and I still think that now maybe we'll see a handshake here. Shach has tried his last shot, but yeah, there's just no more tries here. And well, we'll go back to the bird's eye view. I don't know if we keep a camera maybe on Shach, because I expect this to be over momentarily. Things are happening in the Duda-Yesipenko game, Daniel.
Yeah, they are. That game and the Prague game. Let's have a look.
Oh,
at
and there's the
Duda game.
handshake.
Oh, there's a result.
Yeah. Shahryar resigning in this position after Queenie won. We see the two players discussing some lines, but what a game by Magnus, who takes the sole lead here tonight after round 9.
Indeed, and as they discussed the game pretty quickly, a resounding victory by Magnus, really wire to wire, and a great opening choice. The Catalan is his new deadly weapon. You can see him putting the mask on there, but the mask is off during the game, figuratively and literally. Magnus in sole first now with 6.5 out of 9. A big win.
Huge win. We see Shah clearly disappointed, making a fast exit, but kudos to Magnus. And well, so with those 3 games ending almost simultaneously, we have 4 games still remaining, and the Prague game has changed a lot. Shall we start with Duda?
Yeah, let's start with the Duda game, because Andre is in critical danger here. He's got less than 10 minutes for 21 moves, and his position has deteriorated. I mean, he's close to being losing in this position. Now, we saw JKD going c5, Andre moving the king aside, and Jan Christoph moving that pawn to c6, forcing Andre back, knight d4, b6. And now, among other things, I mean, White could definitely, the tempting move here is as f4. The tempting move here is f4. And this is definitely very good for White, but perhaps there's no need to rush. I mean, here, Black can play gf, and then move the knight back to g6, and, you know, perhaps Black is still alive. The engine suggests a very patient move, f3. Just take the g4 square away from Black, and then White can essentially go for checkmate here. Queen b4, queen a4, and bishop a6 is a very powerful idea. If the bishops are traded, then, I mean, there's all sorts of mating threats. There's the lobster pincer mate, and later on the knight
What
comes to
are you
d5.
calling that? I've never, what did you say? The
Lobster pincer mate. I think Hikaru might have been the one who introduced it. Maybe it was XQC.
Earlier when you said it, I was like, just nodded away, but I was like, what did he say? And now I was just too curious. I never heard that, but it's a good one.
The old 18th century term, lobster pincer mate.
No, but yeah, Yesipenko here in big trouble. And Jan Krzysztof Duda, he hasn't had the best start to the tournament, but here he is looking for that win, and I think he's a big favorite to get it. And we have an interview, so let's go to Anish Giri.
Anish Giri, he just beat Sam Shankland with the white pieces. Straight out of the opening, you exchanged queens, and I kind of like wondered if you had something in the opening.
I don't know, but I had definitely something in the end game, so that's good. I don't know. It's all draw in chess in the opening. Everything is draw. I've analyzed it all to the end. It's all draw.
Okay, well, the master said it himself. So where did it go wrong for Sam?
I think I was slightly better after his operation, where he traded the bishops and gave up his bishop. I mean, I see where he's coming from. I do have a bad bishop, but I could also keep the pair of knights on the board. I mean, I have some pressure. Somehow his knight on c6 is misplaced. Just like in the Italian, the pawn on c3 dominates that knight on c6. And so that's a bit of an issue for him, I think. I was choosing for a long time whether to keep the knights with knight e3 or to take on d6. Finally, I decided to play more concrete, and that paid off. The way the game went, I can't complain. But I do think knight e3 also was a small advantage.
Sam at some point decided to give up the pawn with d5 to get some activity. That didn't really work out for him.
Yeah, I think it was actually a pretty good try at that point, because I was really wondering what his idea was so far. Because if he doesn't follow up with d5, I'm much better, I thought. Like I even saw some, like I thought maybe I'm close to winning. I even saw some ideas that I can reroute the bishop and so on. But after d5, actually I realized at some point it maybe was not so bad had he, and he told me after the game he thought he was completely fine if he wouldn't go king d6 first. I would go b6. I think it's more like, I think white should be better pretty much anyhow. But of course, I understand where he's coming from, and if I don't really break through immediately, it does get drawish, but I do think I have a bunch of options that look attractive. I mean, it's a pawn after all. But I mean, I understand that he has good drawing chances if he plays it more accurately after the pawn sack. I do think the pawn sack was actually pretty good.
You won your game quite fast. Same for Magnus, who just beat Mamadirov. You're keeping up the same pace, but Magnus has like half a point extra. How do you see the next few rounds?
Yeah, so far it's like in the good old days when I had those races with Magnus. I had them twice in a row. Yeah, I'm definitely happy where I am, and somehow from what I remember, when Magnus plays so well, even though he's interrupting my interview now, it does motivate me to do really my best, and that's where I play the best chess. So I'm looking forward to the end of the tournament and to the next games.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Anish Giri, who has won 4 games in a row. He is looking forward to the end of the tournament, and interesting that he also thought that Sam's pawn sacrifice was actually good, but then the follow-up, of course, Sam slipping there.
Absolutely, and really the win over Fabi, I think, was the turning point for Anish's tournament, because it was a very rugged start for him. Even the game with Fabi wasn't that great, but since then, he's just played like a new man. I mean, particularly this game, so smooth and in the style that we have come to expect. He's breathed new life into his tournament. 4 wins in a row. I mean, counting the Dubov game as a win. Crazy.
Let me see, actually. I think maybe we can give some of the credit to Robert Hess for that, because Anish, I think it was after his draw against, no, it was against Karyakin. He came here, he joined Robert for an hour, and maybe that's what inspired him. He made one more draw, and then he got on a winning streak. But elsewhere, things are, I mean, today is going to be crazy, Dania, because the 4 remaining positions are all messy, and none of the players have time on the clock.
No, I mean, there's going to be time scrambles in every game. So we're going to be toggling like crazy. It's been a very long time since we looked at the Karyakin game. In that game, it has really transformed. So let's have a look at Pragg against Sergey. And once again, bad news for Praggnanandhaa. I feel like his position has deteriorated, and he really hasn't made much of that exchange sacrifice. So what ended up happening, he castled long, Sergey went e6, and Sergey gave up the h-pawn in return for counterplay against White's b2 pawn, knight d3, back to defend the pawn. Queen a6 is a very nice move. Sergey swinging his queen to c4. That's a very nasty maneuver. And this is where Pragg started going a little bit wrong. It seems like the move f5 was the only way to acquire full-fledged counterplay, and this leads to a complete mess after queen c4, queen g3, threatening f6. But in any case, Pragg deciding on a3, that lets Black's queen get to c4 with impunity, and Sergey taking the opportunity to take on d4 and force the transition into an endgame, because you can't take with a pawn. The pawn is pinned. So you trade, and Sergey, he plays f6, which is a very important move. That stops the knight from ever coming to e5 again. Pragg moving his king up to c2, and in comes the rook. Rook b3, g4, doubling on the b file. And they currently have this position. So White does have a pawn for the exchange, but there isn't much else other than a pawn. I would say rook e3 is a viable move for Pragg. And at first I thought that a repetition of moves, Fiona, was likely. King f7, rook h3, king g7. But the longer I looked at it, the more it occurred to me that Black can actually play for a win. Black can go rook e8 and then maybe h6, king g6. And it just seems like White's knight doesn't have any promise anymore. Maybe he can go to b4.
I was just going to ask you actually about that knight b4 jump, but can we afford to do it with the rook on e3, or should we avoid the exchange of rooks as White?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think after rook c8, that's not a glamorous move, but the thing is Black breaks through. King g6, h5, these positions with knight against rook are just, they're so hard to play, and the knight doesn't have any further squares. I mean, White can go b3 here and create a passer, but that passer is far too slow, and it's not even really moving past a7. In the meantime, Black can either bring the king to the rescue or go for something like h5 or f5. So Pragg is not lost or anything of that nature, but he must be disappointed here. This is not what he was looking for when he sacked on h5. Once again, another incredible opening, but it seems to be headed in the wrong direction once more.
And I think it was a very impressive defensive effort. And what else did we expect from Sergei Karyakin? And he will sense his chance here. The chat is begging us to go back to Niels Grandelius and Fabiano Caruana because, wow.
3.5 minutes for Niels for 16 moves. But more importantly, he has played knight to f6. What a move. What a move. And I don't think Fabi's taking that knight. No, he's not. He takes f6 is crushing.
And we have an interview with Magnus. Sorry, Daniel, let's go there.
Magnus Carlsen, you just beat Mamadiro with the white pieces. The exchange sacrifice by Shaq, is it something you did expect at all?
Yeah, I think the exchange sacrifice was quite expected. It was also his style 100%. But maybe in hindsight, there were other options there. But for instance, if he goes knight b4 first, I go queen e4, the pawn is hanging on a5. I also have options of going like queen g4, then knight e4, knight g5, attacking. So it was very understandable that he chose to sort of be on the active side there, sacrificing material. And to be fair, he had already offered the exchange once there, which I didn't take. I think after that he had reasonable compensation, but he probably went wrong pretty early. I felt when I managed to establish the rooks on the a file, the queen back to d1, I had very good coordination. b3, b3 was nice, and then yeah, c3 I think was capitulation. After that he has no hope, but I didn't see what he could do there. Anyway, I think I was already in the driver's seat.
You won 4 games so far in Wijk aan Zee. All of them were between, let's say, move 25 and 36. Quite, like, there's no long grinds there, right? So
yeah, it's a bit back to what was working really well for me in 2019. In that I actually got, after the match, I actually got very interesting positions from the opening, and I could sort of win in a dynamic style. So it's really really something that I've missed, and yeah, it's going well.
Anish Giri also won his game, 4th point in a row. Will there be like a big fight between you guys? You're still half a point ahead of him.
Yeah, no, he's showing his. He's playing really well the last few days. He's also showing a tremendous will to win, picking up 3 points instead of playing games on 3 days, for instance, which is shows that you really want to win the tournament.
We already did a couple of interviews during the tournament, and I think like this is like the one where you have the most energy. Did something change since the rest day?
No, not really. I've generally felt pretty decent every day. So I don't think you always have the most energy after games, but I always felt pretty okay. And to be fair, I actually felt a bit tired in the morning today before the game, so I wouldn't read too much into it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Definitely a very different side of Magnus Carlsen we've seen here. A few days ago after the interview, during the interview after the Prague game, he looked exhausted. Today we've seen more of a mischievous, happier Magnus Carlsen is back, Dania.
Indeed, this is the Magnus we all know and love. And is this the spark that ignites another Twitter war between Magnus and Giri? Will there be I mean, they've already fought their war over the board, so they need a different forum. And maybe Giri will come back for another interview now that he knows what Magnus said about him. Maybe Giri needs to amend his statements as well. We'll see.
I mean, for sure it will make for an interesting end to the tournament, because as Anish mentioned, we had this race between the two players here a couple of times before, and I think they do push each other in that sense. So we'll see who can rake up more wins at the end of the tournament. But for now, let's take a closer look at knight f6, which Fabiano has decided not to capture.
Yeah, capturing would have been terrible just because of e takes f6 and the king gets checkmated. So Fabi correctly takes on d4, to which Niels replies queen g4. So the knight hangs. Once again, you can't play g takes f6 here because of bishop takes h6. And I mean, there's checkmate, impending checkmate on g7. So Fabi, instead of taking, has to move his knight away from d4. The question is, where does he move it? And to me, there are two tempting squares. The first is to go knight c2 and try to force White to give away his light squared bishop. And he does. In this position, White probably has to play bishop takes c2. But Black runs into issues. So if rook takes c2, then you walk into rook a b1. If queen takes c2, you allow the second sack, bishop takes h6, and this ends up being crushing. Whichever way you take, you get checkmated either on g7 or on g8, depending on how you capture. And so for that reason, the best move in the position is to play knight c6. Now, White can still take on h6, but the reason it's important to keep the queen on b2 and make sure it doesn't move away from the diagonal is because in this position, Black has bishop takes f6, e takes f6, and the queen drops back just in time. Queen takes f6. Now Niels would have to move his bishop. And after something like queen d4, White's attack is not evaporated, but it has fizzled out just enough to give Black several tempi. And according to the engine here, Black is better. White doesn't have sufficient compensation. But guess what, Fiona? The game is very far from over. And Fabi...
moves are coming in fast.
Knight
yeah,
f5.
Fabi.
So he's made another move, another knight move. And knight takes e8. Okay. And I
Moves.
think we're going to have a simplification.
Yeah, so Fabi took on the 8, Niels took on f5, so that's off the board. And now can we simply recapture on f5? There's also the pawn on a4 hanging. Which of the two do you want to take?
Well, I think queen takes f5 is more natural, but then it allows this nasty sequence d4, bishop f4, and then Black's knight emerges from the dead, knight e6. And the point is that if you take on f7, you lose a piece. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4, and then bishop g5 with a skewer. Taking on a4 is not easy. I mean, your hand reaches for the f5 pawn, but Niels recognizes the importance of the moment. He is taking some time here. So I'm very curious to see what he will capture.
Well, he's not going to be able to take too much time because look at this. He's got 3 minutes on the clock. We're only on move 27, 13 moves still to go. But the fact that he didn't take immediately is already good news in that he is considering, but he has taken on f5.
He's taken on f5. And now for Fabi, it's important to seize the moment. I mean, if he gives White a single tempo, Niels will get his knight to f3, and then you won't be able to play d4 anymore. But I think Fabi has calculated this. He took a while on knight f5, and I think this was Fabi's idea all along. I think we're going to see d4.
We will see d4. Shall we stay here? It's so tough to go away. Maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view just for a second to make sure we're not missing something elsewhere. But maybe we're good. Dania, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a very quick final break before the time control. It will be a super quick one, promise. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with all the action here leading up to the first time control. Fabiano Caruana, will he win his second Tata Steel Chess? It's not looking that way. Fabiano not having the best of tournaments, but today a win with the black pieces against Niels Grandelius would be huge.
It absolutely would be, and from the get-go, he has demonstrated his desire to create winning chances, which is why I love, this part of the tournament. It's where the players who haven't done that great, but who still harbor desires of finishing atop the tournament standings, really burn some bridges. And Fabi has gone precisely down the line that we discussed. He's gone d4, bishop f4, knight e6, and Niels now below 2 minutes on the clock. He can't take on f7. He has to deal with this incredibly dangerous pass pawn on d4, and he's got a big weakness on a3. This is extremely concerning, even though objectively he's probably not that much worse. I just don't see him surviving this for 10 more moves. He goes knight e4.
He's throwing in the knight, and you just mentioned the move number for our viewers. So this is move 30, meaning Niels has to make another 10 moves until he gets his extra 50 minutes. All the players get 50 minutes extra on move 40.
Indeed, and knight e4 clearly allows d3, so that has to be considered. Now, here, White can already take on f7. There's no skewer. But after knight takes f4, queen takes f4, black could make the simple move rook b to d8. And at least according to the engine, this pawn on d3 is incredibly powerful. And the fact that White's rook on a1 is tied down to the pawn on a3 also does not help White's cause. So this is unpleasant.
Yeah, tough situation for Niels. Indeed, Fabiano, he senses that this is his chance, I think, especially leading up to move 40. And here, Dania, how do you strike the right balance? Your opponent is low on the clock. You kind of want to make use of that, but you also want to play the best objective move. So how do you strike the right balance?
Yeah, you want to trust yourself. So you want to play perhaps more intuitively than you normally would. And you definitely want to keep a time advantage. Like Fabi really doesn't want to get, to 2-3 minutes himself. So I would say, in this position, I would take something like 3 minutes. And sometimes that's an effective thing to tell yourself, I'm going to budget away 4 minutes and I'm going to make a move by the time that I have 9 minutes. If you tell that to yourself, you almost pretend that you have 4 minutes. And that way you kind of encourage yourself to play intuitively. But I am curious to see how long Fabi will take on this move and whether he will decide to sacrifice the f7 pawn. That's not an easy thing to decide on. I mean, you have to really figure out that the d pawn is worth paying the price of a pawn for.
If you don't want to sacrifice the pawn on f7, then what are the alternatives to defend? Rook f8?
You could go rook f8. But I was concerned about the move knight d6 here. And I guess you could just play king g. I mean, you could defend the pawn, there's no question. And in fact, that's very much a viable option. I don't think that White has anything resembling a serious attack. I was also considering knight f6, but after g, f, e, f, there's this very powerful defensive move, rook b5, involving the rook in the defense. And if queen g4, then you can simply grab that pawn on f6. So this seems to work out for black as well, but it needs to be calculated.
And I mean, we talked about Niels being very low on the clock, but Fabiano, 12 minutes isn't a lot of time either, so you can't afford to spend too much time here. We will leave Fabiano to it for a second, bring back the bird's eye view, because elsewhere the time is ticking. Also, maybe a quick update on Darda, where the queen's off, but it looks like that doesn't mean black is out of trouble.
No, in fact, black is still in very serious trouble, and now he's in a similar time situation to Niels. He's got 4 minutes for 11 moves. Definitely a relief for Andre in that he found a way to trade queens. Rook e8, a4, a6, queen d3. And in this position, he goes for the queen trade. The issue, of course, is that, well, there's two things. First of all, White's attack has not evaporated. In fact, I would take on b6 here automatically. And then I would orient myself. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I would go rook a1, and then essentially I would consider bringing the bishop back to d3 and involving the second rook, you could get checkmated here very, very easily. So for instance, Black could play rook HE8, and after bishop D3, let's make a random move. It's already over. I mean, rook B4 check, and if king A7, bishop takes A6 ends the game. Takes, rook B7 check, king A8, rook takes A6.
And he has just captured on B6.
Yep, he sees that. He's going to take and play rook A1, I think.
And the question is there a defense after rook A1 for Black?
I mean, I think practically speaking, there really isn't. After rook A1, I would probably go, I would probably go knight E5 here. But that doesn't help. In fact, it walks right into White's hands. It plays into White's hands because you could drop the bishop back to B3.
And once again, the other rook will join the game. Daniel, let's quickly check the two remaining moves, see what the clock situation is there. Maybe we can start with Rapport Vidit. We haven't been there in a while. They were very low already out of the opening. Meanwhile, well, I'll let you talk us through the position in a second, but on the clock and on the moves, we're on move 30, so 10 moves to go here.
Yeah, and this seems to be fizzling out into a draw. It appears that Vidit has done a very good job throughout this game of keeping Rapport's initiative at bay when it seemed bad out of the opening. We won't run through the entirety of the game because there's been a lot of moves, but essentially they went into an end game and they've been trading pieces ever since. And Richard playing very creative move, rook D1 in this position, leaving his knight on B5. Obviously, that's not a blunder. The point is that Vidit loses back the piece because he can't move the C6 knight. You lose the E5 knight. So what he has to do here, he's got a couple of things. He can go knight A7. And after bishop takes E5, he has a decision to make. He can take the E4 pawn or he can take the B5 pawn. You can take B5, but you're going to be slightly worse here. White has the two bishops, and the pawn on B6 is kind of a serious weakness that can be attacked in the long run by White's bishops. The engine, for that reason, proposes to take the other pawn on E4. And after bishop takes E4, probably White either has to play bishop E2 or bishop D4. And Black can park the knight on C8.
Sorry to interrupt you. Apparently things are happening in the Fabiano game, so I think we are going to go back there. So Niels against Fabiano.
Oh, and things are tumbling down the drain here for Niels because Fabi, he did play knight takes F4 and D3. Man, Fabi is just playing so well in this late middle game. After Niels played knight F1, Fabi has done everything perfectly. Niels responding with rook A1, and I think he actually has well, I hesitate to call this a blunder, but bishop takes A3 seems very, very strong. And if rook takes D3, you can't take on E5 immediately because the bishop hangs, but there's this intermediate move, bishop B4. And if you move the rook, that's it. Queen takes E5, forces a queen trade, and the A pawn decides the game.
Wow.
That A pawn decides the game.
I mean, Fabiano, he's just been so precise ever since he was given a chance. And there he goes. He has just captured
he's taken it.
On A3. And this one is looking...
20 seconds for Niels.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
Maybe knight D6 is worth a try here. In fact, I think it is.
Let's not have a look, actually, because Niels, he's down to his last seconds, so we will see a move be played here very soon. It was a knight move, so I suspect it is knight D6.
It is. Good stuff by Niels.
So knight D6, threatening the pawn on F7. Does that mean that Fabiano has to take that knight?
Yes, I believe so. And I think Fabi is going to take it. Takes. He might also trade on E1, and that has to be winning for Black. But how exactly? Well, let's have a look. Bishop D6, I think, is going to happen, and we'll go right back to the game if this does happen. But in the meantime, let's have a quick look at this position. Now, the engine suggests a very engine-y move, queen back to B5 in order to restrain the D6 pawn. The point is that D7 is met with the incredibly cold-blooded move, rook D8. And now you see the point of the queen on B5. It's X-raying the E8 square. Rook E8 is now impossible. and black will ultimately win this pawn and win the game. I don't know if Fabi will see queen b5 from a distance, though. So, man, knight d6 is a great practical chance.
For sure. Niels trying everything. We see the engine says it is over, but in practice, it is a very different story. Maybe while Fabiano thinks, we have a chance to quickly go to the last game we haven't seen, Prag against Karyakin, just to see have they made move 40, what's the situation there. The black king is finding their way in, but the bar has changed its mind, and suddenly there's Prag h-pawn. Yeah. What's happening with that?
Well, Sergey went for a very committal option after rook e3. The engine wanted rook e8, but Sergey going h5, essentially carving out the f5 square for the king. But in return, of course, granting Prag this passer on h5. I guess I guess Sergey concluded that this pawn is too weak to present any kind of danger. But now the move knight b4 is a lot more appealing because this attack on c6 is stronger with the pawn on h5 overloading black's defenses. Now, if you trade on e3 and go rook c8, here's the thing. After king d3, black is kind of paralyzed. If you think about it, black's king can pursue the pawn from behind, but what ultimately happens, let's not forget about the c6 pawn. White uses the h1 as a decoy and captures the pawn on c6 with devastating effect. That's not an option for black. If he doesn't do that, it appears that black has nothing better in this position than just to repeat moves, just, swing the rook back and forth, and white swings the knight back and forth. I think this is a very likely path that the game can follow. And, we're all rooting for Prag. I hope he can save this game. But he's down to 6.5 minutes. This is another time scramble, not as acute as the one in Grandelius Caruana, but still something to keep an eye on.
Looks like it's a critical moment. Will Prag find knight b4? We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go back indeed to Niels against Fabiano.
Yeah, we'll wait it out until Fabi makes a move because he himself is down to 9 minutes. And you nailed it, Fiona. I've been in so many of these situations where you think I've got plenty of time, but it's deceptive. You're only up 8 minutes and those minutes evaporate so quickly. In fact, 3 minutes have already come off Fabi's clock as he decides whether or not to take that knight. The other candidate move here, yeah, you can move the rook. You can consider going rook f8, but the reason I don't really like that is because after knight takes f7 check, but now you can play rook takes f7. And if queen takes f7, you have
my goodness,
rook
an f2.
F8. But no, white is queen a7.
That's insane.
And then black plays queen c2, and I think bishop c5 here is unstoppable with devastating threats against the f2 pawn. What an idea.
That's a
rook
crazy
f8.
line. But the bar was after rook f8, it shut up, so
because of this. But if you look at this,
But
if you look at this position with one's like human eyes, that a pawn is going to be so hard to stop, especially in conjunction with the pressure on f2. So I think this might be very appealing to Fabi as a practical opportunity. I mean, white has to find this move, rook d5, which frankly is just not an easy move to play in this position. Queen b4, offering the queen trade, and now queen c1. A lot of engine moves will have to be found by Niels.
I mean, this is insane, and it shows once again that for us sitting at in the comfort of our own homes, seeing the bar all the way down looks like an easy win for Fabi. He's also up 7 minutes on the clock, but things are in reality far from being so easy.
They are, and yeah, knight d6 was a fantastic practical chance with no time on his clock. To have the presence of mind to do that is impressive. And I would also say that anytime you see 0.00, that doesn't mean it's a draw. That just means it's sort of dynamically equal. That means the game, the engine thinks the game should end in a draw if they follow the engine line, which can sometimes be absolutely meaningless because the engine line is frequently unfindable, even with a lot of time on the clock. So it doesn't mean it's a dead draw or anything of that nature.
So the move that we think Fabiano, maybe we can show that line once again. It's such a nice point with that queen b5. Oh, I thought the other.
The other line.
This one also is probably good, yeah.
But the best move is bishop takes d6. Yeah, so we should show the best move according to the engine is to trade the rooks, and then you have to stop d7, and you don't want to go d2 here. This is tempting, but you lose the pawn after rook d1. So The move is queen b5. It does many things. It defends d3, and it keeps an eye on the d7 square. d7, rook d8, and the pawn is
And he has
indefensible.
captured it.
Okay, this is exciting. Takes. And he's down to 6.5 minutes now, is Fabi.
Takes is on the board.
They are nowhere near time control.
No, indeed. So the move we were expecting was another capture here. See the one pair of rooks come off.
There's also a3, but I don't know what to make of that move.
Let's have a quick look maybe. We still have some time with Fabiano, still 6 minutes. a3 looks very tempting as well. I mean, that pawn is so far advanced.
a3, d7, and if you go rook d8, you allow... The problem is there's this queen takes f7 capture, and this threatens rook e8. White actually strikes first here, and black is in trouble. Black could lose this game too. I mean, all three results are possible here. Let's be very clear. That pawn on d6 is dangerous.
Yeah, and I think when you're Fabiano, the nerves are starting to spin now. And we can even see it from his, but he has captured on e1. He's keeping his cool so far.
It really is. Queen b5 is such a hard move to play, and I have a feeling that he'll find it. Also, there's the move rook d8. To me, this is the more human move, but it's the wrong move because of queen takes f7. And the difference is that after queen b5, queen takes f7, the rook is on a better square, and you play d2, and guess what? Black controls the e8 square. In the previous line, white had perpetual check with rook e8 check, and then the queen can swing between g6 and e8. Here, the rook has to go to d1, and now the straightforward queen e2 decides the game. This is the most important moment. Can Fabi find queen b5? He's down in 5 minutes. This is what we're all here to watch.
This is a crucial moment. We have the full cam on Fabiano. Will he find queen b5? He's found pretty much every single move.
Yes.
And Danny, I guess we have to both. I think he's gonna find it.
I think he's going to find it because I think he's going, well, the threat is d7 and rook e8. So you can stop this at 2 different points, right? You can prevent d7, but you really can't prevent d7. So you can try rook d8, but he's going to refute that because of queen takes f7. Or you can prevent that on the other end. You can try to get control of the e8 square. And the only way to do that, really, literally, is to bring the queen to b5. There's no other square from which the queen can control the e8 square. And so that really helps Fabi out. If he finds queen b5, we take our proverbial hats off big time. I mean, that would be really impressive. He's down to 4 minutes, though.
It would be very, very impressive. Also, if he finds queen b5, I think then the game, then there's very not so many chances anymore for Niels, who's done such a great job starting from this moment where he played knight f6. He's created so many practical problems for Fabiano. He's managed to dodge every single one of them, and here, this could be the last hurdle, Dania.
This is the last hurdle, and Niels is praying. I wonder if Niels sees queen b5. That's one of the most disheartening, one of the most frightening feelings. You see the winning move, and you're basically praying that your opponent doesn't see it. 3.5 minutes now for Fabi. Oh man, the suspense is on.
Can I ask you a question? We'll see a move now. I was wondering, in those spots, if you yourself as white see queen b5, do you in your mind go, please don't play it, please don't play it, please don't play it?
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm literally repeating that phrase. 100% you're saying that to yourself. And man, Fabi now down to 3 minutes. He's about to make a move. It seemed like no, now he's back to thinking.
Under 3 minutes now. This is nerve-wracking.
Extremely nerve-wracking. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. He's below 3 minutes. Here he goes. He hasn't played it. He's played queen c3.
c3. That's what
and that move allows rook c1, and that seems to have squandered the win after rook c1.
But okay, let's put it on the board. Rook c1. But what happens after d2? Once again, is that pawn just gonna be lost?
This is the amazing part. White doesn't take the queen because then white gets mated, right? Black goes d1 and then rook b1. No, white returns to d1 with the rook, and the d2 pawn cannot be defended because if you bring the rook back to d2, guess what? White still has his d pawn. Black has no choice But to play a move like a3, white captures d2, and the passed pawns cancel each other out. This will end in a draw if Niels finds rook c1.
But
will he
Niels
find it? He's
under a
down to 50
minute as
seconds.
well. Rook
Oh,
c1
man.
must be the only move, surely.
And queen b5 was really hard to find. I really don't blame Fabi for that.
Yeah.
He played a perfect stretch of chess before that, but I think he would find queen b5 under a different set of circumstances, but nerves definitely played a role. But let's not gotta cross our fingers. Niels still has to find rook c1. And
he didn't.
Did he
rook
play
d1 he played.
Rook d1. And let's see. It's so hard to say, and that loses, according to the engine, to queen c2. And here's the thing. After queen c2, if you play rook c1 now, the opportunity train has passed. Black plays d2 and forks the rook with d1 queen. Oh, man. Both players are going to be kicking themselves, but especially Niels. Fabi will play queen c2, no doubt about that.
That is such an insane roller coaster. You are correct. Niels, he will be devastated when he sees this. Fabi, he is given another chance, but I agree with you. Queen c2 here, unlike queen b5 earlier, queen c2 looks like the natural move.
It really does. And what did Niels miss? Why didn't he play rook c1? My guess is that he didn't see the move rook d1 after d2. He thought he had to take the queen there. And in that case, yeah, black is winning there. But let's wait for Fabi. He's going to play queen c2. I'm confident. He's got 2 minutes, and that's enough to find that move.
So let's not put anything. Let's not put it on the board. We'll wait for Fabiano, who's
the
close
move is coming
to ticking down under 2 minutes. Do you think queen c2 is the only winning move in this position?
I believe so. I mean, you could also consider playing a3, but that seems to be too slow. That lets white play d7. Queen c2 actually creates a threat of capturing the rook. And again, I won't make these moves on the board just because Fabi's about to play a move. But in our head, we can imagine queen c2, rook d2. Black puts the queen on c1 and then the rook on b1, and that's deadly. And here he goes. He's played queen c2.
Queen c2 is on the board, and now Fabi back in a winning position. Niels now, well, I guess rook d2 has to be played, or?
Yeah, you got to go rook d2 and hope that there's no checkmate there, but there is. Rook d2, rook b1 check, and then the queen can drop down to c1 or up to c6 and threaten checkmate on h1 in both cases. This is winning for black. It's not entirely over just yet. Let's see what Niels ends up doing.
But we see Niels there with the head shake, and I think he suddenly understands. And I mean, this is just horrible. You have 10 seconds on the clock. And although the clock has now disappeared out of view, he plays queen d2.
D2. I think a3. Oh, rook b1. Rook b1 ends the game immediately.
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Wow,
but here's the thing. Rook
move.
b1. But rook b1, there's rook takes b1. And then you actually don't take the queen. You have to take the rook there.
Oh my goodness, that's insane.
Because if you take the queen, you allow d7 and white wins. White promotes the pawn because of the check on b8. Not easy to see at all. A good practical chance by Niels. I also thought a3 in this position is good for black. Let's see what Fabi does. He's down to a minute and a half. 3 huge moves remaining until time control.
Yeah, we're on move 37, which means even 4 moves to go for Fabi. And I think in those moments, it's really like Fabiano, he is keeping his nerve, but we see some red color appearing. I mean, this has been such an intense time trouble for both players. And he's played a3.
And that's totally understandable. That is the human move. Rook b1 is not human. It's not human to play rook b1. And this also wins the game. a3 is the human win because after queen takes d3, black simply recaptures, plays a2, and then plays rook b1 check. Niels out of desperation. Here comes his pawn. Fabi can just play a2. Fabi can just play a2.
And a2, the move that will likely appear on the board, as we see some spectators there blocking. It was report, we're being told, and a2 is on the board.
Now, Niels can take the queen and promote with check, but at the end of that line, the rook is going to be unable to prevent both passers from promoting at the same time. We might see a resignation in this position. I simply do not see a move for white. Wow, what a painful game for Niels, and he had a chance at the very end. Rook C1 would have drawn the game.
Rook C1 was such a hard move to see. Stepping into that pawn to D2 is not a human. Once again, it's not something that seems natural at all. And here, well, we see Niels drop back the queen. 2E1.
D2. The move is D2. Again, not easy to play because you allow queen E8 check. That's another great chance by Niels. So tenacious.
Wow. So D2, you allowed a check on E8?
Yeah, and you go king H7.
Cool as a cucumber.
I mean, that's easy to calculate. And then you take the rook on D1 and make 2 queens. But yeah, cool as a cucumber is the right expression to use here. Allowing that check is not for the faint of heart.
2 moves to go for Fabiano. This is move 39. So he has to make 2 moves. Niels, 1 final move. But if Fabiano plays the 2 white moves, it will be over here.
And he sees D2. I can just tell he's got that excited kind of body language. But he's going to take as long as he can just to calculate out the details. My goodness, what a game.
What a crazy game. And he didn't play D2.
No,
Queen?
I was wrong.
Queen E2.
Oh, now that's a really cool move. That's actually a really cool move. It's probably not as good as D2 as D2, but it also preserves a winning advantage. It stops the white queen from coming to E8. And on the next move, black is just going to go rook D8 and pick off that pawn on D7. The last move before time control by Niels. Let's see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock for Niels, but Fabiano, I think queen E2 a very human move, and Niels goes king G2, but as you pointed out, now very probably rook D8, and Fabi is just going to pick up that D pawn.
I mean, he can even move his own king to H7 just to prevent, and that's the top engine move, just to prevent the pawn from queening with check. That's kind of funny. But let's see what Fabi ends up playing. Niels is probably going to take his time now that time control is made, but he's going to come to turn. If Fabi plays an accurate move here, the game is going to end very, very shortly.
And let's stick around here because it is his final move. Very important to not forgetting about the clock times. Your opponent has made his 40th move. He's off the board. It has happened to many people before, but I think Fabi is too experienced. He's in the zone. He knows 24 seconds. He will have to have made a decision.
He's going to wait until, his time is at just a couple of seconds. You can see 15 seconds. He's going to milk this all the way down. And here he goes.
And the move king H7. Wow.
Beautiful. What a move by Fabi. And it's
incredible stuff. And these guys have made move 40. Let's move on from here. Let's quickly jump somewhere. I'll just let you pick any of the games remaining. And we have made the time control here. Let's go to the other. Let's just quickly open all the remaining games to see if we've made the time control. I think we should have.
Report Vidit just made the time control, and they're in an opposite colored bishop endgame that should be drawn, but requires a little bit of work from Vidit. And then Duda Esipenko have just made time control as well. Move 40 has been executed, and Duda has squandered his advantage.
Oh my goodness.
And Duda has squandered his advantage. I have no idea how this happened, but this position, it looks like black has made 5 moves and white has made 0. Andre has somehow doubled his rooks on the H file. He's opened the H file, and he's gotten his knight onto an outpost.
That's insane. Shall we go back? Let's a quick look at Prague, and then we'll have time to take a deep breath and check in, catch up. Wow, this has also changed a lot. What the heck is going on here?
I had no clue, and this is ridiculous. This is insane. Now, what happened is that Prague, king E4, knight C6, rook C8, knight A7, rook A8, knight B5, king E3, and C6 apparently was the wrong move. I mean, this is such a hard position to get a handle on. Prague did have knight C7 and knight takes E6. That was pretty natural. But he instead goes for C6, and Sergey breaking through with E5. This is the position on the board after move 40. They all made time control literally at the same time.
You mean they all made time control after 4 hours? That's shocking.
I know. It never happens. That absolutely never happens.
No, but of course, what Dania is saying is all of those games were so close. Everything went down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, they all used all of their time, which is not a given.
No. I was joking, but I knew what you were saying.
But at first, when you said that, I was like, wait a second, is it mathematically the case that they have to make time control after Foreest? And I was like, well, not really, right? They can play fast.
I mean, they could make the time control after 10 minutes, right?
You know, I'm worried that Prague might be losing.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because actually, for a simple reason. Rook c8, c7, d4. And a simple question, how do you stop the black pawn from coming to d3? So for example, if you play h6, d3 check, and the issue is if you think the pawn is stopped. No, it's not. Rook g8, and there's just checkmate on g1. So the rook comes out at exactly the right moment. If the pawn had been on h7, it would have been a different story. But the other thing is that if White gives up the knight in any of these positions, even in the best possible version, even if White has pawns on e7, h7, and c7, none of those pawns can promote or distract the rook from the 8th rank. So this is very worrisome.
Very worrisome for Prague, and it will be a pity for him. Once again, a very topsy-turvy game. Dania, before we check in more detail with Duda and with Duda Yasipenko and what Rapport with it, we're going to take a quick breather after the time control has been reached here. But what a day, and we'll be back with the remainder of the action in just a couple of minutes.
Bobby?
Yeah, Robert?
Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. No, we gotta get up. It was you, like, I was gonna do it, but then you said, yeah.
I would be like, yeah, please. Please, Dvoretsky, one more time.
You ready?
Please put that away.
That's what I said. I told you.
Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say, though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's exactly
not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good, the World Championship on Chess.com. Let's do this.
That was perfect. I think we got it.
Let's chug that whole beer.
That was impressive.
Whew. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round 2.
Bobby?
Yes, Robert?
Can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like, I thought you was a one-time thing.
Like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad-lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The faster card and unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
It's not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that. Stupid I've ever seen in my life.
If you can get like a 2-shot of that.
Yeah.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're going to be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I just can't.
It's so funny.
Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're going to say? Because we all see things in the same way, in the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that, so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi,
Yeah, Danny?
my throat's still dry.
What was
You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time? My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water, and you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that if we start the bit.
If Black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I'm Fabi.
Fabi.
Do that one more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it?
I heard both of you say it.
I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's all.
Welcome back, round 9 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and the Duda Yasipenko game has just ended in a draw. And Dania, that was quite a close shave for Yasipenko.
A close shave indeed. And we saw him on camera just kind of shaking his head. Did that really happen? It did. He was in huge trouble and the cataclysm occurred. So let's debrief and walk through what exactly happened. When did Duda lose his advantage? Everything was going great until this moment, Fiona. A really, really bad move by Duda. B4, I'm shocked. And you know that I usually try to take the side of the players. Not the eval bar. In this case, I'm going to go after him. B4 was really bad. And the reason I'm so critical of this move is because it blocks the rook's path to b4. Remember, we were talking about those lines where the bishop drops back, the rook comes to b4. To me, the move bishop b3 seemed pretty natural. Or you could start with rook a1 and then bring the bishop either to b3 or d3. That seemed to have preserved something resembling a decisive advantage. Maybe not totally winning just yet, but in Esipenko's time trouble, this should have been enough for the full point. b4 is what set everything off. Esipenko gets his knight to e5. Now Andre goes h5. That's a great move. h5, f5, distracting Duda from the king side. And all of a sudden, look at the counterplay that Andre has whipped up in the span of 3 moves. And now rook e to h7. This detail might have been overlooked by JKD, and he cannot keep this h-pawn alive. g3 walks into a fork. And once the h-pawn is captured, once g takes h4 happens, there's a trade. Now the f-pawn is weak. And Duda has to basically completely relinquish his kingside play. Andre going back to e5. Now, if you look at this position, that king on b6 is perfectly safe. And black's rooks are now ideally placed to orchestrate an invasion. And then white might have to start thinking about equalizing. Duda very wisely deciding to repeat moves. Rook f4, rook d4. My goodness, what a great save by Esipenko. People are going to be talking about Duda's mistakes, rightly so. But Andre, kudos to him in time pressure, finding that pawn storm f5, h5. And it's so hard to do after he lost last game. A big recovery for him and a draw.
For sure. Kudos indeed. And he will be so relieved because 2 games in a row in this tournament is tough, especially with 4 games to go. And then the opponents, they are looking 2 pounds. B4. Duda will be thinking about that moment again tonight, but great save by Esipenko. And let's bring back the bird's eye view. We see that Niels is still thinking. That's on the in the bottom right corner after king h7. He's been so resourceful leading up to this moment, but unfortunately, now that's the end of the road. Although the d pawn is only 1 square away from becoming a new queen. And let's bring up the big board maybe. That pawn is going nowhere, and the black pawns, on the other hand, that's a different story.
Yeah, and the main line here, I mean, white has to take the queen and go rook a1. Unfortunately, this doesn't work out. White is a tempo behind. Here, you can't take the pawn. You have to go after it with your king. And the simplest win for black is rook a7. Here, white can resign, because by the time that you get to that pawn, the world's, the earth will have turned into a supernova, and black will have definitely captured both of white's pawns. The rook obviously can never leave a1. This is a pretty classic scenario in these types of endgames, and it's one of the deadliest situations you can find yourself in. So I think that Niels is coming to terms with that. A really sad result for him. I mean, you have to feel for the guy. He had such a great position out of the opening. There's one mistake in the opening, that knight f1. It was a clear misjudgment. And all credit to Fabi. It wasn't mistake-free, but can you really fault Fabi for missing queen b5? And can you fault Niels for missing rook c1? I think the answer is no. Totally understandable in time pressure. At the end of the day, Fabi will prevail.
Agreed. I mean, it was a treat for all chess fans, us included, to watch this time scramble, which really had so many ups and downs. It's heartbreaking for Niels, but Fabi on his way to getting a big win with the black pieces. For now, quickly the bird's eye view. Let's bring it back to decide what is more pressing, the rapport Gujarati opposite color bishop ending, or Karyakin's deep pawn running down the board.
Well, in the Karyakin game, we kind of looked at briefly. So let's wait until Sergey responds to d takes e5. He can play f takes e5, or he can play the immediate d4, or even rook c8. All are possible. My guess is that he's going to take a pretty long time in that position. So we'll wait until further developments. Let's have a look at the opposite colored bishop endgame to see whether it's in fact, is it a dead draw? Does white have serious winning chances? And spoiler alert, I don't have a clear answer for you. And the engine does not help in such positions. It gives +1. But as I've said many times, does +1 really mean anything in this position? No. Because either it's a win or it's a dead draw. There's nothing in between in opposite colored bishop endgames.
Shall we see first maybe how we got here? We had seen it somewhere leading up to move 40.
So Vidit played knight d5 and Richard going bishop c4. This is how this was all set up. King f7, king f2, h5. And apparently there was a better move, bishop d1, which would have prevented the king from coming to e2. And the point is that if white tries to transition now, black simply has bishop a4 with a draw. He wins the pawn. But Vidit in time pressure, he played h5. That's an inaccuracy. It allows king e2. And now king d2. This forces the bishop away from the diagonal. You can't go bishop a4 now because your bishop gets trapped. And once the bishop leaves, now Richard going takes king c3. And after bishop d7, you have king b4. What a nice little sequence by Report there, getting to this endgame. And now the b5 pawn is kept alive, Fiona. That's where all the danger comes from. That pawn on b5 is a menace.
And let me ask you a question. So, okay, we know that in general, opposite colored bishop endgames are very often just draws. But here, white has the outside passed pawn on the b file. And I'm wondering, Dania, if you have Vidit here, you make move 40, after bishop takes b6, you get an extra 50 minutes. How do you go on about this? Is this just pure calculation? Like, what do you do in Vidit's truth?
Yes and no. You have to calculate concretely, but you also have to find the overall defensive approach. And what that really means is you have to find the right positions for the king and the bishop. That's what it means to find the right defensive approach here. Now, it's natural to put the king on d7. And you also have to understand where the danger might be coming from. How could white potentially win this game? Well, the answer to that question is yielded by a scenario where black does nothing, which, by the way, is always a viable defensive approach. What if black just swings the bishop between e6 and h3? Well, what happens then? What could happen then is after something like king c5, if you go back to e6, white's already winning. King d6, then the king goes to a7, and the pawn is going to be unstoppable. So somewhere along the line, black has to prevent the king from reaching a7. And the last moment at which he could do that was here. Black can play the move bishop f1, anchoring himself to the pawn. If white plays b6 prematurely, black can probably get away with bishop a6. And Vidit wouldn't even mind giving away the d pawn if it means that he had a permanent blockade going on b6. So that would be one possibility. But my guess is that he's not going to sit around and wait. My guess is that he's going to play bishop f1 as quickly as possible. I think you should put this bishop here. I also think that he should probably, and now I think you should play king d7, and you're going to get a position like this. It's about a 50-50. I think white's got winning chances, and it's no fun for Vidit to defend this. That's for sure.
Yeah, this is a long torture ahead for Vidit, and as so often, I mean, he's had some tough defensive calls to make leading up to the time trouble. Now he has made move 40. He's gotten his extra 50 minutes. 20 of those are already gone, and he could be thinking for a while longer here.
Well, absolutely. He could even take half an hour, even more. And let me tell you, Richard is enjoying his life right now because he cannot lose this game. He can walk around and watch the other games. And for him, the moves are very simple. Like, he has to go king d4, and then he has to bring the bishop back, and then he has to play king c5. So this is one of the nastiest types of positions to defend, where your opponent doesn't even really have a choice. You are the one who has to really choose the defensive construction.
So let's, well, first of all, let's see if Niels has made a move, and then we can check in with the Prague game. And then we also have a question from our producer, and he has actually just resigned just as we go there. There were a couple of more moves, were played, so let's just very quickly, and we see, I mean, it's so tough for Niels. This is the first time. In general, he's a very cheerful person, even most losses, but I think today was really, really maybe his toughest loss of the tournament, because he knows, I think, that in the opening he had some chances, and then he fought so valiantly. Maybe he sensed that he could almost hold it in the balance somewhere between before the time trouble, and then after that one Rook D1 move, it was all gone.
Yeah. And obviously Niels came into this tournament hoping to score some upsets. It's always such a great opportunity to play this kind of event, and to lose as many games as he had is going to be a great disappointment to him. I'm sure he holds himself to the highest standard, but that's just how it goes. That's just how these tournaments go. When you're not in ideal form, you called it, Fiona. You don't get more than one chance during these games, and sometimes you don't even get a single chance. And this game is a great example of that. I guess Niels had a chance at the end to draw the game, but I don't really count that. His big chance came in the early middle game. Once that was squandered, Fabiano, went beast mode.
Maybe we can very quickly just show how the game concluded. So we left it off after King H7.
Yeah, he did end up taking the queen and going Rook A1. I mean, this is the pathway that we outlined, and he resigned after Rook A7 because, Fabi is going to go G6 and open up the pathway toward White's remaining kingside pawns, and White isn't even close to being in time to take that pawn.
Maybe we can very quickly go into a bit more detail here, because I see a few people in the chat saying they don't understand why did Niels resign. So let's just try and make some more moves and try and explain why the position is so lost.
So let me describe this from a high-level perspective, and then I'll show some specifics. Why is White lost? The reason White is lost is the following. White has to go and take this pawn, right? Otherwise, White is always going to be tied down. By the time that White captures this pawn, essentially Black's king is already going to be so far advanced on the king side that White's going to lose either two or all three of his pawns. Now, you might say, but I don't get how the king is actually going to get through G6, and that's why Black plays G6, in order to open up that pathway, that avenue. Now, White can play G4, but that doesn't actually help, because now the king has a slightly different path. It can go through F6, and after king B2, actually king G5 is not the cleanest win, because the rook and the king can trade places and White can still pretend to play on, but the king can go after the F pawn, king F5, and for instance takes, and here either king G4 or king F4, and that's it. All of White's pawns are lost. And similarly, if White takes on G6, it's really the same thing. White has to go after the pawn, and then Black's king is just going to go through F5 to G4, and in the pawn endgame, it's not even close. White's king is literally on the other side of the world.
Yeah, and
hopefully that clarifies it.
I see another question from Tunda Mike, one of our mods who's doing such a great job throughout the tournament. He's saying, can't he still draw if he doesn't go for the RP? I'm not sure, does RP
Rook
stand
pawn,
for rook pawn? Yeah.
Well, let's take a look. So let's say, I guess what Mike is asking is, like, what if White just stays afloat? The thing is that White's king alone cannot hold on forever. So for example, let's say White plays king F3. First, Black is going to push the king away. And then Black is just going to slowly push his pawns and his king until White is blown off the board. So for instance, king F1, king G4, king G2, and now Black can push the F pawn. White is in Zugzwang, right? You can't push the F pawn because you give up G3. You have to bring the king back. Boom, king F3. And eventually you're going to get a situation like this, and Black is going to go rook B3 followed by rook B1. The king is going to be pushed to the first rank, at which point it's either going to be checkmated, or if you go to H2, then you have to give up this pawn, and the rest is easy, right? Also, Black can go toward White's rook, by the way. Like, another approach that Black could take is just to go all the way to B2. So it's just not defensible. Now, you might say, well, why did Niels not play this out? Because he knows that Fabi sees this. This is a very typical type of endgame, and none of Black's moves in that line were even remotely difficult. So his resignation is totally not premature.
And from there, well, let's go now to Prague. You are correct. Karyakin is still thinking, but let's try and see if we can figure this one out, maybe even until the end.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he has to decide between a couple of moves. Now, F takes E5. The question is, does this give White any additional options? Well, it does. It gives white the option of throwing the knight on c7 rather than the pawn. And the point is that if rook d8 happens after f takes c5, d4, this knight on c7 actually is a very valuable defensive piece. You might wonder why. Well, let me explain. h6, d3 check. Remember this position, Fiona? Black used to have this mating move. Now white has a check on d5. This dislodges the king on a3. Why is that important? It is important because now the king has the d2 square. White throws in h7, and it appears that white is able to draw the game. I mean, rook g1 check actually loses. So black needs to go rook h8. And now the computer line is knight e7, rook takes h7, c7. And now black has to resort to a perpetual check. Once again, king e3, the knight swings back to d5. So my guess is that that is what is bothering Sergey. And if that is the case, black can actually start with the move rook c8. This looks crazy, but it's really not. It prevents knight c7. It forces the pawn to move to c7. And now Sergey can go down the line we outlined. In fact, I think he's going to play rook c8. And now let's compare and contrast. Look at this position and obviously compare that to the position after rook g8 here. Here, white has knight d5 check. There, the knight is on b5. The pawn is on c7. And even if you promote, that doesn't help. It doesn't distract the rook from checkmate. Rook c8 seems to be the winning move, although don't quote me on that. Maybe white has something crazy along the line. And last thing, if white pushes the e-pawn, black takes on c6 and picks it off, regardless of whether you play e takes f6 or e6. This is what these endgames come down to, Fiona. These nuances, these subtleties. That's why you can't rush in the endgame. How many people would automatically take on e5? Many. Possibly
Many,
myself
indeed.
included.
And I think I saw from the corner of my eye, I think that d4 immediately, which might also be tempting, is in fact not good. And maybe we can try and figure out why.
Yeah, so here, I mean, there's some crazy computer moves, but I think white, I mean, let's say white plays h6 and just pushes one of the passers. Let's try to get a handle on the position. The king actually should go to b1 here, of course, because king d1 gets checkmated, so there's no choice. And after d2, the knight is in time to stop the pawn. And essentially, you're going to get a situation where you have the 3-pass pawns against the rook. And it's not, I mean, if black plays rook g8 after e6,
I mean, this position is so crazy with the 3 white pawns on the 6th rank.
But you can end up losing this really easily. Like if you move the rook away from the 8th rank, the pawns are going to be overwhelming. So this is a hard situation to deal with. Now, you might say, well, why can't white do this after rook c8, c7? What's the difference? How does this help? The way that this helps is that, okay, let's say you play h6, right? After d3, king b1, d2, the inclusion of rook c8, c7 means that black can simply take on c7 and then take the knight on c3 and promote with check.
And it looks like there's a fork, yeah.
But just simply king e2 or whatever, king d3, and it's winning. The pawn promotes.
And
so it all leads to rook c8 being the right move.
Our producer Bigfoot has just brought my attention back to something he had let me know of a while ago. So, question, I'll just forward it to you, Dania, so I don't have to deal with this and be trapped with whatever he's got prepared for us, trapped or tricked.
Oh, man.
Question from the producer: what was the biggest opening blunder this round? And he also said, answer is, I will answer once you come up with one.
Wait, I don't get it. He will answer.
I think he's saying, well, you're going to say something, Dania, and once you say whatever it is you say, I'll tell you.
I see. So he's leading me on. He wants me to make a fool of myself. I see. The biggest opening blunder. So the biggest blunder that occurred in the opening?
Yeah.
Huh. So Grandelius Caruana didn't really have any blunders. Report Vidit. I mean, Carlson Mamadiro, the mistakes occurred in the middle game. Duda Esipenko.
I can tell you. I mean, I'm sitting next to Vic. He is rubbing his hands. He's got a wide smile on his face.
He's very pleased with himself.
He's very pleased. I can
All right,
confirm.
Vic, you're the man of the hour. Please share. You have my attention.
Now he's telling you, check the screen. I will show you.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the screen.
Oh my
it's the
goodness.
hand.
Oh, this was terrible. Oh my god. I
I'm
can't
leaving.
believe.
Goodbye.
I mean, I look at the chat and the first thing I see, producer is so cringy.
Later.
Daniel has left the building. Okay, I'm off as well. We're calling it a day here. Bye.
Commentary. Yep. All right, fine. I want to keep my job. That's the only reason I'm still commentating.
I was thinking, is that gonna be it? No, that would be too late. But he took the gamble further.
I knew it was something like that. I mean, I know Vic too well to think that it's actually something chess related. So I knew it would be something of that nature. It just slipped my mind.
Oh well, we've made him happy. That's all that counts at the end of the day.
It really is. We got to make Vic smile more. You know, that's our goal in life. If he's
I mean,
smiling,
I'm
then we're
just gonna go and drown myself in the sea here. Bye, Dania. It's been good knowing you.
Likewise, yeah. That looks like a pretty comfortable sea. You know, more comfortable than trying to answer Vic's questions. In any case, Karyakin, in the meantime, he's still thinking. Now, we've talked about the situation many times. He's probably going to get into time pressure again, but he's correct to think about it for as long as he has, because this is the game deciding moment right here and right now.
And Rook C8 seems to be the move. I think he is, of course, here completely justified in taking his time, because he is trying. I think this is one of the games where you can just basically, with brute calculation, just calculate your way to the end of the game. And so here it makes a lot of sense, I think, to take pretty much almost all the time if you can find a forced win.
Yeah, and I mean, the position is complicated, but it is not as complicated as it looks. I'll put it that way. I think the human can process it. Like, if you notice this idea of the knight stopping the pawn, then it makes sense to go rook c8. You also have to see f takes c5, knight c7. I think the easiest thing to miss is this move, knight c7, which looks incredibly unnatural because it blocks the pawn. If you see this move, then you're going to play rook c8.
Yeah,
so we'll
and let's go and see if Vidit has made up his mind, because we have two people spending a lot of time on move 40.
Oh my god. He's down to 20 minutes.
Crazy.
He's down to 20 minutes after 2 moves of the time control. And something tells me that he's in big trouble. I mean, it's so hard to defend this position.
I mean, he's only made one move, basically. So the only move he's made is bishop f1.
Yep. Before. Now, the engine in such positions always recommends, you know, crazy stuff that's really hard to find. I mean, in this case, it's saying go bishop g2, induce f4, and then try to orchestrate pawn trades with g5. But I think, again, the engine is very short-sighted in these endgames, and I think this might backfire due to bishop d4. That hits the f pawn where it hurts. And it's understandable to want to put your pawns in the light squares in an opposite colored bishop endgame. You're guaranteeing that they can be defended by your bishop. But after king c5, I mean, this does not look appealing at all.
No,
So,
I mean,
I don't know.
I think, yeah, that line, the problem was just there were too many holes, and I don't know how you keep the white king out. So that is not appealing. I mean,
Neither does Vidit. He's below 20 minutes now. And for a port, you know, he's got 47 minutes. And like I said, it's not because he's playing in a sloppy fashion. He literally has only moved. He had to play king b4, right? So, yeah, I'm pessimistic about Vidit's chances here.
yeah, especially because, I mean, I think the honest truth is that we are not sure, is this a win? Is it a draw? It's so hard. Like, I don't even know, Dania, if you were given this as a study, like, how do you do it? Even, let's say Vidit had the help of the engine, which isn't always necessarily very helpful. How do you get to the truth of this position?
I mean, you just gotta like brute force a bunch of different scenarios. I mean, it's less about the individual. What makes this position so hard to analyze is that it's less about the individual moves and more about the concepts. Like there's many different types of positions. And I guess other than deciding where the king and the bishop belong, what makes this position even more complex is that black has to decide how to arrange his kingside pawns. And almost every arrangement you could make a case for. Like you could play f5, g6, right? And put the pawns on the light squares. The problem is that, and there's always going to be a drawback with any arrangement you choose. You could try going g5, as the computer seems to suggest. You could play bishop e2 and induce f4. Or you could go without that. You could play h4. There's like 6 or 7 different arrangements. And it's entirely possible that the draw is yielded only by one of these arrangements. So me saying that I'm pessimistic is not a knock on Vidit's calculation skills, which are immaculate. I mean, he is an absolute beast, and anybody who's seen any of his games knows that. It's just that this task might not even be manageable by, as you said, a human working with a computer in the comfort of one's own home. So if Vidit manages to save this, I will be tremendously impressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an unenviable position he finds himself in. It looked like he was about to make a move. We see Richard is just pacing back and forth there in the background. And yeah, I guess practically speaking, Vidit's chances of holding are very, very little.
Yeah, yep. And this just shows you that I think people overestimate the drawing tendencies of opposite colored bishop endgames. They think that every OCB endgame is a draw. And yes, you could set up a position 4 pawns down that is a draw. So there's a high probability of blockades and fortresses, but that really does not mean every endgame is automatically drawn. And I really think that Vidit let his guard down just a little bit in allowing Richard's king to get to b4. Just to reiterate where the mistake was, again, don't quote me on this, but I feel like the move h5, it's good from a sort of point of view of improving the structure, but it allows the king to access e2, and e2 is the entry point to b4. The move bishop d1 would have shut the king away from the e2 square, and I think this would have yielded probably the draw via a fortress.
And Vidit reaching out, looked like he was reaching for the...
He's got to move.
The g-pawn, yeah, he's got to move. Also, I was seeing a comment in the chat. Somehow I completely lost track. We've already had 3 decisive results, and we could have 2 more. So today could be a day with 5 decisive results potentially, as Vidit goes for g6.
Yeah, g6, so Vidit choosing one of the many arrangements, and we discussed this. Yeah, he might play f5, and he puts his pawns in the light squares where they cannot be attacked. What is the drawback of that arrangement? The drawback of that arrangement is that the pawn on g6 itself is going to be a weakness. So if White's king is ever able to infiltrate to f6, Black, could end up just being screwed on the spot. So for instance, bishop d4, f5, king c5 looks very natural. Now, Black doesn't have to defend this pawn. Black has to go king d7, in fact. And now, again, the engine's evals swing wildly, but not because of a glitch. It's just because even the engine needs to evaluate this at a very high depth. And b6, I think Vidit could maybe set up a fortress with bishop e2 and bishop f3. At least that's the engine line. And look at this, Fiona. If White plays bishop e5, looks winning, right? This threatens b7. Whoop! Black gives up the d-pawn. And all of a sudden, the bishop is ideally placed. This is a fortress. This is a total fortress because Black's king basically follows White's king wherever it goes. As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do. So make no mistake, this is not an easy win. And the evaluation could change in a single half move. I got really into that for some reason.
I love that. Someone who isn't loving his film.
I have to credit this to Chris Berman, who is a famous basketball and sports commentator. He's the originator of the whoop. Now he does that in a different context, but I think it's applicable to chess.
I don't know if you saw the glasses you briefly had on screen there. I love that touch.
Wait. Oh, the whoop. Yep. Love it. See, Bick is redeeming himself in my eyes.
He is. He's trying his best. Let's show some love to our producer.
Absolutely. Working so hard, especially having to deal with these commentators. I mean, they are just a menace, aren't they?
For sure.
So hard to work with, so unprofessional.
For sure. I look at the chat and I see, the first comment I see is, don't laugh, Fiona, you're only encouraging him. And it's also a fair point. He shall not be, what is a GM? I see, but GM Hess was drowned in a sea of comments.
I misspoke. Berman does American football, not basketball, of course. Yeah, no, I misspoke.
He's keeping us on our toes, Robert. He doesn't
really is.
let anything slip.
You know, he should be hired to commentate this tournament sometime. I think he and you would make a good commentator pair, but alas, too late for that.
Shout out to Robert. Shall we quickly see if Karyakin has made a move? And I think very soon it will be time for another breather.
Just as he said that, he played the move Rook C8 after 30 minutes of deep thought. He does come up with the correct and probably the winning move, Rook C8.
Rook C8.
Man. And he gets up from his chair.
And there he comes back immediately, but Rook C8 we thought was the best move in the position. And Dania, we are going to take a quick break now. I think we all need it.
Yes,
but we'll be back with the conclusion of this game and the rapport with it endgame. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
The first time I came here was 2017, where I played the C group, and then in 2019 I played the B group, and now this is my third time here. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me because I can learn a lot from these games, and I'm really looking forward to this. To have fun and interesting games. I started to work with engine pretty late after I became an IM, and mostly seriously after I became a GM. I sometimes think over the board and try to find human ideas, and also use computer as well. I use technology and as well as use books and see in a chessboard. I don't think computer will solve chess for now definitely, and maybe later they could solve, but for now I think chess won't be solved. I'm looking forward to play against Magnus in a classical game, but also other players like Caruana and all the others as well.
Hello and welcome back to the final stages of this 9th round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Although, Dania, I say the final stages, I've said this a couple of times before, but there is one endgame which could be keeping us here for a while. First off, though, Karyakin has played the move Rook C8, and Pragg is still thinking.
Yeah, Pragg is thinking, and I think he's realizing, with every passing second, I think the realization is growing that there is no salvation. He's now down to 20 minutes, and he's just made a move, King D1. So at this point, I think his best bet is to try to confuse Sergey and, create as much of a mess as possible. Now, F takes E5 could be thrown in at this point. And after F takes, I think that Sergey could probably just take on C6. And it's possible that Knight D6 is Pragg's intention, cutting off the rook from the 6th rank. But, for example, D4, H6 is actually already bad for black. If you play D3, it's the same problem. White throws in this check, and then White plays H7, and now White is winning. Rook C8, Knight D6. But it appears that in this position, if black plays King D3, he evades the check on F5, and H6 can be met with a Rook C2, swinging the rook to H2, where it's going to actually restrain the pawn and threaten checkmate. So still a lot of difficult technique required for Sergey. So the game is not over yet.
For sure, still a few tricks there for Pragg. Sergey's got quite a lot of time. He's got 27 minutes. But once again, they can take down quickly. Let's leave these guys for now and go back to Rapport and Vidit, where Vidit has decided to put his kingside pawns all on light squares.
Yeah, and they're coming close to reaching the position that we talked about. And I think Vidit actually chose the best arrangement for the pawns. I think he has very serious drawing chances. Now, here's the thing. After bishop g2, if White tries to get the king to a7, black immediately returns to f1. That doesn't work. There's no way to make progress, right? You can go to a6. But you're not going to make any progress from there because the king is just going to be pinned. And if you drop the king to a5, then anytime you play b6 after king a5, black is just going to go king c6 in response to that. So for instance, black could just move the bishop, let's say bishop b2, b6, king c6, and that's it. It's a fortress. And as we discussed, Fiona, the main line here, what Vidit has to see, what Vidit has to Vidit, is bishop f3. It looks like it loses, right? This has to lose. b7, no, king c7. What if bishop e5, cutting off the king? Black immediately goes d4, and this is a complete fortress. I think that Vidit is on the doorstep of actually drawing this game, but he's down to 13 seconds, and he's going to have to make a decision very shortly here.
Dania, I'm sorry I can't keep a straight face. No, because I've once again received some input from our producer.
Is that so?
He has another question. Is Vidit making progress? Ha 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 ha.
Oh my God, that was not a very pragmatic question.
Okay. Well, on a serious note, it looks like he is. I mean, maybe if he can find Bishop G2, maybe there is just no way for White. Is there any way White can try and bring the king to the king side?
Well, I mean, maybe it's just involve in a punch, but okay. I think after Bishop G2, yeah, it's not so clear. Absorbs his position, but okay. I mean, again, it's probably destroy, I think, but okay. I don't think that there is a way to bring the king to the king side. The point is that anytime you move the bishop away from d4, and I need to reiterate this, it's crucial for black to go d4. This is the mechanism that allows black to set up the fortress. Now, why is that? Why can't black just wait around? Well, the reason why is because of this move king d4. And now, after king e6, white plays b6, and this pawn on d5 obviously acts as a detrimental force. It prevents the bishop from stopping the pawn. The king has to go back, and then the king ends up being overextended, and white's king walks in through e5. So by playing d4, you are ensuring that that the bishop keeps contact with the b7 square, and that means the king can remain on e6, and as soon as the king goes to c5, as we've already discussed, black's king returns to d7. This is a common type of fortress construction, and I think bishop g2 draws the game. Amazing. And
sorry, no, go ahead.
Yes, I didn't mean to switch to the other game yet, but
yeah.
Go ahead, Fiona.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that did Richard make a mistake somewhere? I don't know. It doesn't seem that way. Maybe the move f4 was premature, or it may be the case that Vidit actually just found the drawing idea, which is to set these pawns up in this way. To me, that's counterintuitive because the pawn on g6 looks like a major weakness. But if he actually spots this idea of bishop g2, I am taking my hat off. This will be such an impressive defensive effort by Vidit.
And I think he just might, because to me, he doesn't look, if we look at him on the camera, to me, he looks more like he's double checking rather than, I think if he hadn't seen that idea, we would see him more like, you know, hands on the head, trying to calculate and to find. But here he looks actually quite calm. And also, well, he's going to have to make a move. He just dropped under 10 minutes. He still has to make 16 moves. But if he's seen this bishop g2 idea and he's just checking, that could explain the body language here.
Yeah, and I just want to point out one more thing. And I think that it's just taking time to double, triple check everything. Try this on for size. So here, white could try king b5 and just sneaking this king into a6. No. You are not sneaking that king into a6. Black responds with bishop e2 check. And this just continues the fortress. The other thing I could try is pushing the pawn up to b5. But that also doesn't help. There was one idea where you go king b5 here. And after bishop d3, king a5, king c6, you can make a tricky move b5 check, hoping for bishop takes b5, b7. Something tells me Vidit is not doing that, and he goes king b7. But here's the amazing thing, Fiona. Here, white could reroute the king back around, and it seems like white does indeed succeed in infiltrating. But here's the amazing detail. Even though white does infiltrate, it's still a draw. And it's a draw because black has the spectacular resource h4. Now, you might say, well, how does h4, what does it do? Well, this helps black set up a fortress. If black takes on h4, black can plant the bishop on h5, give away the d5 pawn. I mentioned examples of being 3 pawns down in an opposite colored bishop endgame and it's still being a draw. This is a great example of that. White has no way to make progress. If white ignores and plays king b6, then much the same thing. Here, you will end up being 4 pawns down, or no, still 3 pawns down. But you just plant the bishop on g4. And you can give away both the d5 pawn and the g6 pawn. It doesn't matter. White, there's just nothing that white can do. You can go king c8, king b7, or bishop h3, bishop g4. One way or another, seeing that is really difficult, Fiona. And I think this is what Vidit is ultimately focused on. And he goes king c7. He doesn't go bishop g2. And maybe he wants the same thing.
Yeah, let's see what difference does this make if black takes now. And h4, by the way, is such a nice resource, and I think so useful to remember this at home. I mean, I'll try my best to remember it. We'll see if I ever find myself.
h4 is brilliant.
Yeah, really such an important resource.
And if white goes h4, then he just does black's bidding for him. I mean, here, again, Vidit can plant that bishop on g4 and say, I don't care about anything else. I'm just moving my king back and forth. That's it. That's a draw. I think he's just found that idea. Amazing stuff by Vidit. And this just shows you why you can't trust the eval bar. It's showing +3. White is not winning here. This is definitely 100. I'm 100% sure that this is a draw.
And so just the question is, after king takes d5, is h4 the only move? And does it have to be played right now?
Well, you can probably procrastinate.
Yeah.
The question is, can you procrastinate with one move? I think you can. Yeah, if you go h4 here. Oh, no, you can't. And here's why. After king f7, hg, it looks like, yeah, you can. hg, bishop e2, draw. Why did the eval bar fall? What wasn't forced? Well, hg wasn't forced. White can go h4, amazing move. And because the bishop is stopping the pawn from promoting, now white just takes on g6 and promotes the h-pawn. This is why it's so much more important to set up the fortress than to take this pawn. Amazing stuff.
That's incredible.
Amazing stuff. That's just, what an idea. What an idea.
Wow. I'm lost for words. Richard, he's still thinking, did we have any moves in the other game? Prague against Sergei Karyakin. Yes, we did.
Rook c6, knight d6, fe, and this is actually a super important position. Sergei has to find king d3, but that is an easy idea. King d3, h6, and you prepare rook c2 with rook h2 coming. He's going to find this any day of the week. Prague, I suppose, could try to at least pick up the a4 pawn. And by the way, no, this is...
Were we in time to take
b2?
b2? Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, I just forgot about that. Rook takes b2 is the move. Knight c5, king d4. And essentially, the king stops this pawn, and then the rook stops the h pawn. Anytime that white plays h7, black responds with rook h2. And e6, black, it makes this by a single tempo. I mean, black has no time to waste. And so Sergei needs to operate with tremendous precision. He's below 20 minutes. Prague still has a little bit of hope. You know, crazier things have happened.
The thing is, if not king d3, and I thought he was about to reach out to make a move, and he is reaching out, the camera is ready. Is the king gonna step one square towards the side?
What helps him is that there are no alternatives. I don't see a single other move that is even remotely appealing because white is threatening h6 and h7. And
we see
I think Sergei sees it.
Yes, a side there. He's been made to work very hard by Prague, but he is close now. Just needs to keep his cool. We see him double, triple checking. The question is, if not king d3, then what happens? We looked already, I think, at d4, right?
Yeah, d4 actually might lose. And again, it's because of the placement of the knight on d6. Kudos to Prague. King d1 is a very, very tricky move. Probably the best defensive move that one could come up with. Yeah, as the eval bar shows, white is winning. And once again, the reason is white throws out this knight f5 check. It forces the king backward, allows white to play h7. And here, white plays knight e7. Amazing. Threatening knight g6 check, right? And then promoting. And if black plays king g5, whoop, knight g8, cutting off the rook and promoting to a queen. So it is still possible to lose this position. I don't think Sergei is going to do that. He might take another 10 minutes, though. Like, he might verify beyond a shadow of doubt that king d3 works.
And, well, in that case, what do you suggest? Do we wait here? Do we wait for king d3? Do we go to report?
Let's go to reports game, because Richard has done something very interesting. He's played bishop e7, and he has actually prevented Vidit from going h4. He's played bishop f6, rather. Bishop g2 and bishop e7. And his idea is that he now wants to make his way to f6 while preventing h4. Very, very crafty concept. Vidit with 7.5 minutes, he needs to hustle. So if he gives the pawn away now, and then he goes king d7, I think this might draw. I think this might be the drawing mechanism. Bishop a3, we already talked about this. This is the fortress, right? So maybe Richard wants to not take on, maybe he wants b4 check, but now the king goes to d7. See, this is very important. If you go to b7, you allow White's king to infiltrate in the ideal version. So you go to d7 and it's a draw. I think d4 is the drawing move.
And by the way, as d4 here is a crucial move, in the other game, Sergei has played the crucial move, king d3.
Yeah, there was really no doubt. And by the way, Vidit could also start with king d7 and meet b6 with d4. I think both games are actually about to end.
But he needs to watch out for his clock. Once the fortress is set up, then there will be nothing more to worry about. But only 6 minutes here for Vidit.
Yeah, but he realizes that if he finds the correct move here, it's a dead draw. So he's making an investment in his position. And, you know, I think he's actually doing the right thing here. He's just quintuple checking everything. And as you indicated, once the fortress is reached, even if you have 30 seconds, even if you're playing on increment, there's just nothing to think about. You just make the same move back and forth. So he's going to take the rest of his time here.
Sometimes even in this position, king d7, d4, and then as the time ticks down, you just think, is there a difference? If so, what is the difference? Don't make me pick the losing of the two moves, or are they both okay? Sometimes it's tough when you have these couple of options.
Oh, it absolutely is. You start overthinking it, you start freaking out about it, and sometimes you end up playing neither, and that's, you know, how these crazy losses happen. Vidit is not someone who will allow himself to succumb to these anxieties, but it definitely is a thing. As we watch him go down to 5 minutes now, we are expecting d4 or king d7 here within a couple of minutes.
What do you which move do you expect, and which move would you make?
I would probably play d4. I think d4 is the cleanest, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Just has to make one of these moves.
Yeah, and he sees it. He wants to make sure that he doesn't squander what will be quite an amazing defensive effort.
So 4.5 minutes now for Vidit, and yeah, I mean, very impressive. I really thought that his chances of saving this endgame were very low, but he's proven me very wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is why 2700s are in a category of their own. It's just like these types of games. The vast majority of people they wouldn't even really try to save it. They would just kind of play intuitively. Vidit really hunkered down for as long as it took for him to work through all of the details. And here he goes. Nope, he's still taking his time. He's going to drop all the way down.
Look at how clean the boards are. You can see even the reflection of the pieces.
Yeah, that's amazing. It really looks like it just came out of the package.
Yeah. Shout out to the arbiters who, of course, are sanitizing all the boards, all the pieces in between the rounds, and clearly they are doing a great job. I'm curious, I know we're waiting for Vidit to make a move. I wanted to zoom out a little bit and see his face. Is he getting nervous? Has he got things under control?
I am surprised that he is taking quite as long as he's taking. I mean, d4 is pretty easy to calculate, although that's easy for me to say. And here he goes. Looks like he's finally about to make a move.
He's just teasing you, Daniel.
But he's done that he's done that for about 5 minutes now. So yeah, he's really letting himself.
There he goes.
There we go.
D4 is on the board.
The drawing move, and I think Richard is just going to he's going to take the pawn, and he might just offer a draw. I mean, there is really nothing to play for because there isn't even a single chance. And
would you really? I mean, if you were in Richard's shoes, do you really feel there is nothing to try? Would you not?
No.
No.
Because the thing is, in order to have a try, there needs to be a margin. There needs to be a possibility for error. And here there is not. Because again, if you walk your king to a7, doesn't matter. Black's king just follows wherever White's king goes, and then the bishop starts moving back and forth. Conversely, I mean, there's no other path that you could take. I mean, you could go backward to f2, and I guess you could try like h3 and g4, but even if Black just takes it, I mean, this is only counterproductive. And I mean, Richards might take some time here to figure all that out, but ultimately
he quickly captured the pawn on d4. Vidit played king d7, and I think even from Richard's face, I think even when he came back to the board and he saw d4 had been played, I think then they know.
Yeah, no, king e6 pre-move, and a draw offer might be coming very soon.
And let's see, in the other game, Pragnananda has not yet made a move after king d3.
Yeah, no, he's suffering in this position. I think at this point he's fully aware of the fact that he's losing, and he's trying desperately to find some way to complicate the game, but in vain. I don't see anything.
Nothing. Then we're going to take our last quick break of the day. We'll leave you, I guess, the Vidit game on screen, or one of the two games, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I think really it's the final moments of the round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Tata Steel. And as the remaining two games are nearing their conclusion, we would like to present to you your rapid recap of today. And Fiona, there was really no question what game we want to choose. It is the battle of the two leaders, world champion Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Shahryar Mamadirov. It was a short game, but it was a really sweet game.
Indeed, the two have lots of history. We were wondering, when is this game going to explode into life? From the opening, later on, Magnus opened with 1d4, and soon he got into his newly beloved Catalan.
Indeed, there was a big decision to be made here, knight c3, but no, Magnus going for the Catalan, and Shahryar choosing a line that's not the most popular, but is still quite reputable. He grabs the pawn, then he delivers a check on b4 and supports the bishop with a5. Over 1,000 games in this position. And essentially, White goes for long-term compensation. Oftentimes, White doesn't rush to win this pawn back. And Magnus going with a rare line, e3. This is what Magnus loves to do.
And here Shahryar sprung maybe the first slight surprise, or to our eyes surprising move, rook to a6. And you might wonder, what is that rook doing? But in fact, if we look at the powerful Catalan bishop on g2, that rook is getting out of the diagonal. On the very next move, it becomes clear after queen c2, now black is able to play b5 without the rook being on a8.
Exactly. And the secondary point is that black can play c6 in this case and hold everything together. So Magnus refraining from knight e5, instead going for queen c2, b5, a4. And instead of attacking the c6 pawn, he decides to attack the b5 pawn, knight c3. In this position, Shahryar had a very interesting chance to sacrifice that pawn for a long-term initiative, bishop b7. Maybe that was a better move than what he played, but he decides to cling to the pawn. And Fiona, this is really the turning point. Magnus embarks on an incredibly powerful plan in this position.
Yeah, so Magnus, he starts with the move you were expecting, playing in the center, grabbing some space with e4. And after the black bishop dropped back to e7, he takes even more space, advancing to e5.
Indeed. And black can't really drop back to d7. That's kind of unthinkable due to knight e4 with all sorts of threats. So Shahryar plays knight d5, but this also happens to be an exchange sacrifice. Shahryar didn't blunder e5. This was a conscious sacrifice. The point is that if Magnus go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, Magnus could have grabbed the exchange here if he wanted by capturing the knight on d5. And we see that in the end, the pawn on a5 is hanging and skewering the rook and the queen.
Exactly. But Magnus deciding to make a very important improvement over this position. He first takes on b5, only then does he do this thing. And the point is that the pawn on d5, Fiona, becomes a very serious weakness. And this essentially cost Mamadirov very dearly soon afterward.
Yeah, for now, it looked like the exchange sacrifice might be promising with some long-term compensation, some active play. But let's see, after knight c6, Magnus, of course, takes the rook on b6. And here, maybe after rook a8 is the moment that Shahryar went wrong.
Yeah, so first of all, taking on d4 is not good because Magnus recaptures and then plays rook d1, and he wins the pawn on d5, and black's position collapses. Mamadirov didn't do that. We thought that he perhaps should have developed on e6 immediately. It's possible that what discouraged him was the fact that after bishop takes f8, Magnus has the nasty move knight g5. Still, it looks like black is doing okay after g6, probably worse, but okay. But Shahryar plays h6, and that just turns out to be too slow. It lets Magnus coordinate his pieces with devastating effect.
Yeah, Magnus found a very crafty plan here. He started by bringing his rook from f1 to a1. And from here on out, I mean, Magnus just played with absolute beautiful precision. Bishop e6, the move we were expecting a move ago. Suddenly, Dania, the situation has changed.
Yeah, and this is the whole point. The move h6 allows White to bring the rook from f1 to a1 so that when Magnus plays queen d1 to defend the pawn, the rook would have been on f1. It would have been locked out of the game. But as it stands, both rooks are now coordinated. Both of them are in it. And the real critical moment came after b4. Carrera wants to play b3, lock White's pawn on b2, and perhaps even get the knight through b4 to d3. But now a brilliant move by Magnus. This basically wins the game.
b3, a beautiful move. Some of us might be afraid to allow the black pawn to come to c3. There's now a protected pass pawn, but Magnus understood this pawn is going nowhere in, now attacking the queen, and just Magnus judging from a distance, this pawn on c3 is not a problem. And the knight to e1, very soon, Dania, that was going to play a decisive role in the game.
Indeed, and the idea, of course, is to blockade the pawn on c2 and later swing over to e3. The weakness of the d5 pawn and White's dominance over the a file contributes to the decisive advantage. Out of desperation, Chakra, he tries to open up the center with f6, and now Magnus, at stopping on a dime and switching ideas, that's what makes him so incredible. Not knight c2, but knight d3. The knight redirects in order to protect the e5 pawn, and it also threatens to go to f4. Shakriar takes on e5, but Fiona, here, the positional play turns seamlessly into tactics.
There are just too many undefended pieces in the black camp. After knight takes e5, there was basically nothing Shach could do. He tried to take on e5, but now we see the bishop on e6 is unprotected. That drop, and there was really no, there were really no other tries in this position.
There weren't. After rook takes e6, everything collapses. d5, e5, we mentioned it. Too many undefended pieces. One more try by Shakriar c2, but Magnus responds with a cold-blooded queen e1. And in this position, Shakriar resigned. If he goes knight e3, Magnus captures the bishop, simultaneously attacking black's queen. There is nothing else to try. If you move the knight away, bishop takes d5, and White vacuums up all of black's pieces. An amazing win, 27 moves. This is vintage Magnus, Fiona. I mean, it seemed like Shakriar, he played an inspired game, but he really was never in it.
Indeed, Magnus Carlsen, what a game by the world champion. He is now the sole leader. He was very happy in the interview afterwards, and he has every reason to be. This was your rapid recap of the day. And meanwhile, Dania, while we were doing this, one of the games concluded. You had called it. Richard didn't try too much. This game ended in a draw, and I have to say I'm so impressed with how Vidit defended this opposite colored bishop ending.
Amazing, and it just that's what chess is great. Sometimes you even feel better with a draw than with a win, and this is the kind of draw that is going to feel like a win for Vidit. Vidit's going to be sitting in his room tonight and thinking, man, the way that I saved that is he's going to be impressed with himself. He's going to be patting himself on the back. Obviously, he can't relax. He has 4 more very important rounds, so he's going to get busy preparing for the next game. But a very impressive defensive display indeed by Mr. Vidit, and report's going to be disappointed. But I'm not really sure that he missed any specific wins. The endgame deserves further analysis. But in any case, the draw is made, and we're on to the final stretch of our final game. Praggnanandhaa, unfortunately, losing. And I think that this game might not last more than just a couple more moves.
So let's see. After Karyakin found the crucial move, King d3 a few moves ago. Let's just go back there for a sec. Pragg tried to run with his king, but here, Sergey just playing with precision. And can you take the pawn on e5?
Yeah, you can and you should. And what's ultimately going to happen here after king h4, so black's strategy is to push the d pawn and then at the last possible moment to give up the rook for the h pawn. So for example, h6, d4, h7. Now it looks like the pawn is unstoppable, but black uses tactics, rook e1, in order to meet h8 queen with rook h1 check. And if the king goes to the pawn's rescue, well, this is a very straightforward win. Black just goes d3, then d2. And ultimately, white is going to force black to give up the rook. But look at where white's king ends up. And this is similar to the Grandelius Caruana situation where, material is technically equal, but black eats up both of these pawns and wins the game. Sergey, without hesitation, capturing on e5. I think this is how the game is going to go.
Yeah, and it's a tough day for Pragg. Who really had his chances. I mean, such an interesting, I think, great opening preparation, very promising exchange, sacrifice. And then, I mean, also Karyakin, from the moment he was put with his back against the wall, I think he found some very nice defensive resources, creating counterplay against the Black King. And Pragg had some chances in the end game to hold, but I think this game, at some point, the experience of Karyakin just shone through.
Yeah, he doesn't have the nickname Minister of Defense for nothing. He really is probably the premier defender in the world. And his ability to turn these games not just into draws, but into wins is very impressive. How easy would it have been to sort of mentally collapse after Pragg plays h5? He was up 50 minutes, but Sergey, he was playing fast. He found a good opportunity to trade queens. And then he handled the endgame exquisitely, really pouncing on the opportunity when he played e5, creating a passed pawn. And then let's not forget, the move rook c8, not easy at all. There's such a temptation to just take on e5 and allow knight c7, but no, goes rook c8. He spends a lot of time, and the rest is history. He takes the pawn. One more precise move required. I mean, simply king c2, h6. And now I think, well, many possible moves. I like to move rook e6 here. The point is that if h7, then rook h6. So white has to play a move like knight f7. Now you drop the rook back, and the knight on f7 is going to be unable to stop the pawn at the end of the line. So many, many winning ideas by Sergey. But this one is probably the cleanest. You could start with d4 also. This also works. So yeah, anything wins here.
At the end of the day, the king is just going to be too far removed. The Black King is going to mop up those kings, those pawns on the queen side. And Dania, we're looking at the results so far here in round 9, and it's been another tremendously exciting and decisive one.
It really has been. We had Anish Giri with a nice win over Sam Shanklin. Sam really kind of losing his cool in that end game. JKD is going to be feeling quite cross with himself tonight. He was definitely winning. He had Andre on the ropes, but Andre, kudos to him. Great defensive effort. Van Foreest Zubel was a draw. Jorden, we thought, was better throughout the game, but just somehow didn't make anything of it. Caruana Grandelius, that was maybe the most painful game of the day, as Niels had such a great position and just maybe he overthought it. But Fabiano, he really stepped up to the plate. A draw in Rapport Vidit, and Sergey's going to win. So we are going to have 4 decisive games as we look at the standings. Fiona, the world champion, he is ahead of the field.
I think for the first time in this tournament, Magnus Carlsen is the sole leader. But Anish Giri, he hasn't taken the foot off the gas pedal. He's keeping pace, only half a point behind. The two of them have played each other already, and behind them, Shahriar Mamadiro and Vidi Gujarati, two of our early day leaders, they are still looming just 1 point behind Magnus.
They are, and as we have a look at the pairings in round 10, Vidit's save, by the way, was also huge as he is close behind. He has white against Pragg. That's a game that he wants to try to win and really put more pressure on Magnus. Magnus plays Sergey with black. Beating Sergey with black is quite the demand. And I don't think Magnus is going to do anything insane. I think he's fine with the draw. We have Shanklin against Mamadiro, and Shak, he will be looking to rebound for sure. He's going to be taking some risks, no question about that, against
I think
Shanklin.
So too, especially against Sam, who today had a tough game against Anish. Things didn't really go his way there, and Anish at the bottom there almost missed him for a second. He will be playing with the white pieces against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And
Jan Krzysztof just not in tremendous form this tournament. You can tell he's squandering some opportunities, making uncharacteristic mistakes. And Anish is going to be looking to build on this very impressive winning streak, which is going to reach Fabiano Sinkfield Cup-like proportions if he manages to win another one. So it's going to be a fascinating round tomorrow.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, Pragg has gone knight f5, so the knight looking to support the h-pawn, but I think, yeah, the d-pawn can just run now.
Yeah, I mean, d4, the one tough part for black, I mean, you definitely don't want to go king c4. But it's easy to blunder in a position like this because you allow the force. Same with king e4. So black should start with rook e8. And then once white's king moves away, the way that black can do this, black can go rook d8 and then bring the king back to c4 so that the rook is out of the line of fire of the knight and you're ready to play d3. And if knight d6 check, then you go king b3. And we already know the drill here. H8 queen, the rook takes and the pawn is unstoppable. So that's one way to win. One of many. Karyakin goes king e4, also perfectly fine. He stops h6 because there's going to be rook g6 check.
And Karyakin, from his body language, we saw the focus throughout, but now he knows this one's in the bag. He has figured it out until the end. And you gotta feel sorry for Pragg, but I mean, we talk about it every day. He's only 16 years old. This hasn't been his tournament, but he is going to walk away with so much new experience, and he will be back stronger than ever.
For sure. And, you know, if he wins 1 or 2 games in the last 4 rounds, he still has the chance to salvage this tournament rating wise. I mean, that's the great thing about being being the lowest rated. And trust me, I know, you know, you pull out a couple of draws and, you know, it's hard to lose a lot of rating, even though what's going to disappoint Pragg from this tournament, of course, isn't the rating. It's the fact that he did have promising positions in a lot of the games, and so far not able to withstand the middle game pressure, maybe nerves coming into play. But he needs to acquire more experience, and he is going to be back with a vengeance, that's for sure.
And Dania, I'm seeing a question in the chat, which maybe you might have the answer to. From Anubhav is asking, where is Kasparov nowadays?
You know, I was not able to catch, you know, this round because I was doing a talk. I was doing a talk about AI, and that you know, I heard that the commentators were bad anyway. So I really don't think I missed very much. And yeah, I mean.
Gary, it's been a pleasure having you here for a second. Thank you for making some time in your very, very busy schedule. And yeah, we'll have Dania back now.
All right. Yeah, Gary very rudely just kicked me out of the Zoom call, and you know, he had to. What a rude guy. I mean, really, he might be a legend, but that was unacceptable behavior. Unacceptable behavior.
And yeah, king e5. Pragg is also down to 4 minutes, so this one.
I mean, king g5.
King g5
I mean, this is a
he's
completely
trying.
moot point at this point. Rook e8. This is just easy win. h6, rook g8, king h4. The problem for Pragg is that it's not easy for Sergey to screw this one. Oh, and there's a nice move in this position. Rook g6. And amazingly, you can't defend the pawn with either of these pieces. I mean, h7, rook h6 check. And the f5 square is covered. I think this is what Sergey is going for.
Yeah, rook 8 is already on the board.
h6, and this is going to happen. Rook g8 check, king h4, rook g6. And I think Pragg is going to resign in that position.
Yeah, there it comes. Rook g8 is on the board. King h4, the only move to hold on to the knight. And a very nice move probably to finish the game here. Rook g6.
Yep, we're about to see rook g6. There it is, Sergey, filigree precision, no chances yielded, and Pragg about to extend his hand in resignation. You can see the disappointment on his face. And there it is. He resigns, and Sergey with a big win of the black pieces.
Very impressive, Dania, how you called the entire end of the game. Everything up to the handshake. Tough to see Pragg there. He's looking quite disappointed in the end. He definitely had his chances in this tournament, but Sergey, he was just showed some immaculate defense.
He really did, and there's a lot for Pragg to unpack and analyze in this game. It's possible that you know, queen e3 early on was not ideal. Maybe, you know, and it's so easy to say in retrospect, yeah, he should have done this, this, and this. The position was very complex, and one of the biggest positives for Pragg is his opening preparation, which has been really good. I mean, even against Mamadiro, he found a really interesting idea, just didn't get lucky. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. I mean, you put yourself in a good position, but sometimes it's just not your tournament. And this has been the case with Pragg.
Yeah, and I think It's a similar situation today almost. Niels and Prague, both of them at the bottom of the standings, both not having a good event. Both of them got their chances. And yeah, it's just at some point also, I think when you're down, you're doubting yourself more. And it's not easy to maybe also sense those moments quite as well. But yeah, with that, round 9 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament is over. We see the players still at the board with Karyakin being asked a tricky question there, it seems, by Prague.
Right. Yeah, they're analyzing. You can see the passion, 5.5 hours, but not enough. They need more chess. They need to grind further. That just shows you how dedicated they are to finding the truth. But that ends the games for today. And what a decisive day. We have 4 decisive results and 3 draws. Always good to see more decisive games than draws, Fiona.
Indeed.
Wow. Great day of action.
I mean, so many fighting players in this tournament, all of them incredibly fighting for decisive results. Of course, the main one of the day is at the bottom, Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Shachar, the one we just saw, and Karyakin against Prague. We talked about Niels Grandelius' loss against Fabiano Caruana plenty. Anish Giri, he was the first to win his game today. He's won 4 in a row. And if we look at the standings, he is now just half a point behind sole leader, a certain Magnus Carlsen, with Shachar Mamadirov and Vidit Gujrati still looming on 5.5. But also Fabio, why do I keep calling him Fabio? Fabiano making his way back up the rankings.
Big win today against Niels. And as we take a look at the pairings for tomorrow, a couple of huge games. Of course, Magnus black against Sergey, I know who Vidit is rooting for. Vidit himself is white against Prague, another brutal game for Prague, and a game that Vidit really has to win if he wants to contend for first place. Fabi is going to try to keep his positive streak going against Richard Rapport, Dubov Grandelius, Esipenko Van Foreest, and Anish Giri also with a very important game, white against an off-form Duda. We will see how that game goes as well, Fiona.
For sure. And finally, before we leave you, let's quickly have a look at the tournament schedule. So we'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time, round 10. We'll start at 2 p.m. Local time, that's Central European, 5 a.m. Pacific. And after that, on Thursday, we'll have another rest day, and the players, I'm sure, will make the most of it before the final weekend coming up. We'll be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the conclusion of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament. For now, Dania, it's been another tremendously exciting day. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching us, and I'll leave you the closing words.
Fiona, this has been great, always a pleasure. Really, from the first moves, this has been an incredible round. We have such diversity of openings. We have so many interesting game arcs. We have time scrambles, we have positional games, we have really fascinating end games. And you can see in every move that these players play, the effort. They are hungry. They're hungry for victories, from the lowest rated player to Magnus Carlsen. It was an amazing round, and we'd like to thank everybody for watching, and of course, Bick for yet another, I begrudgingly have to thank Bick for yet another flawless broadcast. So thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow for the next round.
Oh, and maybe just before I forget, I think stay on this channel, because Title Tuesday is ongoing, so I think we're gonna go there. So plenty more chess to look forward to tonight. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
I think the first time I heard about the tournament here was probably sometime in 1999, but the first tournament that I actually followed was the one in 2000. So I would say that's my first firm memory of the tournament here. Probably my best memory from the village here was the year that I won, and people of Wijk sang a nice little song for me. I really appreciated that. I think there are people in my team who are better than me at working with with
Sergei Karyakin. You just beat Pragananda with the black pieces. There was this exchange sacrifice by Prag in the opening. Do you think you had everything under control there?
Actually, I have no idea what was going on in this game. It was just a completely crazy game. I played a sharp line, sacrificing the pawn after knight h5, and then my opponent was well prepared, and he came up with this idea h4, which I at least didn't remember, or maybe I didn't know. I have to check. So then, I don't know, maybe I should have played something else, and later on he sacrificed an exchange, and it was very, very dangerous position, but at least there were no immediate win, but it was very dangerous for me. Maybe he had something. And then later on we got the end game, which I first thought.
Were you happy that you were able to exchange the queens?
Yes, sure, because I understood that I'm not worse, at least. And okay, well, basically I thought it's a draw at the beginning, but later on I started to think that maybe I can play this position a little bit. So then I decided not to repeat the moves, but to play h5, which is very sharp, and it's very principal, but it's also risky for black. So because I sacrifice a second pawn, and then when he played knight b4, takes king e4, knight takes c6, I'm 3 pawns down, so it's very tricky. And then, okay, I think it should have been drawn somehow. And later on, after the time control, after I played e5, okay, I understood that I'm playing on win, that's for sure. And later on, when I played rook c8, and if he plays c7, then d4, he played king d1, and here I thought it should be winning for me. Maybe he had some small improvements, but basically I think it was winning already.
Yeah. When I checked with the engine, because I had the privilege to actually follow the game with an engine, it showed that like on move 40 for black, there was a move h6 instead of c6, where white is actually better, like plus 1.5 or something.
Really? Yeah. So as I say that h5, it was like crazy move for the 3 results. Anything could happen basically. Okay, maybe I should have played rook e8 if I didn't want to repeat the moves, but I think it should be a draw. And yeah, like what I did was completely crazy. Maybe he was winning, I don't know.
But it must be nice to actually like take some risks in a game and to get rewarded.
Yeah. It's not actually very often that I like to take risks which I cannot be sure. But this time I decided to go on. And
why is that? Why don't you take so much risks usually?
I mean, if you take much risk, then you can you can lose if your opponent is playing well. So that's very simple. But I mean, here I thought that the position is very interesting, and okay, let's go. But in another position, maybe I wouldn't do the same.
Oh, it sounds like you're having fun here in Wijk aan Zee.
Yeah, I like Wijk aan Zee very much. I like basically Netherlands, Amsterdam, everything.
How many bikes did you count yesterday?
Well, not much.
Okay. Okay, I wish you all the best in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks.